ePremier League is back. 40 of the best FC players representing all 20 clubs, competing for this trophy.
This may look a little different, but this is still the Premier League. This is the home of big rivalries, where people will do anything for the club.
From the Magpies
to the Cherries, from the Toffees
to the Tractor Boys,
and everyone in between. This may look different, but we have the same stories. We have the same icons and club heroes that do anything for the badge.
Screamers from Stevie.
Oof, that is filthy.
Stops from Stam.
Dutch domination,
and last-minute winners from magical Argentines.
Manchester City, ePremier League champions!
It's time to don your colours and support your team. This is more than a competition. It's for the culture. For bragging rights, for the glory,
And for the gun.
this is the ePremier League.
Hello and welcome to the ePremier League. We are live from London. We are back and ready to kick off this year's tournament with the group stages. Joining me on the host desk to start things off, Mr. Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith. Ryan, what a weekend we've got in store.
Ooh, I can't wait to get started. I feel like I can feel the nerves and tensions already. The players are sat in front of us, and yeah, I can't wait to get started.
I mean, not only are these players representing themselves, Brandon, they're also representing Premier League clubs.
They are. I mean, what an opportunity as well. £100,000 in this tournament, the prize pot, the chance to qualify for the World Championships and the Champions League. It doesn't get bigger than this.
Now, you've done it before, Ryan. Is there an extra pressure when you're representing a Premier League club as we see the arrivals behind us in the scenes of London?
Yeah, of course, naturally, you'll feel the pressure, especially when you're sat opposite your opponents. You know that some players have a lot of expectation coming into it as well. They want to live up to, but it's not going to be easy. Everyone wants to aim for that same price and get their hands on a trophy.
I mean, it is a group stage today, Brandon, OK? So the players essentially can't get eliminated this weekend, but there is an opportunity for whoever wins the group to get to the quarter-finals on the finals weekend.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at it in two ways, don't you? If you're not great this weekend, you can come back in 2 weeks and put it right. But if you're superb, skip around, go straight to the quarterfinals and be, what, 1 or 2 wins away from lifting silverware? Sounds pretty good.
It does sound very good. And let's take a look at the lineups then, shall we, for today with the groups. OK, we start with Group A and B, which we'll be seeing today. Ipswich Town, they are the favourites throughout the whole tournament, Ryan.
Yeah, they're seed number 1, and they are seed number 1 for a reason. Spectacular season so far from Stingray and Mark 11, but Group A is not going to be easy. Aston Villa pose a serious threat. Fulham, I see as potential underdogs. United and Newcastle, it might be a little bit tough.
And Group B, Brandon, has the defending champions, Manchester City, who won the tournament last year. Think they'll be a little bit unhappy not being favourites this year?
They'll be asking questions why we're not the #1 seed. They are the second the second seed coming into this tournament. But it's not going to be easy for them. Nottingham Forest, keep an eye out for them in that group as well. They're not going to make light work of it.
Yeah, it's an absolutely amazing lineup. We've also got Group C and D, which are coming tomorrow. So stick with us throughout the whole weekend. Let's take a look at the first round of fixtures then, shall we, Ryan? Ipswich against Aston Villa and Manchester United against Fulham.
Yeah, the two teams, in my opinion, that will be the favourites to top the group, Ipswich and Villa, up against each other straight away. I'm interested, and my eyes are drawn straight away. Mark 11 versus Cameron Rock, I think, is a massive, massive game. Yeah,
it's a huge game. And I'll tell you what else is massive? We've got 2 streams this weekend. We've got B stream, so you can keep up to date with absolutely everything that is going on here this weekend. But you're probably wondering how things work. And I mean, look, as much as I love you guys and I love myself, we're not very good at it. So let's throw to an explainer so we can explain everything.
The ePremier League finals have returned. The format is simple. All 20 Premier League clubs have 2 representatives, one on PlayStation and one on Xbox. The ePremier League will take place across 2 weekends in London, premiering with the EPL group stage on the 1st and 2nd of March, followed by the EPL finals weekend later in the month. For the group stages, 20 clubs are split into 4 groups of 5. Each club plays a round-robin format across 2 days, with the top 4 clubs, 1 from each group, receiving a bye directly into the quarterfinals. The remaining 16 clubs will then have a second chance to qualify for the quarterfinals in the first round of the knockout stages, taking place on the EPL finals weekend later in March. Those 16 teams will compete in a single elimination bracket, with the top 4 qualifying through to the ePremier League quarterfinals and rejoining the qualifiers from the group stages. The 23rd of March is finals day for the ePremier League, and it's a straight knockout competition. Only one team will be crowned the new EPL champions and take home the lion's share of £100,000 prize pool, as well as securing their spots in the E-Champions League and FC Pro World Championships later in the year. Who will go all the way and write their name in ePremier League history? Yes, I am here with Ipswich Town's players. We do have a veteran here, but also a rookie, as he laughs. But no, Mark 11, you have traveled all the way from Australia to compete in the ePremier League. How does that feel?
I can't lie, I wish I was back in Australia playing against my Australian buddies. It's much better than being here. It's a good, nice, easy way to get a nice World Cup spot, but unfortunately we're back here now.
So what have preparations looked like back in Australia for this tournament?
Nothing. It's only when I came here that I had to play because no one plays it. Everyone's season's over, unfortunately, so we're here. But in practice, I'm always good, so I just got to do it on the actual field when it matters, so yeah.
All right, well, welcome to the ePremier League. You do not need a welcome, Stingray Jr. You are here last year competing for Liverpool. You made it really, really far in the competition, but this year, do you think you're going to make it farther?
I'm going to be honest here. I think we should win it. We should be a shoo-in to win it, but I mean, anything can happen. You've got teams like Liverpool, City, you know, they're all somewhat decent at the game, so it's going to be tough.
Now, let's talk about your group. You are in Group A. First match is against Aston Villa. Tell me about that matchup. Is it a difficult one?
I mean, Aston Villa are probably the second best team in our group. I think, you know, Mark's hardest game will probably be Salmon, but as a whole, they're probably the hardest team.
Right, so you guys are the #1 ranked team in the competition, so I'm excited to see you guys play, but I wish you the best of luck. I believe we're going to look at some squads with Richard and Redlac, so let's go see what they're up to.
Thank you very much, Kay. It's great to hear from Ipswich Town. Redlac, welcome to the commentary. Welcome to the analysis. You've been a player many a times in the ePremier League. How does it feel to be on this side of the desk for a change?
It's good. It's nice to see close friends going at it today. There's a lot at stake, and you know I'm really excited to see what happens.
Yeah, I can't wait. As always, on every single tournament, we have a certain set of draft building requirements, and this tournament is no different. As you might expect, we're in the ePremier League, so we're playing with current Premier League players and heroes and icons that have only played in the Premier League. That sets up for something quite interesting with the 10 million budget as well, because you can't get all the Team of the Year players in, and you can't get all the best icons in. What do you make of these requirements?
Well, I think what we're used to as ePremier League players is that unlocked account sort of thing where you've got all the icons, all the heroes. This year there is that 10 million coin budget. Will you go all in on the striker, or will you spread the wealth?
What would you do? Would you?
I think I'd go all in on the striker. Thierry Henry.
Well, let's have a look at one of our best players in the tournament, Stingray Jr. As we heard, he's representing Ipswich. They're #1 seed for a reason, and this is the team that he has built. I've got to ask straight away, Drogba, he's not a left winger. What are we doing over there?
Right, so we've got Drogba on 0 chem, left wing, not even in a role or a role plus, and I think he's going to be utilising the crosses, Richard, the aerial threat in Drogba to pass it down to Marmouche.
Looking at the rest of this team as well, Bruno Fernandes, I've seen him a lot. What are we making of this Bruno Fernandes item?
He's amazing. He's in 33 out of the 40 ePremier League squads this weekend, and I think he's going to be so important in seeing who wins.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if Bruno could be the catalyst for many of our teams. We need to take a deeper dive into Stingray, and I want to have a look at some of his gameplay. Talk me through how he plays, his style. What can people expect if this is the first ever time watching Stingray?
He's completely different to everyone else, you know. Like I said, I'll be playing, trying to get through balls going, playing it on the floor. Stingray's different. He's playing them air passes, them lobbed passes to Drogba, to Hullet, trying to get the knockdown and then get a shot that way, rather than just playing like a normal person like myself.
But he is special.
He's amazing. He's one of the best in the world, and that's shown on the rankings, really.
Rightfully favourite for you, rightfully seeded #1?
I think you can't argue with the world rankings, but there is a few big teams in there, Liverpool, Manchester City as well, so they'll have a lot to say today in group stages.
They certainly will. We'll be hearing a lot more from Redlac throughout today. But for right now, it's the ePremier League. We're covering everything. We do have a B stream on the Premier League's YouTube channel if you want to go and check that out. That's where Redlac will be to kickstart the day alongside Casey. But right now, it's a huge, huge game. Ipswich Town taking on Aston Villa. Let's get the ePremier League kicked off.
Come on, Ipswich.
We are the villains. Come on, you Reds. We are the ones to watch.
Well then, here we go for another year. The ePremier League is back and bigger than ever. £100,000 on the line, but along that, some new faces amongst the 40 players to represent the best 20 clubs in the Premier League. We kick off here, Ipswich Town, the #1 seeded club, take on Aston Villa, who have been in fine form in recent years in the Premier League. And there is so much already to break down between these two. It's a new roster, Ipswich Town. It's the first time they've been in the Premier League. The Tractor Boys, though, they're not messing around. They're here to really give it a good go this year because they went and did some serious business picking up Stingray and Mark 11 from Australia, who is the first ever player from Oceania has to actually play in the ePremier League. But it's not going to be easy for them in this group. Myself, Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa will be guiding you through our A stream here today. As Richard Buckley said moments ago, there is a B stream over on the Premier League YouTube channel, which features Manchester United v Fulham. But Ryan, welcome back for another year, my friend.
Yep.
I mean, you've been here before as a player, you're back as a commentator. What are these players feeling? How are they feeling coming into the group stages?
I feel like for the favourites, they will be feeling the pressure. I think sometimes you might see the underdogs, per se, let's say United, we haven't seen much of them before in the ePremier League. Gosovic performed last year for Brentford, but for other players, Hordino's first ePremier League, he might feel like maybe it's a free hit in a way up against the likes of Fulham. So yeah, all eyes though for me. Ipswich Town, I'm expecting a lot of things from them.
Absolutely. Well, look, I'm going to kick off with you guys at home as well. Do you think Ipswich Town are going to top Group A? There should be a poll live now that you can interact with at home. We will be speaking to you as always across the next 2 days here in London. We are kicking off on the Xbox side of things first. Remember that there are 2 players per club. And what makes that even more interesting is that I believe you can just watch, you can just look over and see your teammate play and see how they're getting on. Seeing how things might be going for them. Stingray, I mean, he's been here before at the Premier League. He once upon a time represented Chelsea. He represented Liverpool last year, had a very good running there. Got into the semi-final stages. And he's also been brave enough to go away from the Premier League. He's played in the French FC Pro Partnered League where he was champion over there with his teammate Nfuma. He wants to get this one done, though. He wants to pick up an ePremier League title.
Yeah, I'm going to go as far to say whoever wins this game, or if there is one of the teams that pick up a maximum points tally here, I'm going to go and say that they win the group. Whether it's Aston Villa or Ipswich, I think this is the game for me to separate first and second. I expect both of these two to be battling it out for that trophy in a couple weeks' time as well. But Stingray, there's expectation on his shoulders. Mark 11 as well. It's a crazy, crazy duo.
There's a poll live now. You can get involved at home. Yes or no? Will Ipswich Town top Group A? Ryan Pessoa, do you think they will?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go and say yes. I don't think this game's going to be easy. I think this will be their hardest game on paper. But for me, Ipswich, not only are they favourites to top the group, I think, and Stingray said it in the interview, they're favourites to win the whole thing. And there's a reason why they're seed number 1. But we're on the way in this game. Ipswich kicking from left to right, Villa right to left.
And we're kicking off on the Xbox side of things first. It's Brad Colston taking on Stingray. I mean, Brad Colston, he's a massive Burnley fan. In the simplest way possible, Burnley couldn't compete this year. They're not in the Premier League. However, he is a player that is very familiar with this ePremier League tournament. He has represented Burnley 3 times before in this competition.
Oh, that's lovely.
What an opportunity this could be now for him to go and help Aston Villa on their run, to go one step further than they did last year. Cameron Rock, his 4th time in an Aston Villa shirt. He has been Mr. Consistent and a vital part of this Villa side in previous years.
Yeah, it looks like there's a change of formation for Stingray. We do have updates, of course, amongst the other games going on in this group. So we'll keep you up to date with those as well.
Well, the update is, Ryan, that Mark 11, he might be slightly jet-lagged maybe. He's been in England for a few days now. He's come fresh off the plane from Australia. The 3-time Australian League champion is kicking off his ePremier League journey in the best way possible. The Tractor Boys 1 goal up already there.
Yeah, slightly fortunate, but you have to take your luck as it comes. But what wasn't fortunate there is the decisiveness in front of goal. Green time finishing there at the near post.
What makes the Premier League even more exciting, especially from the group stages to the knockouts, is obviously that this weekend you can get 6 points maximum per round. Obviously 3 points from each player. And when we get to the knockouts, it will be an aggregate scoreline, so there's even more of a team effort involved than we saw how exciting that was last year, especially in that grand final when Brighton of Albion took on Manchester City.
Yeah, that's something where you're going to be looking over your shoulder, monitoring what your teammate is doing. Right now, the aim is just individually win your games and put yourself in the conversation. And it's Brad Colston who breaks the deadlock. Thierry Henry in his squad. 10 million coins, I have to reiterate, for this draft. Henry coming in at over 6 million of that. So that's a huge portion of the budget, Brandon, and he pays it off straight away.
Well, there he is, Thierry Henry, a vital part of these ePremier League teams. As the guys broke down on the analyst desk. 10 million coins in total. You can choose as many icons as you want. The problem is you just can't afford many of them because they're so expensive. I tell you what, Mark 11, welcome to London, my friend.
Yeah, you see the
10
reaction.
minutes in, he is giving Cameron Rock a really hard start to his group stages in Group A.
Yeah, you saw the reaction from Cameron Rock there, just the puff of the cheeks. There's not much you can really do in that situation. Zipping the ball around, first-time passes, skill moves in the area. And as I mentioned earlier, the timed finishing aspect in front of goal from Mark 11 is one of the best in the scene.
Well, let us know at home who you are tuning in to support this weekend in the Premier League. 20 Premier League clubs all competing for Premier League glory. Here's Stingray maybe for a 1-1. Marmouche. McAllister should be an open goal. It couldn't have been any easier. And he's one of those for Brad Coulson. All you can do is just laugh because it fell so kindly.
Yeah, exactly. I think Stingray was waiting for the goalkeeper movement. That didn't actually end up coming, but you see it on the replay. Shot to the near post. He had a lot of time there, edge of the box for an open goal finish. And it's important to bounce back in these games. 6-minute halves, I have to reiterate as well, for those at home. You may have seen other tournaments with 9-minute halves, so 6 minutes, slightly short. It doesn't give you a lot of time to come back into a game if you leave it too late.
Well, remember today you will be seeing Group A and Group B live from the Premier League. Manchester City, the current defending champions, will be in action a little bit later on. But we are going through group by group. Kicking off here with Group A, which features the likes of Newcastle United, Manchester United, Fulham, Ipswich Town and Aston Villa. Bruno Fernandes, the most picked player in these drafts, Ryan. 33 squads he has featured in his brand new grassroots great item. That's the first time through ball. Thierry Henry, massive save from Eben van der Sar, who had to be big. And he was, but what is it about that 92 rated Bruno Fernandes that will be and has been so popular this weekend?
Everything. He offers a lot offensively, defensively as well. He does a good job in midfield, and of course the passing play styles, whether it's the play style passes he has or the silver play styles, they make a huge difference when you're trying to build up quick attacks, first time passing.
And to be honest, Ryan, he comes in fairly cheap as well. What, just under 400k and a 10 million coin budget. Is he onside?
Yeah,
Didier Drogba, it's a little cheeky chip, which seemingly have become more popular than ever in the FC Pro ecosystem. The tables have turned. Aston Villa, from what was a really bright start, find themselves 2-1 down, and Ipswich Town are delivering that #1 seed hype that really has been built around them. They are the team to beat in this group. They are the team to chase, really, and if they get 6 points from this first game, it will put them in great stead.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the timing as well, if you paid attention to the replay. Just when Stingray played the pass, Coulson was trying to track the run, but if it's time to perfection, Drogba running forward, it's going to be very, very difficult to stop him.
Well then, who are you supporting at home? We asked you to come in and let us know. Here's Marmouche just offside. Some support for Palace. What a team they've got this year. Ethan Higgins and Tom Stokes.
Yep.
Some love for Chelsea. Brentford up the bees from Ben Mine.
Oh, it's happened again. It's onside twice.
Oh, what
Penalty.
a skill move. He's got to be a penalty,
Got to
ref. Eventually. It will be a penalty. I was going to say, what sort of advantage was that for a split second? The man in everyone's team, Bruno Fernandes, can just about find the back of the net.
Wow. You always expect when a keeper goes the same way, usually it prevents it going in. Doesn't do enough to stop it, but we see a look at the replay, the build-up, just to get past the goalkeeper there with Drogba. But that's twice now where he's timed that through ball to perfection.
How hard is it in that moment, the split-second decision there from Stingray? Did he do that right? Was there an idea for a chip maybe in that moment?
Yeah, I
or
thought he was going to do that. I think he wanted to shoot then cancelled it with the skill move to get past the goalkeeper.
Well, A little smile from Stingray as he is very much in control of this game. Omri. Do you read much into that? A few red time shots from Brad Colston. I haven't seen a time green one, to be honest, other than the goal he scored.
It's twice now. It's difficult, but of course, you can take a positive in the sense that you're getting into threatening areas. But then the issue is, anytime he gives away possession or Stingray retrieves it, it just seems like he's going to score every time he goes forward.
Drogba.
This is as good as a penalty.
Wins a free kick, and we have said this so many times, especially in the FC Pro Open. If you get these right, they're as good as a penalty. Bruno Fernandes. Through the help of Heung-min Son. Wins a corner, quick corner comes in. Drogba with a ferocious header. Just goes wide of the right-hand post.
Offside. It just feels like it's just a step a little bit too late there from Brad Colston. Maybe he wanted a first-time through ball, which is, I'm pretty sure that's what he intended to do, but play just took another touch.
Just so creative in the final third is Stingray. Always got something up his sleeve. And I'm sure any Ipswich Town fans that are watching will certainly enjoy seeing this man on the pitch. He's still up in that winter wildcards promo. One of the few players in the Premier League that's got 99 pace. Lofted in, Drogba looked slightly offside. Extra pass, finds Cole Palmer. What a little cancellation. Oh, Stingray! That is magnificent!
He's in his groove now, Brandon. He's found his feet in this game. The Drogba tried to knock it down. Mamouche keeps it alive, and then Cole Palmer here, the fake shot, the elastico. By the time Colston could even switch cursor, it was pretty much a guaranteed goal there from Stingray.
You can tell when a player's feeling confident when they're putting that out.
Yeah.
Didn't even need the extra skill within there from Cole Palmer, but it looked good.
Just to get the angle to get that shot in, it was important. 4-1 though, a massive turnaround. It was a great start from Villa initially, but Stingray and Ipswich turned it around very, very quickly.
Well, if you are an Ipswich Town fan, you are joining the broadcast, you can't really complain of what you've seen so far. It's your first time in the ePremier League. You've got two of the best players in the world. And you might be on your way to 6 points. You can just see to the left of us here in our second pod, there is another game taking place. You can catch it on our B stream over on the Premier League YouTube channel as Fulham take on Manchester United. You can see Fulham have just scored a goal. Looks like Lord Griffey there on the Xbox, picking up an important goal. You said Fulham could be causing a problem maybe in this group.
Yeah, I think they're underdogs in a way. I don't predict them to finish top of the group. I think that's a step too far. But in terms of causing a threat to the other competitors in this group specifically, I feel like they can do. Salmon incredible as well.
Back to this one though. That's the table as it stands now. Remember, finish top of the table, you go into the quarterfinals. Omri, 3 red time shots now. Well, we asked how are they getting on. It looks like Fulham are doing all right, Ryan.
Yep, 6 points as it stands. There's still a second half to be played in their game against Manchester United. We've got Stingray on the attack again, probing for another attack. Group stages, of course, is key to mention how important goal difference tends to become. It could be the difference.
Thundered off the ball. Question as well for you, those that are tuning in to the Premier League group stages. Thierry just offside. It's just not landing for him in the final thirds. Who would be the #1 pick in these Premier League teams? You've got 10 million coins to play with. Let us know at home. Who would be your first buy? That first big player. Update over here. You may have saw on the table.
Oh, that's lovely.
That there was not 6 points next to the side of Ipswich Town. That was because for a split second, we thought that we might have been seeing Aston Villa
one to concede.
Come back into the game. You see the ball bouncing around there.
Yeah.
3-1 they lead over on the PlayStation, 4-1 over here on the Xbox.
Is that onside this time? He might have actually
Look
got
at
it
the
back
time! And Thierry Henry, quickest to react there. It's been coming for a long time. He's been getting in the right areas. He's just been mistiming a few of the shots. That time, he doesn't need to time it.
Yeah, Coulson's been looking for that from the first whistle. That first time through ball, whether it's in the air or on the floor, you see it. Bruno Fernandes, you spoke about how important it is to have him in the team, and then Henry to finish it. Stingray not happy, but it's been coming, to be honest. That chance there, it's just been timing, whether or not he's been playing it a little bit too early or his player's taken an extra touch that he didn't intend to, but it gives Coulson a lifeline in this game.
Right, you've got 10 million coins. You're in the Premier League. Who's the first player in that team?
Mo Salah, team of the year item, 100%. I feel like he's a game changer, not just in real life, but on the game as well. What he offers for the price as well, I think is 100%.
So you're spending a third of your budget straight away on that man?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just coming over 3 million coins, that team of the year, Mohamed Salah. 96 rated, but seemingly is unbelievable. Right, we've got chances and goals going into both ends. Mark 11, 4-1, he leads. Not a bad debut in his ePremier League. Well, here's some of your suggestions from home. But for you, we'll be picking up, I'm presuming that'll be a team of the year icon, Thierry Henry, who, if you've seen what Brad Coulson's been able to create with him, you would, rightly so, think about getting Henry in the team.
In fairness, Henry's the favourite player I've used myself at home this whole year.
I mean, I know you're an Arsenal fan, Ryan, so
yeah,
you've surely got a bit of bias there.
It's the price, though. I feel like the price, it causes issues in other areas of the team here.
Team of the year, Salah. FPL champ, agreeing with you there, Ryan.
Ooh, that's a horrible red shot there. He's still got the ball, though, Stingray.
Niall, I think you could be... You might have had a typo there. You could get gold red, Timo Werner, but you'd also have a lot of coins left. Final 20 minutes here. As it currently stands, it looks like Ipswich Town are going to be picking up 6 points from 6 in their opening matchup. It's a clever lofted ball into Palmer, who can't quite get the loft on. There's been a big change over in the Fulham game. Finesse from distance! It's cold from Palmer. And it's great composure from Stingray, who just about knew he had enough time to arc that over.
That is a dreadful mistake. I don't think he's actually aimed the pass, but either way, playing it out like that is... You're asking for trouble. There could have been a potential route back into the game with 15 or so minutes left, but for me now, this is game done.
Vicario there, paying for that mistake. If you look back on that moment again there, Ryan, it's just a lapse of concentration. Did he need to rush it? Is it just really unlucky, or...?
I think when you're in a game and you're chasing with 15 minutes left, you kind of want to do things that are a bit more risky, and you try to play passes out quicker than you necessarily need to, and I think that's happened there for Brad. I think Coulson had time to wait and see if a better option came up.
Well, let's jump across. We are over on the PlayStation side of things with Mark 11. Unfortunately, this year there isn't actually going to be an Australian FC Pro Partner League, hence why you are seeing the likes of Mark 11 come over here to the ePremier League. And by the looks of it, he's quite enjoyed himself over it.
That's a horrible offside trap. Horrible.
I'm all surprised he didn't go for the extra pass.
Look here. Oh, that's bad. That's a bad offside trap. Maybe he gets like that when, yeah, chasing him.
Well, over here, Manchester United, Bruno Fernandes doing it in his club colours. And back over here.
Wow. Fair enough.
Thierry Henry getting a goal back. 2 goals behind is Brad Coulson.
He loves a bit of Route 1, doesn't he? FC, just like the
I mean, we saw it from a kickoff.
Yeah,
see from a kickoff.
That's from kickoff, yeah.
mean, that's one thing that we are going to see in the Premier League, as we are seeing so many different players, Ryan. You're going to see different play styles, aren't you?
Yeah. I think Stingray plays an unorthodox way as well, in fairness. Balls over the top. He's got Drogba in the team for a reason. But Henry's posed a huge threat.
Onto the door, Henry, score this, it's game on!
Wow. Wow, I said it would be game over.
Into a pause. And rightly so, we say here in full, there should never be a situation where Aston Villa should be back in this.
Yeah, the key there is triggering Thierry Henry in behind, but I think what Stingray does, he tries to pull at the defender to try and cut the passing lane off, and then it just leaves a bit of space. We got another goal in the featured game. 5-1 down Villa in this game, but they're in behind, managing to get the ball to Cole Palmer, cutting back inside, a ball roll and a finesse shot to that far post. 5-2, consolation goal, but it just cuts the goal difference a little bit there.
Yeah, very different scenarios there. I mean, I think Mark's game will finish slightly earlier than Stingray's one. I think Mark's got a 3-goal cushion there of 8 in-game minutes. I do not see him letting up and giving away those 3 points. However, in this one, we are in a pause at the moment. We are about to jump back into the game. There's 6 minutes left or so. And you sit there, Ryan, you think if Brad Colston was to have timed a few of those shots better in the first half, we could be looking at a very different game now.
Absolutely. It's been an up and down game, to be honest. We'll see the ending of this game live right now between Cameron Rock and Mark 11. It's pretty clear that Ipswich and Mark 11 will get their first 3 points on the board.
And look, I know he's 5-2 down. Penalty.
Yeah, maybe 5-3.
But if he could just grab a goal or 2 more, it could be massive in the goal difference.
It could be the difference. That's the thing. These moments, albeit you've lost the game, as I mentioned earlier, goal difference could play a key factor. Bottom corner there, 5-3.
It does something. I know right now it's not really what you want to hear when you're in a losing position. There won't be enough time. So what about, you can just see Mark there looking across at Stingray's game, making sure that he can get over the line, because there's only 1 goal between those two. If we can go back into it now, 2 in-game minutes left. I mean,
drop us offside.
Possession changes hands. Colston will have 1 big chance to maybe tie this game up and to snatch those extra 2 points away from Ipswich. Fabio Carvalho, by the looks of it, has just been subbed on. Begwall, Henry tried to turn away. That should do it though, Stingray. You'd like to think enough composure to see this out. 13 game seconds, he goes along with it. That should do us. Drop was actually going to get there. And we'll wait for the final whistle from the referee before we conclude the Xbox game. Stingray picks up 3 points. But in another one, it could have been slightly different. A full-time result in Mark's game as well. That's 6 points, and that's a perfect start for Ipswich.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what they intended to do. Getting 6 points on the board from a possible 6 against the strongest competitors in their group is a massive, massive statement. Game number 1 in the ePremier League.
Well then, that is round 1 concluded there. Massive points on the board for Ipswich Town. We're off for a quick break. When we get back, Aston Villa take on Fulham on the main stage here.
Yep, all yours.
All right.
Cool. Ready? Yep.
Yeah, here we go.
Combined.
Combined.
Salah.
Cole Palmer, innit?
No. Salah.
Haaland.
Well, Haaland had 36 goals.
I'm thinking Haaland. Gotta be Cole Palmer.
It's Palmer. Cole Palmer. Just Haaland.
Cole Palmer. No, you know what? I'll go Salah. Oh, for God's sake, yeah, of course.
Oh, of course it's Cole. Oh, my God. Of course it's Palmer.
Now, the easiest and most simple answer off the top of the head would be Chelsea.
Chelsea. I want to go Forest, you know, because Forest just signed loads of players.
Fulham?
You sure? No. I don't agree.
Fulham, final answer.
What? Oh my God,
You
I
wouldn't
told you
know,
breathe.
you
I told you breathe, but you just want to answer the question. That's all
I wouldn't have said that.
Oh. I don't feel bad because I was never going to guess it. So.
That was hard. That was hard.
Right, if you want more rewards, join in on the action on our EA Sports FC Twitch and YouTube channels to complete FC Pro Season 7. By watching 15 minutes of the EPL group stage, you're eligible to receive a 75+ player pick. Watch an hour and you can claim a Prime Gold Players Pack. All rewards are untradeable. For more information, go to www.fcpro.com. Welcome back to the ePremier League group stage. You are watching the scenes from the first round of fixtures. And what a first round of fixtures it was for the tournament's favourite Ipswich Town. They won 2 games out of 2, KC. And the other game, Fulham and Manchester United, the scores were settled.
Yes, no, they had 3 and 3 across the board, but for Ipswich, they came in as the #1 seed, and they're absolutely acting like it. But I was actually over there on the B stream, 2 very, very good matchups, and I will say, Lografi, it's his first time in this competition, was able to get the win over Manchester United's Holdinho, and Salman went up against Gossipik. Gossipik came out with the win.
Yeah, I mean, what a first round of fixtures that was, and you heard it right, there is a B stream, so you can keep up to date with everything that's going on here in our London studio. But look at the table, Ipswich Town, 2 wins for both players, Mark 11 and Stingray. Already a bit of a gap in the group.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of already taking it away, but it is important to note that everyone plays each other once. There are so many more games to go. We'll see if they can continue with the momentum.
And it's a really, really interesting dynamic as well, because you've got an Xbox and a PlayStation player representing the same club. So we've just seen Ipswich win on both Xbox and PlayStation and get 6 points. On the other perspective, it was Manchester United and Fulham. We'll start with the Ipswich highlights. There were goals galore, 5 goals on each of the Ipswich games, and what a finish that was.
Fantastic finish, green timed. Mark Levin, he doesn't even seem happy about scoring a goal there, but he did come out with a great performance. As we see the first goal here, I believe that was actually in the Lografi versus Holdinho matchup. Going back over to the Ipswich versus Villa game. Cole Palmer, faking. Oh, that is beautiful.
Cold. Absolutely cold by Cole Palmer. And you know what else was interesting about Ipswich?
What is that?
The coach, Zach Moore, was wearing a pink Ipswich strip with Stingray's name on the back. Now, I want a coach in the future who supports me like that. And then we're looking at the Fulham side of Manchester United as well. 3 points each for them, but so much still to play for here.
So much to play for. And that's interesting because half of them, it's their first time in the competition. The other ones are veterans. So they're it's a good matchup. And so we'll see how they fare in the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely amazing weekend here. Now, Mr. Brandon Smith, you are standing by somewhere in the studio and looking to interview one of our players.
Yes, thank you so much, FG and Case. We're going to catch up with someone who was in action in that first round at the ePremier League. Brad, welcome back. 5th year in the ePremier League. I know it wasn't the perfect start, but an extra 10 minutes in that game could have been a different story.
Yeah, felt quite, well, sort of unlucky anyway, you know. Stingray did kind of run away with it, but I did have my chances. A few red time shots as well. However, that is the game, you know. Sting had a good few goals and deservedly won the game, I'd say.
You play Fulham now. You play Lografi, who hasn't conceded a goal yet. He won 1-0, believe it or not. I can't remember the last 1-0 game I've heard on FC 25. What's your thoughts going into this one? Because you've got, what, 2 minutes? You're straight back into it.
Yeah. Well, I backed myself in this game. I backed myself to get the rest of the points, so hopefully we can do that. Stingray was the game which I looked at, which I thought hopefully I can pick up something. I didn't do so now I've got to try and get 9 points out of 9 for the next 3 games.
Absolutely. Well, Brad, look, I'll leave you to it, mate. Get yourself ready for the big one. We're going to throw to R3 now with FG and Redlac to break down some action here from the ePremier League.
Yes, thank you very much. You know what I love about Brad, by the way? He's still sticking with the claret and blue. He's a Burnley fan, but he's representing Aston Villa wearing the same kit. Redlac, welcome to the ePremier League. Welcome to R3. This is the segment where we learn so much about the game as casual players, and you specialise in this, which is why we've got you here.
I'm in my element, FG, you know. At home, I'm doing free kicks, corners all the time, so this is perfect for me, and I can't wait to get into it.
OK, so we're going to be talking about corners. So I'll tell you what, you grab the controller. It's interactive, so if you're watching at home, you can see exactly what Redlac is doing as we see an acrobatic goal from Erling Haaland in the first clip.
Yeah, so really good corner technique there from Douglas Luiz. Now, first things first, you're going to press L1 to select the target player. This will select Erling Haaland in the box, and then you want to do the input. Hold square for 2 to 3 bars of power. This will, you know, launch the ball towards the 6-yard box, and then you can sort of run around with Haaland. You don't need to take it straight away. You press square again. The input will then be delivered. Douglas Luiz crosses it in. Now, after this, you want to completely let go of the controller. And when the ball's coming towards you, hold L2 and hold circle for 3 bars.
And L2 is the acrobatic style, right, like this. So Erling Haaland's not got a play style plus in acrobatic, but he's got one of the silver ones, and that's quite clearly enough.
Yeah, and that's why he's so effective, because, you know, after the patch, FG, the headers, they're not as good. That's why you want to strike the ball in the air using that acrobatic playstyle.
Now, you're probably wondering at home why we're showing you a corner where there's not a headed goal. So what we'll do for you, and what Redlack's very kindly done, is he's found another clip. This one is with a headed goal, but the ball doesn't go straight into the box this time, does it?
No, so this time, Nicholas here against Yuval presses R1. We have a player come short, presses X to take it short. Now from here, L3 and R3 together to the player lock, then the normal circle shot. You don't need to hold L2 for that one, FG. You don't need acrobatic. Just a normal cross into the box with that player lock and then header.
They're doing player locks from corners. There's no chance for me. Redlack, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here. We're going to learn so much from you throughout the weekend. But for now, let's head over, shall we, to our casters in preparation for the next game. You're off to the B stream.
FG, there were never a chance. Just because you can't play a lot from a corner, there were never a chance. It was 0%, OK? Big games coming your way. Join with Case in the commentary booth. You had a decent look on Fulham just now. That's where we're going to be heading for our main game, Fulham versus Aston Villa. Will they be disappointed not to pick up 6 points against United in that last game?
I think definitely. If we're looking at Salman, he started off that game up 2-0. And so I will say, first 20 minutes of the game, I was unsure about how Salman was playing, maybe confidence, but then he got into it. I was like, okay, we're seeing the Salman that we know and we've seen outside of big LAN events. But then Gossipic did not give up at any point. He was able to bring it back. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a free kick that happened in that match. But
outside
it was
the right foot.
Beautiful,
Yeah.
absolutely beautiful.
I'll be honest, I'm sat there thinking, why is he lining up like that? Like, just instep, he's moved the goalkeeper, the entire net's there. What do I know? There's a lot of experience, a lot of ePremier League experience in these booths right now. You're looking at a 5 times ePremier League finalist in Brad Colston. Salman 3 times. We've seen Cameron Rock on this stage, but he's never quite had his shining moment. Aston Villa, could you say they've had the hardest test so far in this group? They've played against the #1 seed. Favourites in this game? You expected them to pick up all 6 against Fulham?
Yeah, I think so. I think that almost every single team in here is going to be worried about Aston Villa. Getting it out of the way, or worried about Ipswich, getting it out of the way is very, very important.
As we are underway here, you can see a pause straight away in this matchup, so we're going to be seeing a couple of changes coming your way. But it is Salman versus Cameron Rock where we turn our attention for the featured game here at the ePremier League 2025. If you're enjoying all the action, we do have a B stream on the YouTube channel of the Premier League where you can watch right now a big game between Manchester United and the debut of Newcastle United, Zach Taj in the ePremier League. Fulham kicking from left to right, all in white, and that's Bruno Fernandes straight down the throat of Emi Martinez as Cameron Rock with a nice big breath out, just sort of saying, what is happening here? Come on.
A lot of attacking situations going into those first couple of minutes here against Cameron Rock. But he's been in this seat before. He's been at the biggest stages of competition. And so if I were to guess, out of all the competitors in this competition, he's probably not the most nervous. It's interesting, though, in the 4 players in this A stream here, only one of them hasn't played in the ePremier League before.
Absolutely. Frank Lampard just on the edge of the box here. He's been quite a popular pick in these squad restrictions that the players have had to adhere to. Beautiful play on the edge of the box. Salman twisting and turning. Mo Salah rifles it in the top right corner. A really, really good opening 12 minutes here from Fulham.
Great opening there from Salman, and it's good because obviously he's not going to be happy with that first round of matchups that he had, but coming into this one strong is going to be so important for his motivation and confidence as we see the replay here for Fulham and Salman into Mo Salah, twisting and turning across the goal, and he's able to make it 1-0 against Aston Villa.
So having a look across the stage, that other match taking place right now, both players locked in, not a lot happening there to my knowledge between Brett Coulson and Lord Griffey. This is what we've jumped over to on the Xbox right now. There is, as I said, not a lot happening, 0-0 between these two. Lavia in the centre of the park alongside his Chelsea teammate in Cole Palmer. There's a lot of picks that are very similar. Palmer, Salah, Marlon.
Bruno.
There's a few in there that Thierry Henry, not super picked, probably because of the price tag.
Probably. No, it's interesting. I find it wherever they put the most coins, whether it's in the attack, whether it's in the defense, there's some players out there, their 2 center backs are over 3 million coins. And so you really have to be picking and choosing about where you want to allocate those funds.
10 million coins. Everyone at home right now, let us know on YouTube, on Twitch, who would you want in that team? Which player is a guarantee? Who's going to be in that starting 11? Who's going to be the captain? Who's leading you to ePremier League glory? This is a very interactive show. We always try and keep that conversation up with you at home as well.
Yes, I do have the chat in front of me, so feel free to let us know your opinions. We're ready for it.
Steve McManaman coming down this right-hand side. Whipped past Plus, but with the right back high, that leaves Son quite a lot of room to go into here if Brad Coulson can capitalise on it, which he can. Son's got the pace to get away. Travella cross into the box. What a touch, that's got to be a pen. Lenny Yoro bringing him down. Yellow card for Low Griffey. And Brad Coulson just taking his time here, stepping up from the spot. Bruno Fernandes over it. Big save, Low Griffey read him.
Massive, massive save. That would have been a fantastic start for Colston in this first half of competition in the second round of this group, but unfortunately could not put it in the back of the net.
Thierry Henry on the finesse, good save from Petr Cech. Let's have a look at that. It was in the corner, but it didn't.
It wasn't all the way.
Too much power.
Yeah.
A lot of confidence though from Brad Coulson. Or Colstonaldo. Yeah, it's not. I'll be honest, it's not going to stick for me. It's Brad Coulson.
There we go.
We know you want goals here at the ePremier League, and that is what we can deliver to you, because Aston Villa and Cameron Rock have got one back here against Salmon. Looks like it came from a set piece. Looks to be like a corner that's whipped in. Just been watching R3 with FG and Red Light. Daniel Marwan giving Luis Skelly a run for his money, but the youngster does well, and a big switch of play to nobody. You can see the table as it stands right now, with Ipswich taking a round out. Man United winning both games at the moment versus Newcastle. So that will be United on 9 points. 1-0 and 2-1, their 2 scores respectively. Fulham come forward to open the deadlock here. Low Griffey, twisted and turning inside the box with Marlon. Can he create that space? Beautiful dribbling here. He's waiting, then the speed boost out. Going towards the byline, it's beautiful, but Frank Lampard just gets a thigh on it to put it over the crossbar.
Wow, the patience in that attacking opportunity was just so impressive there from Low Griffey as he took the corner short. Lampard dribbling it in and not able to intercept.
Too congested in there when he came in from the corner. It didn't really look like he had any idea of what he wanted to execute on that corner. As we are approaching half-time in the second round, this is Group A of the ePremier League. What you can expect today, all of Group A and Group B to be finalised, with the top seeded team who finishes first in the table. They will progress straight into the quarter-finals of the ePremier League when we come back in 3 weeks' time. Let's have a look what else is happening here between Aston Villa and Fulham. It looks like Villa might have taken the lead here, Case.
It does, as we see Aston Villa green timed across the goal. Cameron Rock happy with that one as he celebrates with his coach. But I think it's a good start for Cameron Rock here in the ePremier League today.
I mean, if you look back at those 2 games that he played previously, the 2 games that Aston Villa played previously in that last round against Ipswich, 5-4 loss against Stingray for Cameron Rock, and then a 5-3 loss for Mark 11. So, and both games were really close. Like, there was a bit of a lead, and then Villa came back and got into the game, and just that little bit of experience pulling Ipswich through in the end to get maximum points from their first matchup. However, there was a lot to be impressed about from Aston Villa as Cameron Rock leads against Salmon. Keane looking to fire it in with that ping pass plus. There's Marmouche up against Haaland. Yes, you heard me correctly. A centre-back Haaland. One of the best defenders in the game.
Expensive, though.
Very expensive. Keane through to Marmouche. Extra pass to Salah. He's pulled it wide with the precision shooting.
That's tough, because he did have the space for that opportunity, and to miss a goal like that, that is an equalizer that you need going into the second half.
We're approaching half-time between Fulham and Aston Villa. With only 4 group games in total, you have to pick up points. Second time around here for Villa and Fulham. We do have that matchup taking place between Newcastle United and Manchester United, as you can see just here, actually. And let's have a look at some of the goals that have been happening in this particular matchup. Man United leading 2-1. It looks to be an equaliser. Bergvall into Palmer. And that's 2-2 approaching half-time. What we've got happening here, this was a Man United goal. Drogba. Talk to me about that Didier Drogba, because he's expensive. Would he be in your team if you were to make a squad?
I don't think so. I was actually speaking to Stingray, which obviously we know he loves a Drogba, and I just don't play the way that he does, and I think that that's just his vital player. He's always going to get it to Drogba. I like to maybe utilize more agile players up top. I like the idea of a Marmouche up top. I think I would go more that route.
Yeah, no City bias coming through.
Yeah, none at all. None at all.
We like Foden and Doku as well.
Maybe.
Cole Palmer with the finish. That's Fulham leading 1-0. Low Griffith breaking the deadlock.
Now, Rich, you asked the chat which players they want to see in their team, and I'm going through it. We see a lot of Salahs, we see a lot of Brunos, which #1 most chosen player in all of these squads. A couple Henrys they want to spend on those, and so I'm liking these choices, chat.
Yeah, I think we will be able to highlight a few of those players very shortly indeed. But that's a big goal. 60 minutes on the clock, and we have to remind you, we're all playing 6-minute halves. If you've watched any of the FC Pro action this season, it's all been 9 minutes. So now we're going back to 6. We're playing 1 leg of action as well in the groups. The game can quickly get away from you if you go 1, 2, 3 goals down. So keeping these games tight, keeping them really, really sort of within touching distance all the time is important. As you see, Grassroots Stam being a formidable 4 there. Thierry Henry with the finish just wide of the goalkeeper's reach. Numero foot Madison just for the celly.
Just for the celly, I like it.
Speaking of darts, I saw Zach Moore play some darts last night.
Yeah?
And he actually brought his own darts.
Oh, wow.
He brought them from home.
Serious?
Yeah. Mystic Jack, team of the year Cole Palmer. I think he's going to be a very, very popular pick across all of our players here in London. Team of the year Casillas. I'm not sure if you read the brief. Did you ever have a spell?
I don't know if that will work in the current squad restrictions.
Because we are playing in the ePremier League, it has to be heroes or icons who have featured or played in the Premier League era as well. Or active right now players in the league. You see the Group A table as it stands right now. I'm hearing 2-0, Man United, and 2-2, the score lines right now. After 2 games, Villa will be quite disappointed with only 3 points from 12. It's quick math, that.
And they also still have Ipswich, last match of the day, and so it's going to be a tough route if they're not able to get some points here, because we mentioned how there's so many rounds that go on, but if you start to go down rounds 1, 2, you're looking at the rest of the rounds really having to just climb your way back up.
There's also only so many points to play for. Like, realistically, if Ipswich then come out and win both games again, first is done. They can't catch. So it does become like, even though we're only in the 2nd game of this group, it does matter so much in the grand scheme of things.
Especially because the most important aspect of today is getting that #1 spot. And so the further you get away from that #1 in the group, It's going to be very, very difficult. Again, we don't say goodbye to any competitors in the competition today, which is fantastic, but it is a coveted #1 spot that every single team is trying to get.
We do have a big, big goal here between Manchester United and Newcastle. This is on the Xbox. This is Yuminova Zaktaj, Alpha House in his first ever ePremier League, taking the lead 3-2. Fulham still leading, 1-0 here. Against Aston Villa, Frank Lampard on the edge of the box. Can he create something magical? Fired into Marlon. Henry on the finesse. Big save from Petr Cech. Does get a corner with 6 minutes left to play. There's instructions coming in there for Cameron Rock from a very, very well-experienced coach in the scene, Venny. As you see our London set here. Both games taking place simultaneously in the group.
Lots of very experienced coaches here
Yeah.
in the ePremier League. I'm seeing lots of faces, people that we've seen play in the ePremier League in the past. We have a previous champion coaching later on, and so definitely a lot of talent behind the players in the competition.
How do you feel as though some of these players that have played in ePremier Leagues 2, 3, 4 years before, they must still get nervous there, because when you run through the winners of the ePremier League, it's a very short list. Like we've had Tex, who's won it twice, and then you look back, Stokes, he's been there, he's won it. The team that won it in 2022, both Damian Goalpoacher, not playing this year in the ePremier League. Shells, who won it in 2021, didn't qualify this year. And then you go back to that, Tom Lees, yeah, he's going to be here, but it's a difficult tournament to win.
It really is. There's so many competitors. It's a team competition as well. You're not just going out there for yourself 1v1, so you really have to rely on a great teammate as well. And so to win that, it really does mean everything.
I mean, we could play together. You could get 0, I could get 12.
Right.
Probably likely happen. And
you mean I would get 12 and you would get 0?
Yeah. And it doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things. You have to both pick up points together.
It's a team effort for sure.
So seeing Fulham with a high press here, Salmon itching to get back into this game. Lampard onto Hazard. Trent Alexander-Arnold stands him up, and Palmer comes back and helps out defensively as well. Big goals flying in all over the place here. Aston Villa from the corner. Henry at the near post. It's scrappy, but he won't care one bit, and Colston's back in the game.
Right off, the goalkeeper comes back. Honestly, it doesn't matter how it goes in, but those goals are so important to make your way through these groups.
A pause there is being cued by Salmon. We're heading into the final closing moments here. Will we get a winning goal? Carvalho inside the box, Cech with a big left paw to put that out. The last corner he had, he scored it. Will there be success once again for Aston Villa? Not sure the set pitch coach is going to be at the side of the pitch like in real life, but it's a short one. It's played into Lampard. Into the box, he can't go backwards here. Kirkes into Euro. Finds a pass, big foul! Huge save from Petr Cech. He's got one more roll of the dice here. Colston to take 3 points away from Low Griffith, to snatch it away from Fulham. Hudson-Odoi. Bruno Fernandes is the edge of the box there. Carvalho into Euro. Big foul! Oh, that will do us.
That will do us. And I will say, this is Low Griffith's first ePremier League. First round, 3 points. Second round, 1 point. He's undefeated in the second round.
Look at that. The two sides of the stage. Colston, head in hands. That game was there to be won.
Absolutely, a goal was there. But as we speak about goals, there's another one over on the PlayStation side, looking like it is going to be green across the goal. Malin, that makes it one more for Cameron Rock.
Yeah, he's starting to pull away here from Salmon. 3-1. There's Aston Villa. Best case scenario, 4 points from the opening 2 games at this point. They both individually lost against Ipswich. But with Cameron Rock leading at the moment, with only 10 minutes left to play, they look to be getting some points on the board here. Those two matches still going head-to-head between Manchester United and Newcastle. We'll bring you a full roundup of those results with FG very shortly indeed. Talk to me about what we've seen just there from Salman in this game. I mean, he came in as one of sort of the players that might not have done it on land, but online, really, really good. How will he be feeling after these first couple of games?
Yeah, it's a tough two first games. After the first round, he was up in that one, and then he unfortunately conceded that free kick, and it was too late in the game to come back. And so coming into this one, we knew it was going to be difficult. Cameron Rock, fantastic competitor, and so it could have gone either way, but he is coming potentially out of these two rounds with 0 points. Luckily for his teammate, he is still undefeated, and so he's able to hang in there. But we need Salman to potentially get some more points into these next coming rounds, because it's going to be very, very important if they want to somehow make their way up that group.
Absolutely. 4 points on the board for Aston Villa. Manchester United and Newcastle United both wrapping up the ePremier League 2025. Group A rolls on right after this.
Welcome to the grand final of the ePremier League 2024 between Brighton and Manchester City.
This is it, Manchester City! It's a very nervy grand final, this one, as Manchester City lead Brighton by a goal to nil. He's edging closer and closer, driving forward. That's brilliant from Bernardo. And that will do us Manchester City, ePremier League champions!
My goodness, last year was an absolutely fantastic year for these guys right here. Manchester City, welcome back to Tex and Matthias Bonanno. Mati, we'll start with you. I mean, you're coming back here, you're the reigning champion. Is there a little added pressure there in this situation?
No, I don't feel the pressure for we are the reigning champions, but we need to win again. So I don't care the past, I care the present. So we need to win again.
Now you are in Group B. Who would you say is your biggest competition in your group?
I don't know. We have a lot. We have a good opponents, but I don't care about the opponents. I care about our gameplay. So let's see what happens.
All right. Well, Tex, welcome back again, two-time champion. So is it going to be a third, three-time?
I hope so, but the competition's way harder this year. So we will see. But if we win our games, I'm sure if we play well, we can be champs.
Well, talking about your games, first matchup is against Chelsea. Is that a difficult one? What are your thoughts on that?
Professional answer. Every game is difficult. So I could come out and lose 2-0. Every game's as hard as each other. So hopefully I just win the game.
Now, very specific question for you. I was looking at your draft. Your center back pairings, 3.5 million coins. Is it worth it to put all those in your defense?
Yeah, there's no good attackers in the budget other than Henry, but he's too expensive for me. So there's no good attackers, so I might as well spend it all on defenders and hope I can see no goals.
All right, well, we will see if the reigning champions can do it again, and for Tex, maybe a third time. But I am ready for it. You guys are competing later, so I'll let you sit back and relax and watch this Group A. But guys, stick around because I believe that, you know, Richard and a few people over there are ready for you. So let's get to it. I want to see the games.
Few people. A few people. It's only me. Thank you very much to Tex. It's been a while, mate. How are you? We've got our own special handshake.
That was good, that.
That was pretty solid. Yeah. Took a while. Listen, let's take a look at the results, shall we, from what we've just seen in Group A. Fulham against Aston Villa on our main stream. I mean, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? A draw and then a 3-1 win for Cameron Rock.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big result for Cameron Rock when you consider it. You look at the game that he played first. Salmon, a lot of chat about him coming in and being sort of a top player. I mean, when you look at the other game that took place as well, United and Newcastle,
It was on the B stream, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, I didn't catch it too much.
Redlack, you're connected up. Why don't you talk us through what you just saw?
Well, I guess I'm a reporter for today. We've seen Alpha House pick up a huge win, as well as Gossipitch stretching it from 3 points to 6 out of 6. And yeah, really good performances from those two guys in the first match.
It's like Gillette Soccer Saturday. That is absolutely brilliant. We're looking at the highlights here of the Newcastle game we were just saying.
Brandon costs too much. You can't. It's Brandon commentary only.
I mean, Brandon looked really confused then.
He did.
We're trying to use the whole studio here in London today. But it was a massive result, and this one as well, the Fulham-Aston Villa game, 3-1, and this was the goal at the end.
Green time across the goalkeeper. I'll be honest, it feels really cagey in here. Like, just as it feels quite tense. Do you not think?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it doesn't feel really tense for Ipswich, though, because they've got 6 points so far.
And United,
and Manchester United as well, 6 points. But, of course, 2 losses for Manchester United.
Yep. It's better than I thought they would do, though. I'll be honest. I didn't really know too much coming into it, and they're picking up points throughout. And I think over 4 games, 6 points out of 12. I reckon they take that.
I mean, listen, to be honest with you, look, there's a long way to go, and nobody gets eliminated here, but that top place is super important. The people who are in the top place, Ipswich, have got a couple of games in hand, and we had the pleasure of catching up with them recently, so let's head over there.
First time, first seed, works out pretty well.
It means we avoid Man City and Liverpool if they top their group until the final, so it's a very good thing.
It's just a number at the end of the day. I've got pretty hard games on like the PlayStation sides. I've got like one of the hardest groups, I'd say, for like my own console.
You know, thankfully the Xbox side isn't too good, so hopefully it should be 12 out of 12.
If we are identical at least, I'll say 2 a game each, it's a concern.
We're 2 of the best attacking players in the world. Hopefully we should score some goals, and if we don't, I mean, there's going to be big issues. I've been at the Footballs HQ with Mark. just, you know, trying to get some chemistry up.
He's showing me some freakish stuff to do, so I'm taking some tips off him and have to invert it to my beautiful game that I play.
I mean, after performing a daylight robbery against him in the second week of Pro Open, I feel like I kind of owe him one, you know, to go win the tournament and give him the World Cup spot.
But now we're here, hopefully I can do it too.
For me, an underrated team would be Nottingham Forest. They were Luton last year, they were in the semi-finals.
Spurs are very underlooked at, I'll go with Spurs.
I'll be honest, for me, there's no teams I want to avoid. I mean, maybe Liverpool, because obviously they've got Lex and Manny Bashir, two incredible players.
No, I'm just got to win the group and then win the whole tournament. Anything other than that is a failure, unfortunately.
Well then, here we go. Round 3 underway of this Group A. And at the moment, this could look quite simple for Ipswich Town. Brandon Smith and Redlac here on the commentary desk. You've been in this tournament 4 times before. Does it feel a bit weird this year, watching it from this angle and through this lens?
Yeah, I feel like my match is up next, but it's not. You know, I'm just watching my close friends play each other, and it's going to be a really exciting day today.
Will you be wanting West Ham to do well or Nottingham Forest?
Nottingham Forest.
Nottingham Forest?
Yeah. My most recent club, of course. Close friends there as well, so.
It couldn't have gone any better, right? You've left that club, but 2 of your best mates have gone in there.
Yeah, it's a good switch, really. I sort of helped them get in. Forest are really keen to, you know, get involved with the ePremier League scene, so it's a good match.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have you here on the commentary this time round to give us all the insight. Again, you can get any questions in the chat for Redlac, still a current pro player. He'll be featuring one of the other FC Pro partnered leagues this year. However, let's turn our attentions to round 3 in Group A. And in our featured matchup, it's going to be Newcastle United against Ipswich Town. We will be kicking off with Alpha House against Stingray as our featured matchup. But then we will be jumping, of course, across to Actual Emperor against Mark 11. What an opportunity this is, Redlac, for Ipswich to go and get 6 more points on the board. And if they do that, we're looking at a 6-point gap already, potentially, from first to second.
I think it's up to them from now. Like, you know, they've beat the second-seeded team in this group stage, and I think they're just going to keep making the gap bigger, and when they're doing that, it's impossible to catch them.
Do you think they feel any pressure coming into this? They're the #1 ranked seed. People are speaking about them. People are expecting a certain level of performance. As a pro yourself, do you think about that much, or do you not?
Yeah, I think I give myself too much pressure. You know, a lot of pro players in the UK do that, and it can make you play worse. Now, one thing I'm going to highlight, Alpha House, in that first game, he's picked up 3 points, and now that's going to do a world of good for him, because I know he sort of worries and wants to do as best as he can. He's done really well there. Can he bring it into this game versus Stingray?
Well, this is his first time in the Premier League, Alpha House. I've seen him a few times in different online competitions. He came through on Wicked Wednesdays and played pretty well there, but he seemingly has a great community that follows him online. What an opportunity this could be for him, but he's playing against one of the best players in the world right now, who's off to a great start in his FC Pro season, obviously qualifying for that World Championship, and he's sort of running into a Stingray who's on fine form. What was it, 2-3 weeks ago, he's playing at the FC Pro Open.
Yeah, and I since played him in the Cup, the Regional Cup, where I lost. So yeah, really good player, and the world rankings aren't lying at the top. Really high, and yeah, one of the best players in the world for sure.
What would Alpha House need to do to disrupt the flow of a player like Stingray?
He needs to get the lead.
Early.
100%, because if Stingray takes the lead, it's a mountain to climb, and Alpha House has the ability, but can he score some goals today?
Well, let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this matchup overall? Newcastle United or Ipswich Town? We'll get a poll triggered in the chat, so you can have your say at home. Speaking of Ipswich, we are looking at Bruno Fernandes finding the feet of Didier Drogba, who's been an absolute goal machine. Quick 1-2, he's offsides. And Alpha House knows he slightly might have got away with that one, but brilliant build-up from Stingray there. It was like headers and volleys in the box. Let's jump across to his teammate, Mark 11, who by the looks of it, is kicked off with an important early goal. 11 minutes into the game, it's Mohamed Salah, the 3 million coin man. He seems like he's a must-have in these teams.
Yeah, Mark 11's been raving about him, saying Mohamed Salah at striker is the one, and he's showing that. Do you know, as a pro player, I'm rarely, you know, excited by a goal. That goal there for Mark 11, really good. The build-up's perfect, the step over cancels, finding the pass and scoring that 1-0 goal.
Both these two players, Redlac, seem very expressive in the final third in terms of they're happy to do a skill move there. The micromanagement of cancellations, the timing of pulling out X, Y, and Z animation or skill move seems to be perfect. Is it just one thing that we can expect from them?
Yeah, I think it's that personality to have the confidence to pull out them skills.
Speaking of Alpha House, what a chance that was with Eric Cantona. I mean, you're not going to get a better chance than that. The first time through ball was perfect. It caught Stingray completely off guard. And if we're being really critical there, could he have maybe timed the shot, or did he just expect the shot to go in?
I think from my point of view, he should have shot a bit earlier. When the keeper was charging towards him, there was that space, because as a goalkeeper, you can't run out and make a save at the same time, you know. And as on the way out, I would have took the shot. But a really promising attack there from Zach from Alpha House.
Here's Delap, one of the only Ipswich Town players that you might see feature in these E-Premier League teams. His winter wildcard that's got 99 pace. Speaking of Delap now, can he get the angle of the shot? No, instead just delays and recycles it back round the other way. Still goalless here. You cast your mind back to the game against Aston Villa that Stingray did play. He went 1-0 down early doors, then actually went 4-1 up by half-time. The game finished 5-4. He did win the game, but defensively, he does leak a few goals. William Saliba there. Gives away a free kick. This could be a golden chance now. These are so important if you get them right. The most picked player in these E-Premier League teams, Bruno Fernandes, will step over it. If you get this right, it should be a destined goal. Here's Bruno Fernandes. Can he score? Yes! He can!
Well, Brandon, with Stingray on the free kick, Zach Moore in his corner, I had no doubt about that. Guaranteed goal, in my opinion. Not much Alpha House can do, just don't give away the foul on the edge of the box.
Can you stop free kicks going in?
It's really hard. You're looking to try and get as many people in the wall as possible, maybe moving the keeper, making the kick taker confused, maybe put someone on the line. There's a lot of things you can do, but sometimes you can't stop Stingray's goal.
Quick update over here as well. Mark 11 of Ipswich Town has found a second on the PlayStation. Daniel Mallon goes the near side of the goalkeeper and still squeezes it through. But just back to the free kick conversation there, Redlack. We say it in commentary a lot more, but they are as good as a penalty if you get them in the right area.
Yeah, I think all the different types of outside foot, inside foot, maybe a knuckle shot, all them different types of shots can make pretty much every situation round the edge a near enough goal.
Quick corner comes in, front post flick on. Oh, Didier Drogba went for an acrobatic effort. Well, let's quickly check in next door with our other game if we can. Remember, there is a B stream here at the Premier League. You can catch it on the YouTube channel of the Premier League, where you will be able to see Aston Villa take on Manchester United. We are hearing that Aston Villa are looking pretty dangerous. 7 minutes in, Thierry Henry finding a second, and it's like one copy of the other, because Aston Villa are looking to take maximum points from this game. When you start to look at Manchester United's first 3 games here, Redlack, it doesn't look great.
I think they've done well to get 6th. I think Gossipich is really showing up, and like we've mentioned before, Gossipich is becoming an E-Premier League regular. He's here more often than not, and I think he thrives in this sort of environment. With his personality, it really suits him, and he's showing how good he really is.
Oh, absolutely, look. Chance comes in for Drogba, fantastic little shift from right to left. Stingray finds a second, and the goals start flying in for Ipswich Town. We'll see it again on the replay. Talk me through this moment. What does he do here, just to switch the ball from right to left?
Yeah, I think he's just waiting to see will the keeper move, does, and then instead of shooting in that open near post, he knows that Alpha House has to overcommit to try and defend it. I think it's an R1 dribble, Brandon. Straight into the gap, and it's a goal.
Goal over here, Actual Emperor, who you would have seen in previous years in the Premier League, first time in a Newcastle shirt. Did get one back, didn't mean too much though, because Ipswich Town are quite enjoying a free kick. That's 2 they've scored across both games. Just back to the point about Manchester United, I do stand and correct myself. You are right, Gossipich, he's 6 points from 6 at the moment, but unfortunately for his teammate, Aldinho, he hasn't been able to get on the board yet, winning ways. The one thing that these players do have on their side, Alfie, is that, look, you played in this E-Premier League last year, you played in this exact same format, you do get a second chance. You come back in 2 weeks' time. If you're not perfect in the group stages, no one gets eliminated.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really good for motivation for all these players. Whether you're 4th, 3rd, maybe 5th in the group, you're coming back in 2 weeks, and you might be able to change that around.
We can just see a little snippet there of Manchester United there. Looks to be Gossipich just leaning back in his chair. He wasn't too happy because he was 2-0 down last time. We saw that, which by his own account and his own standards is Not been to the level that he showed us in his opening 2 games. Slight problem as well for Manchester United. They've still got to play Ipswich, who at the moment look to be running away with the group and the headlines, which was expected from them. Keep an eye on Delap there. Can he pull away from Pedro Porro? That's his winter wildcard team. It seems like in these ePremier League teams, Redlac, the one area that's maybe had a few question marks is that right-back spot.
Yeah, I've seen a few people using Trent Alexander-Arnold, a few people using Conor Bradley. It's a problem position in this squad builder because there's 10 million coin budget. Who would you use, Brandon? Because I think it's really hard to decide on someone.
We'll come back to that in a split second. Cantona times it green. Does get fortunate there with the save from Van der Sar. I was going to say potentially Maicon.
Yeah.
Could be an interesting show. Obviously, heroes that have played in the Premier League are allowed in these teams. A brand new hero this year as well is Maicon. So he would offer you a lot of pace. And he can play in a different position as well.
Can he? What?
I'm pretty sure I've played him right wing before.
Right wing? Well, it makes sense. He's so powerful and quick. And I think when you get the ball to a winger or a fullback like that, you know, Brandon, you'll know with the forward runs yourself, like, when you play in the forward runs, it makes the defence drop. You can basically keep your attacks so potent because you're pushing their line back and you're getting more chances than not because you're in their box so often.
We did ask you at home who you think is going to come out on top in this game. I mean, let's see if you guess right. Yeah, 85% of you said the Ipswich Town were going to win. And your prediction's been pretty spot on at the moment. Cole Palmer, great little link up there of cancellations from Alpha House. There has been moments in the final third where he has looked really dangerous. If you don't take that 1 or 2 chances and you don't score first, as you said, Redlac, next thing you know, Stingray scored 1 or 2 and you're in a scenario like now where you've really got to go for the game.
Yeah, I think the quality is showing from both sides of the Ipswich camp because they're looking so good.
Update over here. Actual Emperor finding another one here. There's the finesse plus play style of Heung-min Son. I'm sure you would have all experienced that at home in Weekend League at some point or another. He is Mr. Finesse. And he scored a massive goal there. Actual Emperor only 1 goal behind against Mark 11 now. Ipswich Town 3-2 up on the PlayStation. Still 2-0 up here over on the Xbox. Marmouche. Time green finesse. That could have caused a problem. Chance to break away on a counter-attack. Keep an eye on that play a lot. You just see the manual defending there of Yapstam. Dink over the top. And it just about finds a way in. If we can see that again on the replay a second, Red, talk me through that goal, because he did very well. That was a little bit of a mind battle between the two players. You saw them both just trying to track each other's runs. You see it here, the attack starts now.
It's the player lock, isn't it, from Alpha House? And he's going side to side. Which one's he going to make? Triggers Bruno Fernandes using L1. Stingray looks lost with the goalkeeper. Is he going to come and get it? Is he not? I think Alpha House is using L2-R2 circle there to get up early and win the header before the goalkeeper.
You mentioned the input there. What does it mean? The L2-R2 circle.
It's a header on demand. So you're going to head the ball when you press it. So normally, maybe if you press circle, you'd head it after that.
There's no delay.
No, there's 0 delay. Even if you're not going to win the header, your player will try to because it's header on demand.
Hang on a minute! Newcastle United aren't quite done yet. They are doing everything they can to make this not as simple as it could be for Ipswich Town here. Eric Cantona, it might not be in everyone's teams in the Premier League, but he's still a good enough striker to make that happen. Someone you know very well, goalpost there, just in the background, coaching Newcastle United. He was a teammate of yours last year with Nottingham Forest. What does he add to this Newcastle team?
Well, he's only young, but he's got so much experience. He's played at all top events, the Premier League many times. He's even won this event, Brandon, in 2022. So, yeah, really good, a lot of experience. He'll be helping both of them players. into the latter stages of this match. But one thing I want to bring up, is that what they call the commentator's curse, Brandon? Because just as I was talking about how good Ipswich have been, they're slipping.
Well, we have just seen Zach Moore clap his hands in the background there of Mark 11. That can only mean, sorry, one thing, that Stingray's probably scored another goal, which if that is the case, he has pulled away from Alfaus with another goal. Yes, it looks to be the case. The ball goes all the way out to the Ipswich forward into La Marmouche. Cuts it back in, and look, I'm not sure how the keeper didn't get something on that, but he will not care. Didier Drogba putting Ipswich 3-1 up over on that side. Over on this side, though, Newcastle looking for a match winner. Why not? What's it like in this moment where you're chasing the game, you're 3-1 down, you get back in 3-3, you've suddenly got all this momentum and confidence?
I think for me, Brandon, it's nerve-wracking because if you're looking at AE here, he has no pressure on him because he's not expected to win this game. It's Mark 11 with all the pressure because Ipswich Town, #1 seed, you're expecting him to win this match, pick up the 3 points, and it's 3-3 with only 14 minutes to go.
Look at that on the table, by the way. If you are wondering why the goal scored and the point tally is so strong from Aston Villa, they are 5-0 up in one game and 2-0 up in the other. Manchester United haven't been able to score a single goal past the claret and blue side. I mean, we knew these two teams were probably going to be the favourites in this group, Red Lad, but that really shakes this group up even more, especially in this drawing situation that we find ourselves in with Ipswich.
Well, Ipswich are showing a glimpse of a weakness here, whilst Aston Villa are putting Manchester United to bed, picking up them points. The only thing, Brandon, is that 6-point deficit from that round 1. I don't know if they'll be able to catch up.
Hang on a minute. Oh, this is beautiful, Newcastle! Might have just found a match winner with 8 minutes left on the clock. There was moments there you thought he was going to tease the finesse shot of Heung-min Son. And eventually it still happened. You just see here a little interchange. McAllister and Heung-min Son. You think maybe there's a finesse from that far out, but he just continues his run and then gets the finish inside the box.
Tell you what, Brandon, that build-up is sublime. Picked the right passes, was patient, found that finesse shot around the goalkeeper. And AE might upset Mark 11 here.
8 minutes left in that game. Off the back of losing 3-1 to Manchester United of Gossipik in his last game. What a chance this is for Acho Emperor. He was a bit of an ePremier League veteran. Full-time result over here, though. Stingrays has been untouched. He's 2 wins from 2. 6 points from 6 on his side of this Ipswich team. Now we'll quickly turn his attentions to his teammate to see if he can try and push him through in these last 8 in-game minutes. We're just restarting it now. There was a little pause after that goal went in for Newcastle. Let's see if Mark can pull this one back. It's his first time in the Premier League. I mean, doesn't really need any more of a introduction. He's already had a 3-time Australian League winner. Run-up in the World Championships a few years back, one of the best players in the world on his day. And he will create, he will get a chance. It's just if he can defend. Mohamed Salah! 3 minutes is all it took for Ipswich to get back in it.
It's Mark 11 for you. A goal scorer. All he needs is one chance, and he got that chance. And I feel like, Brandon, we knew he was going to get a chance. Whether he'd score, you never know that. But really good play. And look at that. It's Mo Salah on his right foot.
Well, I mean, he's hyping him up, wasn't he?
As you can see on the budget, he's gone all in on Mo Salah at striker. And now a lot of people have got Henry, Cantona, maybe Marmouche, Drogba. Mark 11 has stuck by the Egyptian king, Mo Salah, and it's paid dividends.
Well, he's only got one icon in his team, right?
Yeah, and it's the goalkeeper.
A lot of players will naturally just fall into the usual trap of wanting to go for an icon forward. Whether that's Drogba, Cantona, Thierry Henry. We're not done yet. 2 minutes left in this one. Is there one more big chance for either of these two to snatch all 3 points? Ipswich might even get the last chance. And Buemo all the way back there. Added time of 2 minutes. Look at the space on the far-hand side. If he wants to try and find that huge through ball, instead play short.
Really good foul. Newcastle with a great foul there, because that just stops the play, Brandon, slows it down when Ipswich did have that counter-attack on show.
Bergvall. Saliba, Ipswich still want the perfect ePremier League performance in their debut ePremier League season. McAllister, we've overplayed the time already, but can they find the chance? No, they can't. It's frustration for Mark 11. He wanted the unbeaten streak of winning every single game, but it's not been able to happen. It's 4 points from 6. Yes, they're unbeaten, Red Lap, but by their own standards, they wanted to win every single game.
Yeah, like you said, the two players there so high in the world rankings, they'll be expecting to win every single game, and they've still got a healthy lead on second place, but Mark 11 naturally frustrated there. Stingray picking up another win.
Well, let's jump across, if we can, to our B stream. One game's concluded, handshakes between the two. There's Cameron Rock that picked up a result on Gossipik of Manchester United. That was his first defeat. Over here, though, we got 8 minutes left, and this would be Brad Colston's first win in the Premier League. It's 5th time here.
Yeah, I think he needs that, you know. He's a confidence player. If he picks up 1 win, he might go and get 2, 3. So it's a big 7 minutes. You'd expect him to hold it out with that 3-goal lead.
How are you thinking the Holdinho's feeling as well? It's his third defeat, unfortunately, back-to-back. He hasn't had a break yet in play. Manchester United will be sitting out of the last round, actually, in fact. So they are back in the hot seat, unfortunately. They're playing against Ipswich Town next, which is probably not what he wants to be hearing. But this is a good opportunity for a number of players to just learn from this weekend.
Yeah, it's a great experience for Holdinho. He's done really well. I think his achievement is just qualifying on his own. He wasn't meant to qualify, you know, based on stats, and he's done it. So one thing, Brandon, is no matter even if they come last, he gets 0 points. They will be back at the end of March.
And look, for a lot of these players here, it's their first time at an event of this magnitude, under the lights in a live studio, listening to me and you in their ears constantly, which, I mean, is it off-putting?
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
because
well,
you
there
start
you go.
thinking, what are they saying, what are they saying? Oh, here we go.
Hello, big chance. Unfortunately, as big of a goal that is, it just isn't enough time. Goal difference could come into play, but the way the Man United are playing at the moment, unfortunately, I don't see them getting anywhere near top spot today.
Yeah, headsets are coming off. I think they both know it's the end of the game. Villa, strong point there, strong 6 points, but you know what I mean, the general point of making 2 wins out of 2, going into that next round, putting a bit of pressure on Ipswich.
Yeah, well, after a draw in his last game, Brad Colston, it's his first win in round 3. Aston Villa will actually sit out of this next round. They'll have a break, then they'll be back to play against Newcastle United in round 5. Two minutes left. Six points from 6 from Aston Villa. Look, they're putting the pressure on. If we can see that table again after the break, I can assure you both teams will be on the exact same point tally. Certainly does put the pressure, doesn't it, on the leaders at the moment, Ipswich. I think they've scored more goals as well than Ipswich.
Well, Ipswich have only dropped 2 points there with Mark 11, but they'll be feeling that one, especially with the frustration shown by Mark 11. The whole arena heard that, so I don't think you need a scientist to work out that they're a bit upset with that result.
Have to remember, though, Villa have played 2 more games. Full-time result there, Aston Villa will pick up the maximum 6. Brad Colston will pick up his first win in the Premier League. When we do come back, round 4 is in front of us in Group A. As Ipswich Town, the group leaders, take on Manchester United. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals. You're watching the scenes from the last round of fixtures. An interesting round of fixtures for Ipswich Town, a win and a draw, including a last gasp equaliser from Mark 11. Now, joining me here at the front is one of the men who won convincingly, Stingray. First things first, let's have a word on Mark's equaliser late on. You were trying to find the positives with Mark. He's obviously quite downbeat about it, but you're in a good position, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, we took a massive 6 points off of Villa, right? So, and we've got the game in hand now, so we pushed them down the table. And that point is massive because you never know, we could just have a point to secure ourselves.
I mean, you guys are the tournament favourites. Is that mean any added pressure for you? I mean, I feel like you guys are both relishing that as an opportunity.
I mean, when you're a top player like we both are, you love the pressure and you kind of need the pressure to perform. But I love it, man. I love it.
You love the pressure. And listen, I mean, one man who also loves it, I don't know if we can pan the camera around to him, is Coach Zach Moore, because on the back of his shirt, he's got your name on it. I mean, whose idea was that one?
Listen, I gave him the choice out of every single kit that Ipswich have. He shows the pink one with Stingray 12 on the back. That's how you know you got a true friend.
The question is, just give us a nod to the camera. Are you going to wear Mark's name next time for the finals, maybe? If Mark gives him one, he said, that's really, really smart. Manchester United up next. Really crucial for you both to get 3 points each.
Yeah, I mean, if we get 3 points each, I won't say 100% confirmed, but we're virtually confirmed to be in the top 8.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you so far. We're looking forward to the next round of fixtures. But for now, we're heading over to analysis where Mr. Ryan Pessoa, once again, has stolen my job.
Yeah, thank you, FG. Great interview, of course. I'm joined by Redlac at Analysis. We're going to be dissecting Stingray's gameplay. You know what, Redlac? This clip is so fantastic. I think we should let it go in its entirety first before we break it down. But it's just to highlight how effective being decisive in areas and knowing the mechanics of FC25 is in this game.
There's so many different amazing clips in this one individual clip. The sprint boost, the big touch, all the way to the byline, delaying it, then hitting the edge of the box. Yeah, finding the right pass. And we'll go one by one in a minute, Ryan, but it's a great goal.
Yeah, just everything from the cancellations to the driven passes, knowing when and where to capitalise and make the most of the opportunity there. As I said, we're going to watch it in its entirety as we did. We're going to roll it back straight from the beginning here. We're going to go step by step and show you exactly why Stingray is one of the best players in this competition. So you start off there, just even the player look to get Marlon in possession. And if we can stop it right here, that's perfect. To me, there's not really a threat here, Redlac. The only threat is the player in possession and also the triggered run.
Yeah, I think the defender's on Marlon's back. He hasn't got any options at all, which is why we bring in the speed boost. If we play the clip, it's an L1 dribble, a let go, and a big sprint into the space. Now, straight after that, it's going to be a right stick flick, I believe, or a double R2 to get another big touch. There you go. In front of the man, get a lot of space, get a lot of pace, and you can just keep running.
Exactly, and as you can see, the players are out of position. Lewis Skelly, in this case, for Newcastle, out of position. You've got Haaland. You need to make a decision defensively. And again, we can stop it just here as the ball roll comes in. Again, there's not heaps of threat here. You've got a couple players in the box here at the back post. You've got an option there in the middle of the field as well. But in my opinion, I think the play here from Stingray and what he does amazingly is just to hold it up a little bit and recycle.
But I think the one thing that we should, highlight, Ryan, is it's not just that easy. What Alpha House is marking here is the passes across.
Yeah.
And when he's doing that with Erling Haaland, it's leaving spaces. Marlon has time to cut back, against AE, has time to cut back to the edge of the box as we'll play on now. But he's sort of baiting that byline pass, that tap in across the box.
Yeah.
But instead, recycles it to the edge.
Exactly. We'll see it again, as you saw earlier, just playing it, ball rolls, plays it back to Bruno Fernandes, edge of the box there. A couple options start to open up. McAllister in possession, a ball roll inside, and just the cancellations of skill moves to zip it into Mo Salah to find the back of the net, Redlac. A great goal from Stingrays. Got 6 points from a possible 6. High flying as we expected. Let's head on over, though, to the casters for match day and number 3.
Thank you very much, Ryan Pessoa and Redlac there. Brilliant breakdown of what we've seen so far here in the ePremier League. Well, how about this? We've got a special guest and a brand new player to the ePremier League. Manu Bachore, welcome into the Premier League. Newest signing for Liverpool. Keep an eye out for him. Manu, first and foremost, what have you been up to? Because, I mean, you've got a nice day today in some ways. You can just put your feet up and relax.
Yeah, exactly. So I haven't done really anything special, practicing a bit. Then I watched the first 2 rounds of this group. Last round, I was also practicing again, so I didn't really see everything. I saw Mark drew. but other than that, I didn't really.
Yeah, we're going to ask you sort of what you made so far of this group. I think it is in Ipswich hands. If they win this game, they go top. What you expected?
I think it was Ipswich and Villa that were like the two favorites, and they won the first game 2 times, so 6 points for Ipswich. So that's where I kind of already thought, like, okay, yeah, they're going to finish first.
And I'm curious to ask this question because there'll be people at home that are wondering, what was it about the Premier League this year that you thought, you know what, I want a bit of that, I want to get involved? Because when we heard about this Liverpool team, me and Richard, we were pretty excited.
Yeah, I think the club Liverpool, of course, is a big club, and the Premier League, I've played, I think 3 seasons, in the Dutch league, in the Eredivisie, and this year I decided not to do that, and then, yeah, what better league is there in the ePremier League?
Got any questions for Manu as well in that chat? Get them in right now. A world champion in 2023 coming over and gracing us with his presence at the ePremier League.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard. $500,000 in money as well this man has won from playing competitive EAFC. Get your questions in the chat room. We're joining us for the commentary of this game. And we have to ask you the first question, Manu. Have you been impressed with Ipswich, or was it expected what we've seen from them?
For me, it's expected. If you chance coming in. No, for me, it's expected. If you see internationally what these 2 players have been up to compared to the other guys in the group. Yeah, the other guys in the group are talented for sure, but these guys are proven, and they're proving themselves once again.
Difficult part is in this situation, Richard, is turn on Didier Drogba. Can't squeeze away past the goalkeeper. Still was alive. Well, that's to go 1 or 2. I thought we were watching Tex a few years ago. Palmer still quite enjoyed himself in and around the box for Stingray. Dinked in again, he goes for a diving header, and already 10 minutes in, this is what we've already sort of become used to expecting from Ipswich, Rich.
Yeah, it is that early pressure, trying to force the first goal, trying to force the game in Stingray's favour. Didier Drogba does a great job of that. That's going to be 1-0. If the first 12 minutes have got anything to go by, this could be pretty convincing.
Yeah, I think as well. It's only Stingray in his first 12 minutes. I don't think United got over their half, and then this is what you get.
So I had the opportunity last night to actually spend a bit of time with Holdinho. Chatted to him a little bit, asked him, how's this come about? How have you found yourself here? He's got a full-time job. He works 40, 50 hours a week. He was playing a little bit. He's a huge United fan. He was playing a few hours after work every day and just found himself climbing up, getting into those positions, went into the qualifier, not expecting to do anything. And before he knows it, he's had to book a weekend off work because he's come to play in the ePremier League finals. This is what the ePremier League's all about. You've got some of the best players on the planet coming in and playing. Then you've also got die-hard, lifelong football fans representing your club who can actually play as well, and they can offer themselves up and create some insane stories.
The difficult part is Foldinho as well, and I guess you could argue their match fixture as well. They've got no break, Manchester United. Their break is round 5 when they've played all their games. In his situation, Manu, he's lost, unfortunately, every game he's played so far today, but he does come back in 2 weeks' time. What learnings does he take from today, coming back in 2 weeks? So where could he improve on his game?
Well, yeah, it's, I think, difficult for him because it's his first time playing, and I also don't know if at home he has the level anyway. But no, but I think for him it's just about enjoying it, trying to make yourself feel comfortable here at the stage, and then hopefully bring your A game.
A few questions here for you, Manu, coming in from people at home. You'll never walk alone, Johnny. Who's your favourite Liverpool player?
For me, it's Cody Gakpo, because he also played at PSV, which is my team in the Netherlands. So he was the captain there, scored a lot of goals, and I think from this season on also he's been replicating that form for Liverpool as well. So yeah, for me that's my favourite player.
A question here coming in, getting a little bit deep.
Oh.
How did you deal with the early exit in the Pro Open? Just before you answer that, that could be 2-0, good save from Czech. Yeah, how did it feel?
Yeah, it's just one of those, you're out, and then it's just, okay, a few days it still hurts, and then life goes on. It's one of them, so there's not much point in sticking day in, day out, thinking about that Pro Open. It's gone, and next tournament is now, so let's go.
Yeah, keep those questions coming in. We are loving asking Manu Bachore, current Liverpool player in the Premier League this year. Obviously, your teammate is Lex. I mean, how is it going with Lex? Because I know there's not much English maybe being spoken between the two of you, but there's a lot of FC being spoken between the two of you. How's it been? How's it been teaming up with a brand new player?
No, his English is improving. So we're talking, and also his coach speaks a little better than him. So in the end, we're getting there. But yeah, as we all know, Lex, he's extremely talented. Also last year, almost won the French league, and I think especially online this year in Europe, he's been proving himself. So yeah, for me, there was no worry from my side or whatever that if he was going to be at the required level for this tournament or not. I have complete trust in him, and of course over the weeks of practicing, preparing for this tournament, we've been exchanging our thoughts about certain formations, certain players for the draft to use, and tactics, stuff like that.
Is it nice, I suppose, for you as well? Obviously, you play a lot with the same people in terms of Levy and Emre outside of the Premier League. Is it nice to get a different perspective sometimes as well, a new player? And
well, actually, I've played like every year in the Eredivisie with a different teammate. Yeah. So I've also had like quite different roles every time in that certain team. So I think I'm...
You're used to it?
Yeah, I'm used to also being like a part of the team in every single role, as in maybe like the captain of the team or maybe eco in the team or whatever. So yeah, for me, I actually enjoyed every time to build a new connection with a player, and in this case, of course, I'm the one with more experience, so I try also to show that.
Well, just to give you a bit of an update on Ipswich, again, they pretty much could lock in first place with the result here. Oh, wow. It looks as if we've got a 1-1 scoreline. Gossipik has just pulled a goal back against Mark 11 to make things difficult. He has been putting out some big performances, Richard, for Manchester United over on his console side.
Won his first 2 games, and then, yeah, just did suffer a defeat there, but only lost 2-1 against Cameron Rock. So I think individually, he's probably got to be quite pleased with his performances.
I think he's also, apart from the ePremier League, involved in all the FC Pro ecosystem. Yep. So he plays the ladders and stuff like that. So it's not like his teammate that he never really plays a competitive FC. But yeah, of course, he's also not a very big name. So
if you're Holdinho, you take that at half-time. You take that.
I thought after the first 12 minutes...
It could be 5-6.
Yeah. Exactly.
But there was a few moments in the box when there was players falling all over the place, where Stingray was building up with some incredible skill moves. Update over here, Mark 11 back in front for Ipswich. 6 minutes away from half-time. He is back in front. And we'll stay with this one live now in the last 4 minutes of the first half. Oh. Is he about to find another one? Salah! 3-1. As Ipswich Town have got all eyes set on top of this table and getting themselves a place in the quarterfinals.
It's just that instant acceleration with Mo Salah. When you look at a lot of these players, Manu, the Premier League especially, it's blessed with a lot of high pace, high skill attackers, and it is quite heavy towards those attacking players. Some people using Henry, Palmer, Salah, especially with the centre-backs that are on offer. No one's taking a team near Virgil van Dijk, really. It's tough. It's really tough to defend.
It is tough, but I think his mistake in this goal, for example, was that he lost the ball as right back was hard to pitch. Yep. So when you play against a 4-2-1-3, Mark can immediately counter, get himself into a 3v3 situation, and that's obviously when you face a world-class player like Mark, it's not a situation you want to be in if you're being Gossipik. So yeah, I think the mistake was already made very early, and then as you just mentioned, if you got a team near Salah, if you got Eden Hazard there, then it's so difficult to predict what they're going to do, because he can finesse, he can go for that speed boost, he can do everything. So then it's just for Mark to stay calm and make the right decision.
Just before half-time as well, this game could have got away from Mark, but he's in cruise control at the moment, 3-1 up, and we can see the table as it stands. Ipswich 6 points clear of Aston Villa, with the goal difference swing +8 as well.
Yeah, I think this, if it stays like this, it cements their first place. Also, they just have to get 1 point out of the next round. So yeah, Ipswich is cruising, and I think Villa might be looking good for second as well.
Especially with this chance coming in from Stingray. What you expect from Didier Drogba in those areas. 2-0 up. And Ipswich 6 points coming their way.
I was just having a little look, Richard. Sorry to interrupt. Last year, it was Manchester City that sort of set the statement in this moment of the Premier League. They picked up 22 points. They didn't lose a single game. They won 7, drew 1. We could be seeing a very similar performance here from Ipswich. They've only dropped 1 game, which was a draw in the last one, a 4-4 result against Newcastle United. And the way they play at the moment, Rich, they might be on to match that point tally.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got reminded that exact fact last night by Jack Sharp, who got the draw against Tex. 5-5 draw. Other than that, City were perfect. So having a look across what is happening in the B stream at the moment as well, with both of our games quite convincing.
It goes without saying, Manu, this is, you know, a very obvious answer that I know I'm going to get bad, but I want to hear a bit more in the context of it, is how much easier and simpler does it come in 2 weeks' time if you can just get the job done this weekend and top the group, as we see Ipswich score another one with Stingray?
Oh yeah, it saves you a lot of stress for the day one. Of course, if you top the group, you're in the quarterfinals. If not, you need to win 2 more games to get into the quarterfinals. So yeah, it's huge. It's also, I think, a better preparation going into it, that you can chill out the Saturday and analyze your opponents, see who you're going to get, and then go at it just one day, give your all. And
Is it hard, though, as well, because your first game is a knockout game when you play in 2 weeks' time? You're not having to play any extra action the day before, any extra rounds. You're playing straight knockout EAFC. Is that harder or not?
Well, I think for me especially, it's happened a lot of times that it's like that. So yeah, in that sense, of course it's hard. It's the nerves are starting to get there, but it's also something I think the great players separate themselves from like the good players, is how they deal with the nerves, how they approach these pressure situations.
I think this year, bigger than any other year at the ePremier League as well, the quality, we've got sort of 3 or 4 sides that you think, yeah, they could go all the way. But the quality from, say, 5th to 16th in sort of the ePremier League clubs is really high, probably the highest that it's ever been. When you look at Group B that's coming up, say Man City top that table, if you finish second in your group and you're taking on Forest, Harvey and Luke Downing, that's a really, really tough first-round matchup. For example, like you just don't want to be in there. You don't want to have the risk of going out early. As Ipswich re-extend that lead, Mark 11, 4 goals to 2.
And also, if you finish first, you don't play a first like other group first. And if you finish second to 5th and then get through those 2 playoff games, you play a first place team. So yeah, it makes everything a lot more difficult on paper.
The route to the final becomes a lot easier if you finish first.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Should be.
That is if Man City finish top and Liverpool finish first, because then if not, it becomes very, very interesting in those groups.
Yeah, I've seen the bracket, but I'm not even thinking about it. Like, it's too much, it's too many scenarios to go through. I've just seen like who finishes first, which ones are in the quarterfinal, but other than that, it's just too much.
And if you're a team like Ipswich, you top the group today, you come back in 2 weeks, you win 2 games, you qualify for an E-Champions League. You win 3 games, you're an E-Premier League champion, and you're off to the World Championships as well. For someone like Mark 11, of course, that would be very much welcomed off after what Stingray was able to achieve at the FC Pro Open. I was just looking at the goals scored as well. As much as Ipswich might be on to match that 22-point tally of Manchester City, Manchester City scored 41 goals last year in the group stages. I think we're approaching goal number 30 for Ipswich. I don't think they're going to match that tally, but regardless of it, they look like very strong contenders here in the Premier League.
I think a lot of it had to do with Matthias Bonanno last season in the Premier League. I seem to remember beating people 6-7, 8-0. And we're going to see City in action coming up. I alluded to this game taking place on the B stream between Newcastle United and Fulham. It looks to be, that's a really, really scrappy call. Fulham 3-0 up. On the other side of it.
Yeah, they're winning on one console, Rich, but losing on the other. That's Alpha House that's fallen up over on one side.
I mean, his results today, 3-2 win versus Holdinho. He then lost 4-1 against Stingray, and now he's winning 4-1. So
I think it's also really hard if you already know you're not going to get that top spot to still
the
fight.
motivation.
Yeah, I think it's hard, but yeah, of course you want to win every game, send a message also to your future opponents in the knockout stages, and yeah, also you don't have the pressure, of course, of getting eliminated. So
The question as well, man, have you brought a coach this weekend or not?
yeah, Danny's with me.
Danny's with you. But it's quite interesting, this setup, Rich. Some have got one joint coach, and most of the other players have got their own coach they brought from home.
Oh, we saw Zach, didn't we? He's glancing over both players. He's a little bit to Stingray and then looking over to Mark. You see him in the bottom of the right corner there of your screen.
I think for this stage, of course, everyone has their own coach because you play at the same time. But for the knockout stages, you don't play at the same time, so you play separately, and then one coach is enough. Normally, you also have one coach for a duo. But I understand for this format, and also, for example, in our team, for example, next one's a French coach.
Yep.
And yeah.
Well, you're seeing Mark 11 and Ipswich Town cruising to 22 points out of 24 if they were to be successful in that last game.
Ipswich play against Fulham last game, right? So that's not an easy game. I played a lot of times against Salmon as well. I know he can play, so...
he struggled today, though, hasn't he? He has struggled a little bit.
It surprised me, to be honest, that he lost against Manchester United. But he's definitely someone who can, if he's on his top of the game, get points of mark.
Yes.
On the other hand, I don't think the Xbox player can beat Stingray, though.
Just thinking back to your point as well, Rich, about the Premier League this year, you've got the best mix of 40 players. There's a couple of newcomers in there. Your best UK players are there. The more rookie new players coming through in the last few years, Luke Downing, Harvey Walters, for example, they're here as well. And then we've also attracted some massive names, such as the man on commentary, Ross, as well. World champions, players from Australia. It really is a solid 40 players across the 20 clubs in this year's ePremier League, as McManaman will go into the book there for gossiping. Just a matter of time, really, for Ipswich. Now, yes, they have still got one more game to play. They play Fulham in their final round, but they'll be on 16 points. And they have a free kick from 31 metres out. I mean, that one's going to be played short, then reworked in towards the box in some way. Well, this is what's been happening in the other game. This is on our B stream, which you can watch live over on the Premier League YouTube channel. That one is, of course, between Newcastle and Fulham. But over here, sorry, this is Stingray, who is, I believe, not just 7, but 8. 8-0 up. Comes from this counter-attack here. He is taking a prisoner, Stingray. Delap cuts it into Drogba. Takes a deflection, and unfortunately it's still not going in. And he wasn't done yet, it's 9.
Hold on. Yeah, it is 9. It's
the way the replays are, it looks for a second that Holdinho's getting a goal, wins the ball back, counter-attack. 9, surely not more. No, there is. He's trying to set a record for the biggest result in the Premier League. He might have just done it. It's a 10-0 result for Ipswich, as 4 times hit across both games. A big handshake between the two. 6 more points on the boards, and near enough 14-15 goals scored between the two. It is frightening.
They were favourites for a reason. They were number 1 seed for a reason, and they're displaying their dominance over this group right now. That's very, very impressive from Ipswich Town.
Manu, fancy playing them?
Yeah, it would be a good final.
Yeah, it'll be a good final, will it? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Manu Bashore has joined us here. He'll be in action tomorrow for Liverpool. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. We're off for a quick break. When we get back, it's our final round in Group A, and then we'll find out which team will be going straight through to the quarter-finals. Up next, it's Aston Villa against Newcastle United, live from the Premier League.
There's no way.
No.
Me?
Yeah. I was scared you were going to say me then.
I disagree with that one. It's definitely you.
Yep. Wait. That says me, does it? Okay. That is.
See, this is the problem.
That is such nonsense.
I'll take that one.
I think that's quite an easy one.
We've had this argument in the pro.
We have, and we didn't get anywhere.
Please stop it.
This was an easy start as well. We could have just said me and moved on, but it's fine. It's all good.
Oh, easy, easy. Me?
React,
Yeah, me. I don't react.
Yeah, okay. I was scared you were going to say me then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to put on the front here.
Argument, yeah, it's just straightforward.
He's annoyingly very mellow.
Yeah, me. I just don't know. Sometimes can't control it. Just start going. Don't know. Just smash everything.
Nah, but me too. No, that's you. There's no way, mate. No, that's you. I can see them. I don't do anything. Who react what? No. It's you.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League. We're heading into the last round of fixtures, but what a round we have just had. We've just seen one of the biggest results in ePremier League history as Stingray has just represented Ipswich and won 10-0 against Manchester United. And those are the scenes as Ipswich pretty much have managed to book their place as group winners, Mr. Richard Buckley.
I mean, 10-0, it's a bit far, innit? Like, it feels like like 6 or 7. You not just gentleman's agreement, just see the game out.
You're a pro.
Yeah.
Would you beat someone 10-0 if you could?
If I could, yeah. But it's hard. It's so hard. Stingray impressing as always, scoring 10 goals in a 6-minute half. That's the main point for me.
Do you not think it's a bit far, innit?
It's a bit far, innit?
I mean,
a bit far,
listen, one thing I will say about Haroldinho is the way that he took that was absolutely sportsmanlike to the next degree. He was still smiling at the end of the game. I think he just accepted that Stingray was the better player. And Aston Villa have been I mean, sorry, Ipswich have been amazing in this group so far. As we look at the highlights from the other games, Fulham convincing there as well.
Yeah, super convincing. It's tough, obviously, for Man United when you leak 10 like that. You're glad that's the last game of the day. You don't have to come back now for 3 weeks.
I mean, but they will be back. They'll be back at the finals.
They will be back.
Yeah, it's not been the best day for them, but they've still got a massive opportunity in this tournament, and that's the beauty of this format, isn't it, Red Light?
Yeah, like you said, everyone's coming back, and just on Ipswich Town, perfection is the expectation for them guys, and they're absolutely flying. Just one draw, the only points dropped, top of the table.
Top of the table indeed, right on cue, Red Light. 16 points. Look at that goal difference as well. Plus 18. We mentioned the 10 goals, but they have honestly been brilliant. Mark 11 at one point was disappointed with that draw, but we've mentioned what Manchester City did at this point last season. They won every game apart from the one and they drew, and then you saw how that ended for them.
I mean, you look at that table as well. Man United are definitely bottom. Ipswich, more than likely, 99.9% chance top. Second, third and fourth, though, it's all a bit mixy because when you look at the bracket as well, finishing second to finishing fourth could be a pretty favourable tie compared to playing, I don't know, say Brighton. If they were to finish second and you play fourth, or it does make a bit of a difference finishing second to fourth.
I mean, how do you see this last round of fixtures going? I mean, Ipswich will be desperate to just continue doing what they've been doing all afternoon and finish really well. But they'll have one eye, of course, on the next few weeks, won't they?
Yeah, I think they're pretty set on the first position, but looking at Aston Villa, I'm thinking they're going to kick on again, cement that second place. And it's on, like you said, Newcastle and Fulham. Can they jump ship? Can they go up to second?
Well, listen, we've got an incredible round of fixtures to come, but first we're going to catch up with Casey, who is with a player from Aston Villa.
Yes, I'm here with Mr. Cameron Rock of Aston Villa, and now we're looking at the situation where you are currently second in the group. Ipswich #1, what needs to potentially happen for you to lock in that #1 spot?
Well, I need to pray they both lose, which is seeming very unlikely at the moment. Obviously, Sting's playing unbelievable on the Xbox side. And then, even if that happens, we've got to make sure we both win. Obviously, that's the first important thing we need to do, but it is looking unlikely. But, I mean, we can always hope, right? So.
I mean, I do have to say, you guys have had a great day. I know that first round of matchups, if you look at it, 2 losses, but it was 2 really, really good games. So being in second place is fantastic. This last round, you're going up against Newcastle. Thoughts going into that one?
I'm confident. I feel like it's a game I should win, but obviously whether I do that's a whole different thing. But just got to make sure I focus. Hopefully Brad focuses and we can get the win and make sure we cement second.
Now you mentioned Brad. Obviously he's a fantastic partner here. Why do you guys gel so well together? Tell me about this partnership.
We just get on really well. Like when we're with each other, we're always laughing, joking, and also like there's a serious side when at practice. We're in sessions with my coach Venny, like every day, making sure we're prepared as possible for the tournament. And yeah, the whole thing just works really well.
Well, I know that there is a lot to be done to potentially lock in that #1 spot. Maybe a couple losses there, but let's focus on what you guys need to do and get those wins in. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for those matches to get underway. So let's get to it, shall we? Let's do it.
This is our year.
Tsunami.
Just try and take us down.
No one will stand in our way.
Well then, this is the final round in Group A before we conclude and find out our first Premier League team into our top 8. And you're probably thinking, where's everyone else gone? We've run backstage, we found these two. They wanted to join us on commentary. I'm surprised I'm not in the middle of you two, because you're in the same group tomorrow.
We are, yes. Unfortunately, I don't get my hands on him, Brandon. He's playing on a different console, but yeah, we are playing against each other.
Of course, Tom Lees and Shorey, teammates outside of the Premier League, really good friends. Thank you very much for joining me on commentary. How's today been for you both? Because you're not playing today, you've been able to sit back, get some practice games. And Shorey, what's it been like?
Having fun, mate. It's always so much fun here. A good social time along with being at the tournament. But yes, I look down the practice arena and see young Thomas, and I do think to myself, wow, it would be funny if we were playing against each other. But yeah, we've got each other first game tomorrow at 6:40, I believe it is. And I think some words are going to be spoken, aren't they?
Yeah. That's the only game I care about.
I'm going to have some fun as well. We have got the chat in front of us, YouTube, Twitch. We can see you get your questions in. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions for these two. The first one I'm going to run, I want to do a poll right now. I know you're playing tomorrow. Who wins the game, Spurs or Leicester? Let us know at home. We'll get a poll queued up right now. I know you were having a bit of banter yesterday behind the scenes, Tom, about, you cheering for every opponent that Shorey's losing to.
Come on, Shorey's opponent.
Yeah. That is it. I mean, to be fair, I actually really do want him to do well. It's just in that first game, I do wish it's weird because I spend obviously every weekend hate watching him, so it kind of becomes second nature to start like celebrating against him. But when push comes to shove and he's playing everyone else, I actually do want him to win.
And what happens with GC? Does he do half and half on the scarf?
I know he prefers me. Yeah, he's told me that already. He might not have told you that. He's told me that. Yeah.
Okay, so he'll be in the Spurs camp tomorrow.
Yeah,
right. Let's focus on our feature game here. As we said, one more game to conclude here in Group A. We will get that poll for you in front of you as well to find out who do you think is going to win tomorrow. Ipswich Town will be on the B stream. If you want to go and watch that on the Premier League YouTube channel, they look like they're going to be topping the group. But Newcastle take on Aston Villa. I mean, what have you made of this group, you two? Because look, Ipswich came into this one, Shorey, strong favourites, and they have lived up to that. Yes, they drew a game, but they're still unbeaten. I
mean, I'll be honest. Before we came to ePrem, I played Mark in a couple of practice games, and it was a horrible time for me. And I said to him, I'm never playing you ever again. No, I'm not surprised at all, to be honest. And like seeing Stingray win 10-0, somehow that isn't surprising, which is a crazy thing to say. I don't know do you know what I mean? Stingray scoring 10 is not surprising.
Yeah, I think they came in as favourites, and that's not easy to do, to come and just smoke everyone when you are the favourites. But yeah, they deserve to be where they are, playing really, really well. And I'd be surprised if they didn't finish first from here on out.
There's actually a poll in the chat now. Best #house member. And Harry's in first and GC's in second.
Yeah,
unfortunately, Shorey's last.
Cheers, chaps.
In another poll on our main featured stream here. Here we go. Who do you think's winning tomorrow? Leicester City. Obviously, Shorey teaming up with Broomy. And Spurs, I mean, we know you're a massive Spurs fan, Tom. I mean, you've got a great teammate this year as well, haven't you, in Nick Snebb?
Yeah, Nick Snebb, the way he plays, I'm in awe. I cannot attack the way he does. Some of the skills he does and some of the things he does, he's a dangerous man. So I look forward to being next to him. And yeah, I'm trying to pick up a few things myself.
Well, over to this one now. Aston Villa against Newcastle. We will give you a as it stands table when we can to give you an update on how this is going to go. There's another world here, really, isn't there, Shorey? If Villa did take points from Ipswich, they could have really had a chance to chase first spot.
Yeah, I think when we were all watching it sort of in the practice arena and stuff, I think you looked at it and thought maybe the two favourites in the group, right? And then seeing them take 6 points from that, first couple of games. I mean, it was close in the end as well. It was actually really close in one of the games. Brad almost made a crazy comeback, but I mean, it's just unsurprising at this point, to be honest. And like when you come in favourites like that and you make a big statement, I mean, Ipswich, there's a reason that they're the first seed, I believe. So, absolutely sensational roster.
Well, look, I think the record of goals scored in the Premier League group stage was Man City last year, 44. They have scored 33 of them. I don't think they're going to do it, but they could match their point tally if Ipswich were to win both their last two games. They'd be on 22 points, which is an incredible point tally there. Of course, keep your questions coming in for Tom and Shorey, representing Spurs and Leicester this year in the Premier League. Here could be an early chance. Thierry Henry! It is Brad Colston.
The celebration.
I think he enjoyed that one.
So did you see it? I think it's because he read the keep movement.
Yeah,
I think he read the keep movement. It's always a good moment that you don't want to be tricked by it. Look, just as he sneaks that in, you'll see he just takes one dive to step and he shoots near post. So yeah, cue the celebration. Not from Zach. He's not very happy, but imagine if we see Colston, he will be.
So tomorrow, gents, who is your number 9? Who have you been putting your trust in, or should I say all your coins in, if you're 10 million coin budget?
Well, it's an interesting question, Brandon, because of course we've just seen Thierry Henry score, and I love that man. He is, and so does Tom as well. On the game, you love him. But no, Brandon, I have gone with Eric Cantona just because less than 1 million coins. Obviously, this 10 million coin budget, which I actually really like for the event. I think it adds another aspect massively.
So I'm guessing Salah's also in there.
Salah, yeah, the Salah stars man himself. Sorry for the self-promo, but yeah, no, Salah. I'd be surprised, the people who aren't using Salah are using Henry, and that's it basically. He's made most teams.
Yeah.
Are you a Cantona fan, Tom, or not?
Yeah, I've got Cantona in. Late debate, actually. I was looking at Ian Wright to go with it instead of Cantona. It was either Ian Wright and Frank Lampard or Cantona and McAllister. I gave it to GC and he chose Cantona and McAllister for me. So I've been playing with him. Cantona's actually very fast as well, faster than I thought.
Question in the chat, sorry to interrupt, Tom, from Shane. What's with the glasses, Tom? I was thinking, is it because you want to be like Shorey, or...?
I mean, Shane, have a guess. What do you think? what do you reckon? What's with the glasses? You see a goal go in. I mean, I've definitely seen that go in from Colston. My glasses make sure I see that, but yeah, I found out like a week and a half ago, I actually can't see anything out my left eye, which is pretty concerning, but now I'm seeing things in Ultra HD, now I've got these on.
I gave you a little lift to Specsavers.
Yeah, he did,
That was nice.
Yeah. Good damning day, but we see here Colston 2-0 up, playing well, and I tell you what, I've been practicing here at Colston, really, really good, you know, really good, yeah.
He's another good example as well, Shuri, of a player that we don't always get to see outside the ePremier League, but he's always in the ePremier League. I think it's his 5th time at the ePremier League. What is it about that group of UK players that we might not see them elsewhere in the ecosystem of the FC Pro just because it's so competitive, but they're always here at the EPL, they've always got their spot?
Yeah, I think part of it sometimes, you know, the guys who have qualified for the EPL many a time, like Brad, like you're saying, I don't know, sometimes when you're playing them qualification games, you've got that mental edge over people. Like, you know it's a tournament that you consistently make it to. And yeah, Brad's been a good pro over the years. I mean, we've been playing Brad in games for years and years and years and years.
I remember him in 2019 playing in Ypres. That's when I first come across him. So yeah, still going strong now.
He's got a difficult situation this year. Such a Burnley fan he is. He played for them for 4 years. He had to make a different choice this year and go for Aston Villa. Question in the chat from the Spanish King. In another world, how much would have you two liked to have played against each other on the same console? Of course, tomorrow you're on different consoles.
Yeah, I would have loved it, because me and Shuri always play in weekend league, and I don't try. So if we actually played in a pro game, that would be the real... I think people have seen him beat me in #house, and it's not a true representation of myself. Like, I'm playing there with one hand, and he's getting excited. Like, I wanted to play him in a pro game, but yeah, unfortunately, different consoles.
It would have been lovely to play each other, to be fair, because we've never matched in an actual competitive game. So on FC25 at a tournament to play, it would have been great. And where is Harry?
He's a busy man.
He's a busy man.
Did he go for Everton this year, or?
No, I don't know. I don't know what it will take to get Harry to play again. I'm still trying to find a solution myself. I said I'd love for all three of us to play in a tournament like the. Don't want to sound old, but like the good old days. We used to be at every tournament in 1920. I'd love all three of us to play, but yeah, Harry's a busy man.
As we said, this is round 5 again. This is only Group A. There is Group B that comes up after this one. Manchester City will be in action. The current defended ePremier League champions, Matías Pinado and Tex, an unchanged roster. They'll be up in about 20 minutes' time. Here's a chance for a third. Speaking of Ian Wright, Tom, this could be a little bit of a showcase of why he should be in the team. I'm not sure what happened there. Cole Palmer's just finessed that out for a throw-in.
Yeah. Ian Wright nearly had a chance here. I think that with Wright, he's got quick step plus, and he's quick. You can really feel it. He's got 5-star skills as well. Good finisher. But yeah, I think just how expensive he was, I had to drop him in the end, but he is there.
Yeah, that's the great thing about, as we see Bruno get one back for Newcastle here. That's the surprising thing about Cantona. He's got no quick step or rapid, I believe, yet he does absolutely speed boost past defenders.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a double up there over here. It's another goal.
Ooh.
That's gone the way of Aston Villa. They've scored in both games. And speaking of Ian Wright, he's just bagged a goal in the right bottom corner there. Cameron Rock.
Replay now.
Cameron Rock. Rocking the show. That's for sure. Sorry, I had to get one of them in, guys.
Sorry about him, bro.
Never again, Shuri.
Yeah, sorry about him.
I've got something interesting I want to show you, though, chaps. This is the draft stats across all the players' drafts with the most picked players. Are any of them surprising to you? I mean, the most picked player is Bruno Fernandes. Both your teams?
Yep.
Why is he such an important pick? 33 times he's been chosen.
Well, every passing play style.
Yes, and something called the first time through ball is pretty relevant on this game at the moment. Yeah, Bruno just seems to be the best at them.
Mohamed Salah, I mean, 26 people think he's worth a £3 million investment.
Yeah.
That surprises me, I think.
I'm trying to think what one really does. I mean, I didn't expect as many people to go Kirkes. There's a lot of debate about Kirkes and Lewis Skelly and another left back, but yeah, I didn't realise that many people had gone for him, but I suppose it's only a choice out of 2.
Well, I mean, I dare to ask, I spoke to GC off the back of this. You're playing this weekend. What is the process? You're going straight home Monday, and apparently you've got like a 12-hour filming day in the house. Talk to me about the process of how these videos are made, because how are you balancing competing in a tournament like this and then quickly switching back to the content side of things?
Yeah, the main shoot that goes out on a Sunday is probably, I think we time it at about 10 hours. It takes about 10 hours to go through it, so...
I mean, is it going live on a Sunday? Because GC normally, half the time, he's delaying it. Is it going out or not?
He's working hard on it. He's actually gone home today to his family's house to get it edited, so he can come back tomorrow and coach me. What I really hope is the video's gone out by the time we play, because if it's 7 o'clock and he's coaching me and the video hasn't gone out, I don't want to look at his social media, because, yeah, people get onto him for that. But Yeah, it's fun. The thing is, when it's as fun as it is, it doesn't feel long. Like, we will do 10 hours probably from 4 o'clock Monday, maybe even 12 hours. We've got second channel stuff as well, but it's all for the love of the game. Love competing, love doing content, love beating Shuri in weekend league, so I can't complain.
Will there be a slightly different taste in the house if Spurs get the 6 points over Leicester, or vice versa?
Oh, mate, to be fair, Leicester, we're 20th seed. We've been laughed at and said we're here for the vibes. But no, of course, I mean, Tom and Nick said, let's be honest, probably the favourites in our group, along with Mark and Jaden. But the good thing about FC is that anything actually can happen, and the level is very high. So, will there be interesting vibes? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll be getting a couple notes from Tom.
So you two both go to the same Specsavers. Do you go to the same gym, or is?
Well, he stopped coming with me now.
Say, bro, if you look at me, I haven't been to the gym in a while. No,
I did see a few stories that you were training a lot together, but
yeah. Well, Tom, you're more of a running man these days.
Yeah, I try and get running, and Shuri just wants to lift weights and grunt a lot. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's not. I'm more to get my feet out on the ground, trying to get actual fit. But yeah, I was in a stage of Shuri where I went every day. We were actually like living in each other's pockets at that point. Weren't we? We were just non-stop.
Well, this is how the table looks in Group A. Overall, would you both say this is what you expected to be? I think for me, I can sit here and say Ipswich were always strong favourites, the number 1 seed coming into this. But Villa, they were a strong second, Shuri.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely no. Both the players on Villa's squad are unbelievable. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that group is shaping up exactly how we thought it was going to shape up.
Yeah. First group has gone to script. I mean, shout out to Emperor for that goal, by the way.
Yeah,
nice that was shot cancel at the end there.
Beautiful shot cancel.
Look, we'll have a look again.
Of course, we'll have a look, won't we, Tom?
And look at this. Look, just he gets in one-on-one, drops him completely. That is the shot cancel there. Something that's really effective a couple FCs back, but I'm not sure how many people are using it this year, but Emperor showing how to use it.
Again, another example, sure, of a player that's been around the ePremier League a lot.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to see. I mean, obviously, it's great to see the players who come through and you see at the event for the first time, but it's also great to see the names who make it back. I mean, you and me, we were talking about people who've been around the scene, and we're getting on a bit now.
Yeah, I think we worked out that we're the third and fourth oldest here. I mean, obviously, Stokes is always going to carry that above us, so need Stokes to keep playing, but apart from that, I think we're third and... Mate, we're getting on. That's uncle status.
27 this year.
Yeah.
And we're not really helping it with the uncle status with the two specs on as well.
Yeah, the glasses are adding age to it as well, Brand. I might stop wearing them
that's one thing you both share with Stokes as well, then. You're all in your glasses together.
Yeah, it's
just
like
with
it's part of the aging. Yeah, we're all old. It's like, oh, how do we show everyone we're getting on? Yeah, we'll wear specs as well. Why not?
More questions coming in the chat. Get them in for Tom and Shuri. I mean, question to individual. Each of you, you're not on the same team. How would it be if you were to face Tex or Banana in a final? Tom, you've been in a final before.
Well, yeah, I've been in the final before. I played Tex in the final back in 19 in a different tournament, and that didn't go well. I have played about 3 warm-up games against him, and they've gone terribly. So I would rather it not be Tex and Banana in the final, because Tex is playing really, really well in practice. I'm hoping he can come out and show it in the groups now. I mean, would you want to play him?
Absolutely not, the answer would be to that. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you actually you ended up playing them last year in the quarterfinals as well.
Why are you reminding me of that?
Sorry.
That was 7-0, bro. Why are you talking about that now? No. Yeah, that didn't happen, bud. Why are we talking about that?
Somehow it's better for me that I haven't even played them.
7-0, you know. Should have messaged Tex.
I mean, the best way to talk about this question we've had in from Nightkill is, what's the main differences in your teams? Because, I mean, they're probably very similar. Or is there not one?
It's funny you mentioned. We have got the exact same team, but completely unintentionally as well.
No, Shuri came over to my setup and he said, wow, Tom, I'm in awe of you. Let me just draft the same team as you. No, we actually haven't been speaking because we're not practicing that close to each other.
No.
And then he looked at my draft submission. He said, hold on, we've got the exact same starting 11.
And when we
so who copied who, really?
Well, I would say I copied Tom in the week, but then when I went home, I switched to Erling Haaland at centre-back, and then I've come to Tom's screen and seen he's spawned him in as well.
I think we are just such best friends that we can't get away from each other. We just think the same now as well. I hope he's a good team, though. If we both do badly, we've got to blame him on that.
I know. We're meant to have the IQ as well, the FC IQ.
Yeah.
Is there any, from what you've seen today, is there any potential question marks you'd have on players you've missed out on? Here's Cantona, 1 second. Ian Wright.
Only player I've had a look at, and I thought, oh, Marlon. I'm not using him, and I like him. See another goal here?
Yeah, it looks like Newcastle have pulled another one back. 66 minutes on the clock over here. If you're wondering why we have drifted off topic slightly, it's because Ipswich Town are running away with this group. They are looking to top the group and go straight into the quarterfinals. But great to see Alfaus, first time in the Premier League, great character. Had a bit of time with him yesterday in the media day, just full of energy.
Yeah, good lad. No, these are the people we like to see in the sea, the people with, you know, smiles on their faces, just having a good time. And I actually really like that kind of reaction, because that's him saying, like, I actually think I'm going to go and score again here, like when he was celebrating then. Yeah. It's nice to see.
Question for you, Shori. Last year, didn't make it here.
Yeah.
Was annoying. I mean, you still came and you supported Tom. How good is it to be back here this year? Because it's one on the calendar. You've got to be here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, even coming and coaching Tom was absolutely fantastic as well. I just enjoy being around, you know, these people and this kind of event. But yeah, it's great to be playing again. And this is one where I really want to just try and take this tournament in this time around and enjoy it, as Wright is greening once again. Absolutely outstanding work.
What a finish. That's actually a really well-worked goal, you know, the whole way round, and a little speed boost at the end. And I'm sure it was a ball roll into a green. We'll get another replay here. Look, he could have gone with Marlon, delays it. Ian Wright, speed boost. That ball roll green's not an easy finish. Fair play to Cameron Rock at Villa. Yeah, get a little spot, go on.
Perfect instinct there of your teammate.
Yeah.
And to you guys at home, yeah, like when you do a ball roll in that kind of position, just throwing out some quick tips. When you do a ball roll there in that kind of position, it buys you some time to see the keeper movement. And that's like the perfect bit of skill to do in that area.
Well, let's check in then, because Ipswich Town's might be going.
Oh, wow.
I mean, they've been unbeaten until this point, but on one side of the console, it looks like they might be losing. Ipswich find themselves a 4-1 lead.
I'm going to guess Didier Drogba's Sting. I'm guessing that Sting that's just winning 4-1 there. He's been playing unbelievable with him all day. But yeah, didn't expect him to lose, but if they've won the group, then maybe case of foot off the gas a little bit.
Sting's kind of brought the aerial meta back into the game a little bit as well with the whole Drogba thing.
Yeah.
Back over to the Xbox side here, last 15 in-game minutes. I mean, a bigger question for you both is, how do you find going from 9-minute games to 6? Is there a game plan change there? Does it just... How is that? Because we've moved to 9 minutes for so long. We come back to the group stages here, 6-minute games.
Yes, it is a difference when you're playing for last attack and you're keeping an eye on things on when the time is moving. It is slightly different. Like, goals have a bit more significance now because you obviously lost quite a lot of minutes to score. So I think, especially last attack, I'm noticing how quick the timer goes compared to what we're used to. But I think after, you know, you get enough games in the week and you've got enough games before practicing, you start getting used to it again. But it's definitely different, and you have to maybe change your strategy slightly as well.
Yeah, I'd just say one of the craziest things about it is, like, when you look up and you see it's the 86th minute, you think it's later than it is at times, like with you know what I mean? And you're there, like, you know, in a 9-minute half, for example. That is close. In a 9-minute half, you know, you've actually got a fair bit of time. In the 85th, 86th minute, it's not really a time to hold last attack, whereas in these 6-minute halves, people might hold it from the 85th minute or so and keep last attack.
Well then, closing stages here in Group A. Regardless of Ipswich losing one of their games, they will still be looking to top the group. And they will be going through to the quarter-finals. I mean, it just makes life so much easier. Straight to the quarter-finals. You're 2 wins away, Tom, from an E-Champions League. You're 3 wins away from being a champion and off to the World Championships.
Yeah, see another goal here. Ian Wright again. Maybe I should have picked him. Flying. He's flying. But yeah, I think that quarter-final is a massive step, because when you turn up again for finals, you actually don't play on the Saturday and you get to watch everyone else. Last time, I remember I had to win 2 games on Saturday and you feel like you've done well. So, oh, you're just at the quarter-final.
Just the quarter-final,
people are already there. Do you know, people are waiting for you.
Yeah.
And I think also you become the most feared teams in the tournament, like the 4 that make it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But seeing teams who win the group, yeah, it is a big statement, isn't it? It is a big statement going straight into that quarter-final.
Yeah.
And very unsurprising that Ipswich are doing so.
On the opposite side, sure, for teams where it hasn't gone well today, you got 2 weeks. What should they be doing in those 2 weeks?
Well, certainly one thing is going and watching back your games. You know, I can't express to people at home even as well. Like, when you go watch back your own gameplay, you will learn more about the game than you will ever realise. You know, going back to the drawing board, as they say. But, you know, the level is so high here. You know, a lot of these games are literally a coin toss at times.
Well then, full-time results across all the games in Group A. As you can see, everyone's on their feet. Handshakes between the teams. We can confirm the headline news is that Ipswich Town will be the first name into those quarter-finals. Aston Villa, they will take second spot. And if they were just able to take something in that first game, it could have been a very different scenario.
Yeah, if they started a little bit better, I think it would have changed the mindset maybe for them and for Ipswich. Obviously, Ipswich would be full of confidence after 6, but well deserved for Ipswich to go and win the group. They played unbelievable all day, and you know, if you're winning games 10-0, you probably are the best team in the group.
Yeah, well, Tom Shorey, it's been an absolute pleasure. They're in action tomorrow in the same group, going head-to-head in the first round. This is how Group A is concluded. Remember, Group B follows this very shortly. They haven't matched the point tally of Manchester City last year of 22, but it's still a really healthy 20 points. 21+ goal difference scored. They skip around 2 weeks' time. They're in the quarter-final stages. For Villa, Fulham and Newcastle and Manchester United, they will have it all to do to fight for their spot in the knockout rounds. After this break, we will see the defending champions in action, Manchester City, who take on Chelsea. Don't go anywhere, it's up next.
It is now time for FC Pro Leagues to take center stage.
She must score for Manny Bashore. She doesn't! An Ajax! 2024 Eredivisie champions! Manchester City! ePremier League champions! Big chance! The 2024 champions!
Scores it back! Montaxe! Quad de Ball Libertadores champion! Nathan S.O. Nicholas since '99. The Liga SC Pro champion, Japonzo, the New England Revolution.
Will be champions in Italy.
2024 E-Champions League champion.
Ready to support your club?
Yes, there are so many partner leagues happening across not just the ePremier League, but we're back at the ePremier League, and Group A has been sensational. I like that little fist pump there. Very planned, probably in the break.
I've got to do something here, haven't I?
Yeah, he saw me in Buckley with our cheeky trademark. Listen, we've just seen Group A. No surprises really in Group A because Ipswich finished top and they've booked their place into the quarter-finals on finals day.
It was expected, but when it is expected, sometimes it's hard to deliver. And they delivered all the goods. It was convincing. I think Mark will be a bit disappointed. 2 draws along the way. Stingray was flawless.
I mean, will Mark be disappointed though because it's job done, isn't it, Brandon?
No, I hear what you're saying and I hear what Richard's saying. I think to a degree...
Cheers, mate.
I hear to a degree that they would have wanted to beat that point tally of Manchester City and top the goal difference on them. You know, 20 points is still really healthy and really strong. But look, he might not care now, but in another day I'll be like, I would love to have won every single game.
Well, Ipswich will be back, so congratulations to them. But now we are moving on to Group B, which includes the current ePremier League holders, Manchester City. Now, we spoke earlier at the top of the show. They're not the favourites because Ipswich are. Ipswich have just gone and done a job there in Group A. Do you think they would have had one eye on that and want to prove a point that they should be the top seeds?
I think they certainly would have. For me, on paper, this is the best group. I think when you look down the teams, there's a lot of quality in here. There's a lot of experience in this group. Wolves, Money, Mitch Hayward and Kai Harris. You're looking at those two and you're thinking, they've been there, they've done it. They're not going to be worried about playing at the ePremier League. Exactly the same when you look at Forest as well. Their first time out last year. Now they've got that bit of experience. They've got that under their belts. It is set up for City to win this group, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as it sounds.
I think I can see a Forest coming in and taking points off City as well, because look, it was the duo that was at Luton Town last year, Harvey Waters and Luke Down, and they're sort of newcomers in the scene a year or so ago. Now they know where they are, they know what they can do, they know what they can compete. They had a great run in the tournament last year, FG, so I think you are right. Man City should top this group, but it won't be easy.
They do. Man City top the group.
Oh, well, that was a massive... I was just about to say, what's your prediction? But listen, can we just have a moment, by the way, to talk about the guys you just had in the commentary with you before? They were absolutely
brilliant.
Office.
They gave some unbelievable energy for that last round.
Maybe you could join them because you wear glasses too?
I were in the B stream.
Well, you missed out. Listen, you'll have to watch it back. How was the B stream for you, by the way?
I'll be honest, it was really, really tight getting there. So I had to run down the corridor. I sat down and I was blowing for like a good three or 4 minutes.
I think what we need is a camera following Richard to the B stream. He has literally 20 seconds to make it there, and you were out of breath, were you?
Did you make it for kickoff?
Just about. I ran in, put the headset on, and went, right, here we go.
I've just been told as well by our producer that his glasses actually steamed up before he went in.
I took them off.
Because you were in that much of a rush. Yeah, a quick reminder, by the way, we have got a B stream all throughout the broadcast this weekend. So if you don't want to watch people on the main stream like me, you can go to the B stream. But for now, let's head over, shall we, to Mr. Ryan and Redline.
Thank you, FG and everyone. Actually, bear witness to see Richard running over there, sweating and huffing and puffing, coming over to the B stream. But I'm joined by Redlac at the analysis screen. And we've got the privilege, actually, Redlac, to go through every single player in Group A's custom tactics. When I say go through, we've got the codes available. So make sure you take a screenshot if you want to implement them into your teams at home. As you can see, Aston Villa, Fulham, Ipswich United, Newcastle, of course. Ipswich, I might need to jot down a few custom tactics for me.
I think Stingray in particular, 12 points out of 12, phenomenal performance. I think his tactics, I'm writing them down.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, when I spoke to Stingray earlier, he wasn't really confident and he didn't know what formation to go with. So the fact that he still managed to perform that well is a testament to how good he is. Question though, Redlac. Go-to formation?
At the minute, I haven't got one. 4-2-3 on wide.
4-2-3 on wide, that's interesting. Yes. A lot of people ask that question. I don't know whether it's a 4-2-1-3 to go for. We've seen a 4-4-2 being used, 4-4-1-1, so many formations and teams selected for the ePremier League. But we're going to go on into someone that's going to be playing in Group B. This is Tex's draft on the screen here. Speaking of formations, he's gone with a 4-4-2, Redlac.
Yeah, and Ryan, when you asked me for my formation, I'm also trying out the 4-4-2. I like the incisive pass to the wingers going in the attack. Now, I want to highlight one player in particular here. Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Yep.
82 pace, Ryan. What are you thinking about that? I think you're going to get exploited.
I wouldn't play Trent. I'll be honest. I wouldn't play Trent when he came out. I thought it was too slow then, let alone now. But you can see, though, he's put a hefty amount of budget here. Erling Haaland and Rio Ferdinand coming in at over 3 million coins total, maybe even closer to 4 million, sorry, which is a hefty amount to spend on your defenders. But you can see it. There's a game plan we've seen from Tex throughout this season, finesse shots. You've got Cole Palmer in the team. He's got Heung-min Son up top as well. It's going to be a key asset to Tex's game plan. I spoke about Tex early on this season. Let's take a look at some of his clips throughout this season. And for me, being a household name in the scene, Tex is, I always associate him as being one of, if not the best players in the world. He's in the conversation, Red, but we haven't really got to see the best of him this season.
Well, no, he made the FC Pro, like you mentioned, and he was decent at times. He played against Oberon, if I remember correctly, and played really well, but couldn't seem to keep the consistency. He's the most respected UK player of all time.
Yeah.
And he's an ePremier League champion ×2. Can he make it ×3?
Yeah, he's in the conversation for the greatest of all time, and for rightly so, to be honest. He's been an incredible player, so hopefully he can kickstart his tournament very well in their first game. We've got a Man City profile, so take a look at this.
It was a good feeling to come back with the ePremier League trophy. Obviously, extra time winner. It was a crazy game, and to come out on top was a special feeling.
Now doesn't matter. We need to win again. It's different than the last season and everything.
We are the reigning champs for a reason. The bus tour was fun, celebrating our ePremier League trophy. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
One of the best of my life. You feel like football player, so it was nice.
The same as you always prepare. You just play lots of games with FC.
The best team in the world. We need to work, we need to improve.
The competition just is way harder, but we are ready.
We need to win.
I feel like when you're a good team, people are going to want to beat you.
We need to win against all the opponents, all the teams.
No one worried about playing. I think I can get 12 points out of 12 very easily, and I'm sure Matty can do the same.
I feel the pressure for me because I want to be the best player in the world, so I want to win.
Well, here they come, the reigning, defending Premier League champions, Manchester City, kickstarting their 2025 campaign up against Chelsea Football Club. This is going to be the start of your Group B action for day one of the Premier League groups. Myself, Richard Buckley, and Kate going to be guiding you through this opening matchup. Tex and Bonanno getting back in the booth where they had so much success last season. Let's see if they can pick up where they left off in the Premier League.
Absolutely. Coming in the reigning champion, it adds a little bit of pressure. But if we're being honest, there are multiple champions in this competition this weekend, and you never know what is going to happen. Looking at last year, Luton Town, they topped their group. No one knew what to expect. So you know what? Expect the unexpected. But I can anticipate that a lot of these players will be afraid of Man City.
I don't know if we can, I'm just looking at the booth right now, if we can get a camera on Bonanno. He's got this pre-game ritual routine sort of thing. He doesn't sit down until literally the game is kicked off. He's up off his chair, he's warming up, he's limbering up. Like every other player in here, he's sat down, locked in. He would rather get up and walk about the studio than sit down until literally the last second before kickoff.
I'm here for it. Everyone has, you know, their own routine, their traditions, maybe superstitions. And if that's what he needs to do to get his head in the game, he's ready to do it. And it obviously has worked in the past. So keep on doing it, Mati.
And I also, for people who watch a lot of FC, you'll know the coaches. And look, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. But all I can do is tell you what's happening. Edu obviously coached Bonanno for a number of years. They've had unbelievable success. He's not sat behind Bonanno at the Premier League this year. He's with Tex. And Zazinho, who was with Tex at the FC Pro Open, he sat behind Bonanno. So look, I'm not reading too much into it, but not seeing Bonanno and Edu together is like seeing my parents split up.
It is.
It feels unfamiliar.
It is a bit odd, but you know what? Man City Esports are pairing together the two best options. We now have Edu and Tex pair up as well. Zazinho, fantastic coach coming in from Mati, and so they're putting forth the best team that we have possible.
we are going to kickstart the ePremier League Group B. Man City's campaign with Tex. The best player to ever played in the ePremier League. He's won this tournament twice. 2019 in its inaugural season, and in 2024. He's looking for the hat-trick, he's looking for the three-peat. And he will start off against EOJ from Chelsea.
And let us know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. We can see everyone in there saying hello. Let us know who you think is going to top this Group B. Will it be Man City? Will it be the expected Man City, or will it be another club topping this group?
The game that's taking place in the B stream right now, if you are wanting to watch it on the Premier League's YouTube channel, is Southampton versus Wolves, where I believe Raptor and Red Light will be guiding you through what is happening over there. But on the A stream, in our featured pod, it's Manchester City. And really, it should be 1-0 up there, early doors. Tex, Daniel Marlin queuing the run of Son. Marlin gets it back, but a good step in there from EOJ. Where that, again, he's not unfamiliar to the Premier League, but he's just not had the success that he would have wanted at this tournament in the past years.
Absolutely. Last year he was playing for Arsenal, so this year coming in for Chelsea. New teammate, new aspect that way, so we'll see how this fares this time around, because it's a whole new year. The game changes so much from year to year, so we'll see if he has a bit more success than he did last year in ePremier League 2024.
Certainly. Daniel Marlin looking for the runners off the ball. We'll keep you up to date with that game as well, as we always do, between Matis Bonanno and NH on the PlayStation leg. How things are progressing. Son, edge of the box, takes the finesse, 1-0. Tex leading, Manchester City leading, as they so often do in the ePremier League.
Quite the expected goal there with Son. Of course it's going to be a finesse. Tex green times it in there. Top right, beautiful, beautiful goal from Human Son.
We saw Tex at the Pro Open. He joined us on the broadcast for a few weeks, and it was great to sort of get a delve into his mind and what he's thinking and how he sees the game of FC being played. We know that he likes those finesse shots anywhere around the box. He's looking to get a player in a position, which is the best percentage way chance for him of scoring, but he can dance in the box. He can create things that not many other players can. It's a rude awakening once again to the 2025 ePremier League for Chelsea, you've got to say. Taking on favourites in this group, Manchester City.
It's a tough first matchup going against Man City in terms of confidence for any club that is potentially going up against the reigning champions. A lot of pressure going into it, and so they did draw the short straw here for Chelsea going up against champions, but never count out any single club in this competition, because anything could happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of quality across all of our teams here. This group, as I said, I think it is on paper the toughest group. When you look at all the individuals in there, there's a lot of players that are tough to beat, that can take points off each other and have had good ePremier League campaigns in the past.
And I believe that there's actually no rookies in this group as well. So everyone has been at this stage at least one time.
Which is
so,
big.
yeah, of course, for confidence, it's very important.
Queuing the run of Daniel Marlin, tapping L1 and forcing him into that space down the line. You look to recycle onto the edge of the box. Son's feet potentially. Nice high line coming in there from EOJ, forcing Tex out wide with Cole Palmer, but that Team Leader Palmer, he's so strong. Tall as well. He's a real nuisance to get off the ball. Here is Palmer, technical dribbling into a space where the finesse shot was being registered, but Jaap Stam with a good interception.
Jaap Stam is one of those players that I keep trying to get into my ultimate team. Can't quite afford him, but after watching a lot of the game played today and in previous competitions, I think I really just need to spend the coins. I know, I need to do it.
Especially when like Van Dijk's not really had an affordable super meta item. Like it's in the Team of the Year, which is just unreasonable. And you don't really want one of those lower items for him, as Tex doubled his lead in this opening matchup, 2-0.
previous goal, we saw the finesse with Sun. This time, it is a nice tap in. As we see the replay in this matchup here, across the goal for Chelsea with Cantona.
We're still on board here with the PlayStation leg, I believe. Ian Wright into Cole Palmer. Oh, actually, that was the Xbox leg. That was Tex doubling his lead, 2-0. Bonanno last season was flawless in the groups. He was the form player. Maybe not had the success online that he's had this year. So that's where we're going to go right now. Chelsea leading 1-0. And this would give a lot of players in this group a lot of confidence if NH was to be successful and take points away from Bonanno so early.
And NH, he went through a grueling qualification in order to solidify this spot as well. And so the fact that he is here representing Chelsea, he's already mastered a lot of amazing competition, even in just the online qualification stage. So we'll see what he's able to do in the groups.
Oh, maybe it should have been 2-0.
Yeah.
Bruno Fernandes does have the passing qualities to open a defence on his own. That tiki-taka plus coming in. Eden Hazard. Not quite as fluid as he'd like it at the moment for Bonanno. Let's have a runner down the wing there. It is Gravenberch into Bruno Fernandes. Now, that midfield all linking up. Conor Bradley high from right back to get involved in the attack once again. But NH standing strong. The only option for him is out wide. That's where the space is. The middle of the pitch is very congested. Is that going to fall nicely? No, it's not, and that will do us for half-time. But Arno and Man City trailing 1-0 at the moment to NH and Chelsea.
Like we said, we never know what could possibly happen. You could come in here as a champion and potentially drop points to players that you really didn't expect. And so that's why I love this competition here, the ePremier League, because we see players come out and absolutely shine. As we see in Xbox replay here, it does put Tex up 3-0 against EOJ2.
I just saw EOJ for a second there, having a little glance over at his teammate. How are you getting on in your particular matchup?
It's interesting, though, because it is such a team effort, but I feel like...
It's all individuals.
Right, I feel like you can't pay attention to what's happening next to you. You got to just focus on what screen is in front of you.
Yeah, I agree. Half-time between Tex and EOJ, as you can see. City leading on the Xbox leg, but Chelsea leading on the PlayStation leg, and that's how it stands at the moment at half-time, and that's how it stands in the group at the moment. Everyone is winning one game and losing the other game, so Wolves and Southampton both tying up at the moment in their particular matches. Very, very contested group, as we expected if City weren't to pull away with it.
Absolutely, about as even across the board as you can possibly get. Forest is currently not playing. As you guys can see, they have 0 points. They will play next round. Replay in here for Southampton going up 2-0 against Wolves. And this game here, as we are watching, is for the Xbox matchup. Cantona getting in a goal for Wolves, putting them up 1-0 in that matchup.
Yeah, so we're seeing Sam Brewster, I believe, leading 1-0, I think that is. And then Fisher trailing. Hold the phone. Bonanno is 2-0 down against NH. Do you see this coming, Case?
I did not. I don't think that anyone would have bet on this one against a EPL champion. You don't really bet against it, but I do like mixing it up, keeping it interesting. I like when groups are closer anyway, so we'll see how this one ends up.
Really, really surprising turn of events here on the main stage. not going City's way as it did last year at the moment. Tech's doing his bit, but Bonanno is struggling to get anything going. And NH, really, really impressive, leading 2-0 at the moment.
And it's tough, right? Because if you have a slow start with these 6-minute halves, games are over so quick, so you just lose the game. And one round at a time, those definitely add up.
All over the top. Lewis Skelly gets to it and forces a save from Czech. That could have been 3 for NH as a pause comes in here and changes have to be made on the side of Bonanno.
As we see Bonanno having a chat with his coach, Zizinho. He was brought in this season.
I think there's just been a goal there from Tex. You saw the reaction. It looked like he forced the ball in the back of the net himself. And spoiler, I think there was 4-0. Daniel Marlon into Bruno. Ian Wright round the corner to Son. And just slots it in to the far corner.
Tex looking happy with his performance in that game. You know, he didn't have a bad FC Pro run this year. He really didn't. It didn't go quite the way he was hoping for, but he was able to put on a few performances there. So to start off his ePremier League season like this, I think is really setting him with the confidence that he needs to potentially maybe win a third.
I mean, in that Pro Open, he also was in the best group that we had in the tournament. He had some really great moments, but he just couldn't extend it over the course of the league format and the league season. And now he's had a little bit more time since that Pro Open has wrapped up, that he's probably tightened up a few areas of his game, and it looks, especially from what we've seen in the opening 60 minutes, like he is coming into some of his final form for the FC 25 season. On the other side of it, Bonanno has been poor in this game. And NH capitalising on that bad performance, but NH has also been really, really crisp and clean in possession of the ball. Using Cole Palmer on this right-hand side. Bruno Fernandes looking for Eric Cantona. A couple of those deliberate fouls as well, just to stop any sort of ball possession for Bonanno.
Yellow card given as we go into a pause as well.
This is quite a surprising result.
Yeah, no, I'm actually very, very surprised. I anticipated this one to go in Man City's way, going off the momentum. But again, like, expect the unexpected. But everyone, let us know back home, who are you rooting for in the chat? I did see earlier that we have a lot of Man City fans in the chat, but I'm sure that other clubs are representing well. Who are you rooting for? I know Forest is currently not playing, but they're playing right around the corner in round 2. Let us know who you're rooting for, or even which player you're rooting for specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to keep that conversation going with you at home. As EOJ2 comes down this right-hand side with Ian Wright. Can he force something into a dangerous area? Caicedo, play a lot cancel into Mamouche. Around the corner for Marlon, but a good save from Petr Cech to tip it wide of the corner. Just having a little look there at Wolves and Southampton. It's a great game that's taking place at the moment.
I see a lot of Stokes fans in the chat. When does he play, Rich?
He plays tomorrow with Crystal Palace.
So we got to be patient to all the Stokes fans in the chat.
Well, let's see how these results are impacting the table. No impact, really. The goal difference is taking a little bit of a turn, but as it stands right now, all 4 teams who have played on 3 points, and that gives the incentive to Nottingham Forest, to be completely honest, to go and pick up 2 wins in that next game, kickstart their ePremier League in the best way possible.
another player that I didn't necessarily think to add to my Ultimate Team, but I've been seeing a lot of success is Kirkes at left back. There's not too many opportunities for fullbacks, but he's been fantastic. As we see some teams coming in, Eric, big Liverpool fan here.
Let's go Liverpool. We saw Manu Bachore earlier on the stream. He joins us in the commentary booth, and he's going to be getting underway tomorrow for his first ever ePremier League campaign. Should be Tom Lee's year. Come on, Spurs! We just had Tom Lees in the commentary booth. A great team this year alongside Nick Snebb, and they'll be looking to go all the way. As Jordan B. MUFC says, rooting for Snebb. Should that not be Man United? He likes an individual.
Hey, you know what? Nick Snebb,
an individual.
Big Nick Snebb fan.
Yeah. And Faison wanting Manchester United to go all the way. They're going to have to do it from the first round of the knockouts, but I'm sure they'll give it their all. Eden Hazard, goal back for Bonanno. 6 minutes left on the clock.
You know what? There's time, Richard. There's absolutely time in this game. I know that these halves go by fast, but if anyone could do it, potentially a Matias Bonanno.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty at all. It was quite scrappy in the end. A couple of step overs out wide from Bruno Fernandes, forced the ball into the box, and just that insta tackle back. Haaland couldn't block it on its way through. Let's have a little look at what's been happening on the Xbox side of things. It's one back here for EOJ. The clean sheet disappeared. That's a lovely bit of a cancel to create that space at the near post.
Fantastic goal there, and I think Tex, obviously, he is dominating that game, but even conceding one goal, he wants a clean sheet. He wants perfection, and so I understand even the smallest bit of frustration.
Let's have a look at what's happening with Southampton and Wolves. See how those games are progressing. On the PlayStation, it's 4-0 at the moment. That's Fisher beating Kai Harris 4-0, and a late goal here for Sam Brewster, which did finish 1-1 in the end. Palmer with it, top corner was hit. And you see handshakes all round. That's full time between those two. We've still got a few moments left to play between Manchester City and Chelsea to find out where the points are going. I can tell you pretty much that at least 3 will be going to City through this 4-1 performance here coming in from Tex. Bonanno and NH still playing at this moment.
And last we saw, scoreline was 2-1 in favor of NH.
And that's going to be 5-1 for Tex. Well, let's see the final few moments here. He's done well to hold out the possession. And it looks to be the final chance going Bonanno's way. He's given the ball away. And after being flawless last season in the groups, Bonanno's 2025 campaign starts with a loss. 2-1 down to NH. Big performance for NH. What can he offer this year in the ePremier League? What can Chelsea offer in the ePremier League? Points all even after the first set of games. It's going to be an incredible Group B. And what can Manchester City do? Reigning defending champions, will they top the group? They've not started well, and they take on Southampton after this.
welcome back to the ePremier League 2025. We are into Group B. Group A is done and dusted for the day, but we have one round in to Group B, and it has been absolutely fantastic competition. Some surprises here in London, and I cannot wait for the rest of the group to continue. But I am joined by the one and only Tex. So Tex, first round went really, really well, didn't it? For yourself, at least.
Yeah, for me, obviously disappointed not to get 6 points, but yeah, I played well, so hopefully I can play like that in the next few.
So it's interesting because you were dominating that game. The one goal that you conceded, they had the camera on you, and I saw a lot of disappointment. Is like clean sheet perfection the only thing that you strive for?
Yeah, I didn't want to concede. I didn't want to concede the whole day. So obviously when you concede the first one, you're like, oh, I can't do that no more. So yeah, we'll see.
Now I do have to ask, obviously, Mati didn't have as good of a game. While you're playing, is that in your mind at all, or do you really just confer with him after the game?
Nah, you don't. Obviously it's in your head, but you don't really think about it. You just think about your game, but you obviously hear what's going on. But yeah, just focus on myself, and if I can get 12 points, I'm sure we'll top the group.
Now we do have to look forward. Second round up against Southampton. Talk to me about those guys. Is it going to be difficult? Because I was talking to them earlier. Every single player in your group has been in this competition before. They're all kind of veterans, aren't they?
Yeah, I think every game you ever play is difficult. That's my answer to date.
All right, well, you keep it easy for us, Tex. It is going to be another great game. I'm excited to watch both you and Mati play for Man City Esports, but do not go anywhere because FG and Ryan are getting us ready for the next round of games.
We are indeed. Thank you so much to Casey and well done to Tex in the last round of fixtures. Now, I mean, look, we're getting you ready with the R3 segment, but wait for this one at home because not only is Mr. Ryan Pessoa showing us time finishing, you're also about to show us the best skill move we've ever seen in the history of FC.
Am I?
Pick your controller up, buddy.
No.
Pick your controller up, pal.
All right.
Here we go.
For those at home, right? I've been stitched up here. I'm gonna be real with you.
Sensational, by the way.
We'll take a look at the clip in its entirety here, right? It's Stingray up against LJ Peixoto, FC Pro Open, two of the best players in the world. The build-up here is incredible from Stingray, just the cancellations and stuff. He gets into the area, triggering runs.
Oh, what is that? What is that? Wait. I'll tell you what, we'll just roll it back a minute. We will focus on the time finishing, of course. You've got the controller in your hand, mate.
He's put him in a blender, right?
You've
completely. Completely. LJ would even say it, right?
Look, how do we do that?
I'm quite speechless. They want me to show this with the controller on screen.
How do I do it? It's your job.
All right, let's go. Let's start off with the clip here. Let's play it on ever so slowly. He's got the ball here, left side of the pitch. Leao's in possession here for Stingray. I'm still quite stumped at how they expect me to show.
How do we do it? It's
all right,
your
nice,
job,
fine. I'm here. Don't worry, we got this.
Stingray, oh my God.
The controller's on screen for those at home. For those that want to add a bit of intricacy to their gameplay, skill moves, 5-star skill moves to be exact, very important. The ball's played in here with Cole Palmer. It's just a simple pass to R9. Now you've taken a touch here. The touch inside, it's a L1. Oh goodness. sorry. Production, let's run that back again. I need a bit of time here. Sorry,
this is insane. This is like, honestly, we watched Stingray earlier on, right?
So it's a McGeady skill move, which is facing this way. He's taken the touch there, so he's pushed the right analog stick down and then to the right. But whilst he's done that, and the animation is about halfway through, he's tapped L2 and R2 and then flicked the analog stick to the other direction. Does that make sense? I feel like that's a lot.
I forgot what he said, to be honest.
It's a lot.
But it's amazing, yeah.
The easier part is, right, after this skill move here.
It's time finish.
Again, Peggy 18. This should be 18 plus right now. This is disgraceful right now. The skill moves goes through. Look at all of this. LJ's all over the place, by the way. Sorry, he's probably watching this. We're digging him out. And L1 stopped, right, to get your iron to face forward. And then the best way to describe an elastic, you can see it with the analog stick on screen. You flick the ball to the right side, you rotate it down to the left. You're in on goal, and then the green time finishing, you tap circle and you tap it again just as the player connects with the ball.
Well, thank you for the absolutely sensational.
Yeah, that could have been 25 minutes
of
to be
time
honest.
finishing. I need to, honestly, I hope Stingray's still there.
Be honest, yeah? You can see the goal like that. What are you doing?
I'm pausing the game and leaving, bro.
Out. I'm gone.
I'm gone, but I won't concede like that. Second defence.
Yeah.
Right? That was Listen, that was probably the most interesting R3. We are going to look for Stingray at some point and speak to him about that.
Yeah, he needs to tell us how to do it. Yeah.
What have I just seen? There are levels to this. Stay tuned, everyone, because we've got an incredible round of fixtures to come. Hopefully, where the level's that high.
The Mighty Saints.
Bring it on.
This group is ours.
It's time to prove that we're the best.
Well then, here we go. Round 2 in Group B. Ryan Pessoa has just done a Richard Buckley and had to sprint across the hall to get here. I mean, well done, mate, because a lot of people in the chat were saying you had a lot of work to do breaking down that clip.
Yeah, and also getting across the studio. I've probably got my 10,000 steps for the day. The difference between me and Rich, though, is I don't have glasses to steam up. I'm all right, so...
Oh, you're just sweating instead?
Yeah, we're fine.
I mean... Let's talk about this then. We're into round 2 now. Manchester City, yep, the number of defending champions, ranked 2 coming into it, but not perfect in their first game. They were unbeaten in the group stages this time last year. They set the point tally record of 22 points. They scored the most goals in 44 goals in total, but they've got a 1 next to their losses.
Yeah, do you know what I'm annoyed at? I didn't get to give my prediction of NH. He's actually someone I watched him in the qualifiers to qualify for this event, and he's someone that, in my opinion, is an underdog in what I would say is the toughest group. But I had the privilege of watching Sam Brewster and Michael Fisher in their first round. 4 points. I was very impressed, though, with Michael Fisher's performance. Very, very impressed.
No, absolutely. That is the next matchup coming up as well. Sam Brewster, as you know, runner-up in the ePremier League. Obviously, all that time ago, what a final it was.
Yep.
Zahinio and him. What a duo. I mean, that was the ePremier League year of years where it was just...
It came out of nowhere.
It did come out of nowhere. 1J Esports, Norwich City coming out on top. Obviously, Dammy and Goal Poacher, the duo that went and won it back there. There was no sort of big 6 club that won it then.
Yeah.
There just wasn't.
And you know who's also come out of nowhere? They're sat in front of me, they can hear me. Representing Nottingham Forest, Luke Downing and Harvey Waters, in my opinion, are underdogs for this whole competition. They pose a threat to not only top the group, but they could go quite far in this competition.
I said to Richard Buckley before we kicked off this game, look, if there's a team that's going to take points of Man City, it is going to be Nottingham Forest. With how it's gone at the moment, that looks like it could be the case. They didn't play in their first round, so they're playing 4 games straight now, round 2, 3, 4 and 5. Let's have a look at one of these drafts in particular. Remember, 10 million coins is the budget here in the ePremier League. This is Michael Fisher, someone who's very used to playing in the ePremier League. This is his draft, Ryan. His one icon pick he's gone for is Eric Cantona up top. Again, not the most expensive icon, but allows you to spend so much more around the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the midfield picks itself. Lavia, Bruno Fernandes, McAllister. I think they're the staples in the team. Mo Salah as well. Cantona, you could go with him or Drogba for around similar-ish budget. Marlon as well. The defence, Kirkes, Haaland as well, a marquee player to include. But it's a very, very strong overall team with that 10 million budget.
Well, that's one of the teams being used. Again, keep those conversations coming. You can actually see the FC Pro drafts over on the EA Sports FC Pro social media channels. This is Matthias Pinano's draft. That's who he's going to be playing against on the PlayStation in this next match. Manchester City when they take on Southampton. 3 icons involved, including the goalkeeper, which normally seems to be Petr Cech or Edwin van der Sar. But again, it's the only talking points really in the team. Left back, right back. But to be fair to me, he's gone for Eden Hazard as a hero in there and Gravenberch FC Pro Live item.
Yeah, Gravenberch, I'd be interested to see how many players have selected Gravenberch. Not that he's a bad item in game. He's
pricey?
still... I'll be honest, I don't know.
I'll give you a live price to that.
Yeah, why not?
He's actually 400k. He was double that when the FC Pro Open finals were live.
Yeah, it's still a great option to have in the team. And Drogba out of position here, which a lot of players, I spoke to Stingray, that was an aim for him on the left side instead, just lofting the ball to the back post for knockdowns, for flick-ons. It's something that you could add to your game because it's very difficult to stop. But for Matisse, of course, he'd want to bounce back in this game. And for his confidence, I think it'll be very important too.
A quick question as well to the Twitch chat that's watching. I'm just hearing in my ear there's a few issues with the Xbox side of things at the moment. That's why we haven't kicked off our round 2 of action yet. But hold your thought there. I want to ask the chat this at home. Get your prediction. Who do you think has been the most picked icon across all of the players here at the ePremier League? 29 times this icon has been picked in the drafts. Let us know your predictions and we'll pull a few of them up. I can assure you.
Can I get
at
mine?
Home. You can have a guess. I just won't say if it's right.
Petr Cech.
Well, that's a good guess.
I think it's a good guess.
But I don't know if it's the right one. Again, we'll have to see a few more coming in to the chat. I mean, the most picked player was Bruno Fernandes. Obviously, that's a non-icon. Who do you think is the most picked icon? This is how the table looks at the moment. Southampton, unbeaten. They're on 4 points. I think it was all the way back in, was it 2019 when Venny wore a Southampton top?
Yeah.
They got a top 8 finish.
Yeah, Venny, a good friend of mine as well. He's coaching. He was coaching Cameron Rock early on in Group A for Aston Villa. But Southampton, a great start. City, you would have expected to pose threat. Chelsea, though, that is an incredible start from them. And of course, Forest haven't played. Wolves managed to get 1 point. But the goal difference not looking great for them after
round 1.
What will be so interesting if Southampton can stop Man City winning both those games and then Forest play now, they pick up 6 points. This Group B looks dangerous.
Yeah, technically, if you're Forest, you're not licking your lips per se. That's a bit too far. But I would feel you'd gain confidence to see that there is already a chink in the armor of Man City's defense already. They've already dropped points. So if you're Forest, you're clean slate already.
Absolutely. I'm not saying I expect Southampton to go and get 6
Come
points.
on, Luke,
but
man. They have to have the confidence.
I mean, absolutely. They're seeing that City have dropped points already. And look, there's an opportunity to be had. But look, Ipswich weren't perfect. They drew 2 games. They won the rest. They still did enough to get through. I don't think we'll see any team across these 2 days go and win every single game. They will be dropping points in moments and in places. So let's wait and see. Again, we are waiting to get our round 2 games underway here in Group B. Just a few console issues and then we will get things moving. But we are hearing that Richard Buckley is running around the gaff. He's managed to pick Mark 11 up in the players area. Rich, how's he feeling? Yes, they might have drew a few games, but the top of the group and then they're in the quarterfinals.
I'll be honest, Brandon, I was running about everywhere. I got told, just get him off commentary for a little bit. Let's have a little chat. So I found Mark. Talk to me about today. 2 wins, 2 draws. It feels as though there an air of disappointment from you. Now a little bit of reflection. How are you feeling?
Of course, at the end of the day, it's always best to just win. So we qualified, which is perfect. But then 2 draws, I was winning in both, 2-0, 1-0, and then we just didn't get the point. I didn't get the win there, so it's a bit annoying. But of course, we qualified. All that matters.
At any point, were you looking across at what Sting were doing and just being like, "It's all right, he's winning everything. He's 10-0 up."
Yeah, I saw that. Was funny. But at the start, I was beating Cameron like 5-1, and he was like 5-4, and I was like, right, we need to get this win here because that was massive. Because Villa, second best team in the league, so we had to get that win there. We did.
Looking forward, are you going back to Australia, or are you staying
I
here
have to go back and come back here. It's just another 48 hours to do, unfortunately.
Talk to me about the ePremier League as well. Obviously, first season for you, but you're experienced. You've been in Australia for a long time. It was your league, basically.
I missed the league. It was so easy.
How was it getting out there and playing?
Honestly, I played nervous sometimes. I did play a bit nervy, a bit shaky, but it's all about obviously just more experience, more land events. I've only been playing it's my 4th year, so I guess I'm still a bit new, but of course I just got to keep playing the game.
A couple more questions before I let you go. Team-wise, were you happy? Or are you maybe a few changes? There were a lot of talk about Henry. Like, he seems to be the game changer. What are you thinking?
I'm not a fan of Henry at all. Like,
Did you hear that, Ryan? Ryan says he's the best player on the game.
Best player in the game. He must have paid him something to say that. But like, I made my team before even practicing, and I used that team all the way till now. Like Mo Salah, striker. I've never seen a better finesse, speed boost, dribbler. He's insane. We're both Egyptians, that's why I'm saying that. But yeah.
Okay. Right. I'm gonna let you go, Mark. Sweet. I think they're ready to go. Cheers, mate. All the best. Good luck, and we'll get back to the games.
Thank you so much, Rich, there, running around the gaff, keeping us going before we get our round 2 underway. Go on, are you going to reply back to Mark?
Rich has definitely paid him off for that statement. I promise you. He's trying to find somebody that doesn't like Thierry Henry in the game, and he's found one. Or has he? I don't believe him. Henry's the best striker in the league. I'm sorry, he is.
He's your number 9.
100%. For number 14, sir.
Oh, number 14, obviously.
Have a bit of respect, man.
Is he your only icon pick in the team?
Okay.
And so I can reveal the answer as well, just quickly. It was you are right.
That's Petr Cech. Oh, okay, at least I got something right.
Across the board. Petr Cech was the most picked icon in the draft.
Yeah, I love Henry. I actually wouldn't have picked him.
You wouldn't have picked Henry?
No, I wouldn't.
After all this?
The team would be crying out for something to save them. The budget would have been too much on Henry, in my opinion, but this is the game that will be featuring Man City up against Southampton.
We're loading in. I mean, look, I think we've got to go PlayStation side first. Michael Fisher against Matthias Banana. They're underway already. Let's see if we can jump into it live now. Manchester City take on Southampton. Southampton, as it currently stands, are top of this group. They're on 4 points from 6. They haven't lost the game. Man City, though, they did lose in their opening matchup. Tex did win his game 5-1. Matthias Banana losing 2-1 to NH on Chelsea's side, who is now currently playing Luke Downing from Nottingham Forest.
Well, that's nice.
Hello, early doors. Matthias Banana looks like he's back. And if anything, that defeat was a wake-up call.
Yeah, that was a great bit of build-up there with the player looks down the line. Zidideo coaching him behind as well. Matthias needed that start in this game against the Michael Fisher coming in to it on a rich vein of form. You see the build-up play, just playing it down the line. The player lock here forces Michael Fisher to just sort of jockey backwards, hesitate a little bit, and once you hesitate against Matthias Banana, you're going to get punished.
If you remember right last year, Matthias Banana was the driving force in that Manchester City side. He scored a lot of goals and he won a lot of games.
Yeah, and I feel like coming into this tournament, I would say Tex, for me, the roles would have reversed from last year. I feel like Tex needs to sort of help Matisse along a little bit. He hasn't had the greatest of seasons so far, by his standards anyway. Whereas Tex, in my opinion, from what we've seen from the FC Pro, we've seen elements of old school Tex, where he can control and dominate a game, flairful, skillful in the final area. So I think Tex, for me, will get 12 out of 12. That's my prediction.
I agree. I think you are right. I think this year we are looking at a very different Tex. Spoke to me yesterday, said, look, I am playing better, but the competition's got a lot better as well, which is going to make it even more difficult. We've seen the household names that are in this year's ePremier League.
That's nice again.
It's going to build up again on this left-hand side, Matthias Bonanno. Paul's already cued from Southampton. Michael Fisher's not happy with something. He was to go 2-0 down. From this chance here, it could be quite dangerous. It was a great idea there.
You see it? That's the blueprint.
Frank Lampard.
Yeah, that's the blueprint right there. Didier Drogba in the box. You're going to see a lot of flick downs. Even though he might be off chemistry, he might not be somebody that a lot of players would use, but the aim isn't to have Drogba in these situations on the ball. You don't want too many touches. You want him in behind like this, or you want him to knock down the ball in the area.
Drogba, can he play the one more pass? Fernandes doesn't need the extra pass. And as expected, it is Southampton going into a pause at 2-0 down.
Yep, he's flying. Matthias Bonanno is absolutely flying here. You see it, the player look down the line. You understand why the pause was cued by Southampton. They're all open here. Driven passing again. You see there with Southampton's defender jockeying past.
Does the centre-back just not follow the runner?
Yeah, hold on a second. We've got an update in this game.
Sam Brewster, 1-0 up against Tex.
Wow, what a ball. To be honest, defensively there, what can you really do? It's a great ball in there, to be honest, from Sam Brewster. But just going back on that goal, it's a difficult one there because you kind of have to respect the run.
Back to this one now, Tex looking for an equaliser. Hyun-Min Son outside the boot. And seconds later, that 1-0 lead that Sam Brewster has developed means nothing as it's all square again.
There's a goal again, right in to Hyun-Min Son, and manages to equalise straight away from Tex. A good way to bounce back. He's just scoring instantly from kickoff. Doesn't give your opponent time to think, and doesn't give yourself anyway time to overthink.
Instant reply from Tex off the back of an important opening win. Remember, there is a B stream here in the ePremier League where you can go and watch Chelsea beats Nottingham Forest. That's on the Premier League YouTube channel. We'll give you some updates from that other matchup as well. It's Nottingham Forest's first game they would have played here. The duo of Luke Downing and Harvey Walters swapping the orange of Luton Town for the red of Forest this year. And I do look at them as a duo and think they are certainly an underrated team that could cause a few headaches. Here's Callum Hudson-Odoi, that winter wildcard, linking him with Cantona. Sam Brewster trying to bait out a tackle. He could have maybe one on his own there, Ballon.
You see the composure there in the box. We saw it with Matthias for Man City on the other side of things there. But just take an extra touch. When you're in those areas, defensively, the way I would phrase this is, in that position in the box, it's going to take a mishap from the attacker rather than something incredible from the defender to not see a goal. I feel like the attacker's the one that makes the mistake there, especially after the patch, because your midfielders don't really track back to help you. You're in the box, you can take your time and pick apart your opponent. And somebody like Tex, you'll see it, he'll end up scoring from a similar chance, and it's a chance missed there, in my opinion, from Southampton.
Massive chance missed. Well, here's a question for you at home as well. Do you think Manchester City will top the table here in this group? We will throw a poll up now. They were top of their table last year. They were in Group A. They were used to playing on the first day of the groups. They got 22 points and they were unbeaten. They won 7 of their 8 games.
Give me a prediction, Brandon. I want to hear yours. And I don't want... Now, come on. And I'm looking at you straight away. I need something. Come on.
About 2 hours ago on broadcast, I said that I don't think they will top the group.
Interesting. Brandon Smith. We got a prediction from Brandon Smith.
Here's Hyun-Min Son. Carried away, and then Richard Buckley very quickly turned round to me and said they will be topping the group. So look,
I'm just more
less excited. Let's just see what happens.
I'm just more interested. You gave a prediction. Are you feeling all right? You must be a bit.
Yeah, I've had a few coffees. Here's Ian Wright. Nice reverse elastico. Sounds like Matthias Bonanno's just scored a goal. Probably off the back of hearing that prediction from me.
Oh, There was a pass in behind there. Marlon was wide open. Tex followed the run on the far side, but Marlon peeled off from the defender.
Might be able to pull away now. Daniel Mallet. Kirkez just been put out of position there. He's one of the most popular left-back picks from Bournemouth. Tell you what, I've been impressed with the patterns we've seen from Sam Brewster.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. Roger just trying to loft the pass over the top here. Marlon player locked there, and it's a goal back in the game. Nottingham Forest up against Chelsea on that game, and here is the Xbox. Chelsea getting a goal back. 2-1 down as it stands to Nottingham Forest. So I just saw Rodri. I had to take a look at the drafts. Team of the Year Rodri selected for Sam Brewster, which is a rare choice.
Is it the right pick?
I like the team, to be honest. The only thing is, left wing Hudson-Odoi. I know he has the finesse shot. He's fast, relatively decent dribbling. I just would rather somebody else in that position, in my opinion. Maybe a Hazard or a Son, but you could argue that the left wing options aren't that great. So maybe it's a fair choice to put the coins elsewhere.
Here's Tex now. Bruno Fernandes just manoeuvring the ball round. Trivella!
That's a big chance. It's got to be a goal.
Wasn't time from Frank Lampard.
It's nice from Tex, though. It's good build-up. He's sort of isolated Sam Brewster there to make a decision defensively. Made the wrong one and then almost got punished.
He's actually using 4 different icons in his draft, is Tex. There's one in every part of the field. Defence, goalkeeper, midfield, attack. Sam Brewster, he's onside.
Just offside.
Well, Matthias Bernardo, we're hearing some roars from him. We are hearing that he's scoring goals because he's not 2-0 up. He is 3-0 up in this lofted ball play that he's seemingly enjoying. Finds himself 3-0 up.
Yeah, that's Drogba. That's what he's there to do. Whether it's knockdowns or goal direct, it just adds a different element to his attack, and it's impossible to stop, really and truly. Great defending turned into attacking here from Sam Brewster and Southampton.
Can he outsmart Haaland? Some more red and white shirts come into the box. The angle there was a good idea for a time green finesse. Wins himself a corner. This could be the last chance of the half. That one goes all the way back. Kirk as the defender. Now he's going to try and manoeuvre it in from there. This could be a chance to counter-attack though for Tex.
This could be
if he can move this quickly. He's got the legs in him, Daniel Mallet. He's got a massive chance. Tex to go 2-1 up in the break. Round the goalkeeper. It's the perfect counter-attack.
I was just about to say, and I know this is hindsight's 2020, but I thought last attack there, if you're not going to go direct, you surely want to play for last attack. You see the clock there, 44 minutes approaching 45th. It's 1 minute added on. You want to keep the ball for the last attack. Tex gets possession here, in on goal, very composed, and aims it right into the bottom corner. And you can see that Sam Brewster is not too happy with that.
Tex is 2-1 up at the break. Man City looking to get maximum points. As he speaks of Coach Ed, who, as you said, it's an interesting roles reversed coaches-wise. Azenia was there in the FC Pro Open with Tex. We know Edu is also a coach in that Manchester City team, but sits next to Matthias Bernardo. Right, over to Matthias Bernardo, if we can. How's he getting on? 3-0 up he leads.
In on goal again. Or he's got an attack anyway.
He's going to look for that little lofted dink ball again into the box. He's
tried it.
He's mixing up his play here, right? What's he looking for when he's doing this?
It's just Drogba. It's a mismatch from pretty much every single player on the pitch, just because of the play styles, the jumping attributes, the strength. The only one you could argue that could challenge him in the air, I'd say Haaland, but then Haaland doesn't have aerial plus, so it's very likely that he wouldn't win possession. Unlucky there from Michael Fisher.
Well, you've had your say at home. Well, Manchester City top the group, 67% of you saying that they will. And look, if you're going off their past form, they are the defending champions. They come into this one as the team to beat. Which must be quite difficult, Ryan. You've played for Manchester City in past times. when you're playing against maybe players that are not always playing in an ePremier League, it might be their first time, might be one of their only events they play in the year, they've got an extra sort of 25% to go and beat you as the full-time pro players.
100%. I always found that very difficult. I never performed up to the standards I held myself accountable for when I was with Man City, especially in ePrem. There's a lot of pressure, but there is a goal. We're going to get the replay of Tek's-driven pass into Ian Wright, and then the pass across the box. You can see it opening up. Heung-min Son peels away from the defender, and that's 3-1.
They are one of the few teams, or only team, Manchester City, that have full-time professional FC Pro players, which will play, of course, in a handful of tournaments outside of this one, such as the Champions League, where they had a great run last year with Matías Bonano. Mohamed Salah trying to pull a goal back here for Michael Fisher. That one goes for a corner.
He's getting a lot of joy with Mo Salah running down there towards the byline.
Allen step-overs. Pulls Haaland completely out of position, but then again loses possession. This is how the table currently stands. They're 9 points Manchester City. Obviously only picked up 3 in their first round, but it would allow a slight gap to appear from first to second. Keep in mind that Forest have only played 1 fixture, obviously 2 games in total. They've actually still got 2 more games to be played, so they could actually leapfrog depending on how results go elsewhere. Big chance here, Matías Bonano still looking for goal number 4. It might fall kindly back to Drogba. He'll step over, waiting for one more player, just bringing it to tap. Mohamed Salah trying to just find other options, and now will instead look to recycle all the way back round by the help of Gravenberch and Connor Bradley on this side, but he seems very much in control, and although it was a sticky start, he's back to winning ways.
Yeah, it's good defending there, to be honest, from Michael Fisher. Done well. He had to make sure that he was switching cursor and getting over to the correct player to try and stop the threat on the edge of the box, because it definitely looked as if Matías was going to find the back of the net there.
It's really, he's in control now. As you can just see him happy, keep possession and say, look, come at me, win the ball back. Although Michael Fisher was able to take down Kai Harris of Wolves in his first game, he fortunately has met his match in the defending ePremier League champion, Joe Cole. Very nearly put it on the volley. Update in the other game, right, Forest-Chelsea, this is on the PlayStation side. Goal back for Forest through that deflection there. That's Luke Downing, a 2-2 scenario. And then over on the Xbox, looks like Harvey Waters is 4-1 up. Nottingham Forest on for 4 points from their opening game. That'll be the same point tally as Southampton, who can't even hit the target there at a time green finish as Michael Fisher looks to the skies.
Yeah, it's been I don't think it's been a 3-0 game, to be fair. I feel like it could even be more goals for Matías, but also I feel as if Michael Fisher could have and should have scored at least one by now. But I think for somebody as experienced and knowledgeable as Matías, and he's got Zidinho behind him, they will know that keeping possession here, trying to opt to kill the game and any sort of momentum for Southampton is very important.
Tries to play quick again, just won't be enough time, even if he gets one now. Remember, 6-minute halves we're playing here in the group stage. It's not usual 9 that you'd be seeing in the FC Pro Open, so there just isn't enough time, which I guess is one positive thing for these pro players. When you've got a 3-0 lead, even 70th minute onwards, there isn't really enough time.
Nowhere near. Not in a 6-minute half at all. And you know, especially for the players that have played a lot of 9-minute halves across the last couple of years since it's been introduced, the difference between that and 6 minutes when keeping possession, it just feels a lot easier.
I've just looked across there. Harvey Waters gets a 5th, 5-1 he leads against TOJ of Chelsea on his console side. This might be a consolation goal if Southampton can find one back now. Eric Cantona, still Southampton can't break through this Manchester City defence. Towards the back post, that's brilliantly done. Can he get it back to Cantona? It's another save.
You know what, fair enough. I would have never seen that pass from Michael Fisher. Great ball in behind. Doesn't lead to a goal, but it's one of them losses. It's a weird one because you can take positives from it in a way, albeit you would want to kickstart and continue with the 3 points for Michael Fisher. It wasn't meant to be. Matías bounces back with the all-important 3 points for Manchester City.
Well, it's the Argentine for Manchester City that will have 3 more points onto their tally. If you are wondering why Tex is taking a sip of his drink, he has just scored again. Against Southampton on the Xbox. Let's jump into that if we can, and we'll let you know what you've just missed. 4-1 is the score. 9 minutes left. It looks like Manchester City are getting maximum points from this round, Ryan.
Yeah, they needed that, in my opinion, and even 3 points from the first round isn't necessarily a bad set of results. It's just something that you'd want to make sure that you can bounce back straight away if you're Matthias and Manchester City. Tex, of course, keeping his 100% record so far in the ePremier League this year. It's a player that rarely ever loses.
Last 5 minutes here, Tex toying there with Cole Palmer, Bruno Fernandes, one more pass, makes it 5-1. But they scored 40+ goals last year, expect the same from them, they're a dangerous team. Fortunately for Southampton, after picking up 4 points in their first round, Ryan, they're going to get 0.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but there is potential for them to still challenge and cause an upset. You have a goal, though, in this game. There was a red card between Nottingham Forest and Chelsea, and it's Chelsea who get the goal 87th minute. And who else, Brandon? Cole Palmer.
That's NH, that is.
Yep.
With another 3 points.
No, but I didn't get to say it from the start, though. That was my underdog. That was the... I'm still claiming it, though. I know that.
Yeah.
That was my underdog.
Some would say I already knew about that player.
No, to be fair, you do. No, we're in the same boat, though.
We are in the same boat.
Different scenarios.
Tell you what a start he's having, by the way. A win against Matthias Bonanno and a win against Luke Downing, potentially. Right, we've got full-time results in the Xbox game. 5-1 full-time. Harvey Walters opens up his ePremier League journey in a Nottingham Forest shirt with 3 points. But it's only going to be 3 points by the looks of it. We'll give you the full-time results in both the games. Tex gets his second win, his second 5-1 win, actually, in the ePremier League. 10 goals scored, 2 conceded, 6 points on the board. He is looking very much at home in the tournament that he won last year and also won in his debut year all those years ago. Frank Lampard for 6. That won't matter. Full-time result there, 6 points for Manchester City in round 2. Puts them on 9 and top of the table. Full-time result as well. Chelsea take that result on Nottingham Forest. Group B is starting to shape up and round 3 comes up next as Nottingham Forest take on Southampton after this. Well, welcome back to the Premier League group stages here live in London. You are just witnessing what has happened in our last round in Group B. As it currently stands, the defending champions Manchester City are back to their usual winning ways. They picked up 6 points in the last round against Southampton, and they'll be looking to continue that fashion in their next game against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Ryan Pessoa joins me now at the analysis desk. Ryan, we had the pleasure of seeing Matías Bonano get back to winning ways, a confident result for him, a clean sheet, and it's safe to say the Argentine is back in London, back at his best.
Yeah, absolutely. He needed to win that game and start off very well in that game, and that's exactly what he done. I feel like that was sort of the recipe for success. I feel like the longer that game went on, if he didn't score, the more, I'd say, nerves start to bring into his game, but he kicked off that game in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially what we saw from him last year as well. He was the goal-scoring team. He was the man who was picking up more points in those games. Let's take a look, a little bit of a deeper dive at what we have just seen in that last game. We'll touch the screen now. Ryan Pessoa, what did you like most about this performance from Matías Bonano? Because he was, I'd call it headers and volleys to a degree. He was playing around Didier Drogba as much as he could. This was one of his build-ups for his first goal.
Yeah, just take a look for those at home. This is a perfect example of how to turn defence to attack. Just the way he's triggering runs, you can see the passes inside, the player locked here. It just forces Southampton here to make a decision. You don't know what to do because you've got the player to worry about in possession. You've also got to worry about the other potential pass as well. And it's something that's very, very important in Matías Bonano's game. And it's sort of just about putting theory into practice right here.
No, absolutely. Again, look, that's the first goal we saw there. It was a brilliant build-up from him. If we can jump over and see one of his other goals, that would be superb as well. I mean, look, this was no Didier Drogba involved in this moment, but it's the extra pass that made all the difference.
And it's also the triggered runs I spoke about. You can just see they're darting in, and if there's a way to pause it, it would be great as well. I'm not sure if we have the ability to do so in this clip, but we're going over to goal number 2. Defending here, wins possession back, and just look at how he turns defence to attack. Didier Drogba is the person who you have to pay attention to here. Player locked to run in behind, and once Drogba's in full flow this time, he's very difficult to stop. The space opens up here, the composure, and also he could have played that. Right here, the pass back was an option, and that's what was predicted to happen.
In that moment there, Ron, why is it just something that pro players know that the centre-back doesn't always track that run?
Yeah,
because Haaland didn't seem interested in Bruno Fernandes there at all.
Especially with, it depends on the defensive approach you have, whether it's aggressive, high, some people play balance, but there on, if you're running towards the byline, the defence, they just step. So it gives you the space there to play across the byline. And it's something that not only Matías has done extremely well this year, but it's something that's been in his game for a number of years now.
Well, look, Didier Drogba's causing problems. He's back to winning ways, and he got a clean sheet in his last game. He's up against Wolves next. But before we do that, I believe FG is with a fan's favourite. They're calling for him in the Twitch chat. I think you found him, FG.
I have indeed found him, a fan's favourite indeed. Mr. Stokes, first things first. I mean, you weren't happy with Ryan making you wait there, were you?
I think he likes the sound of his own voice too much because, wow, that was a while. But yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Listen, we're glad to have you. Of course, you're playing tomorrow, Group C. First up, bit of a difficult group. You've got with the likes of Liverpool. What can we expect tomorrow from you?
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it's going to be interesting. They're probably the tournament favourites. They are unbelievably good. But you know, pressure's off. See what we can do. Content creator, not a pro. You know, so
take the pressure off
yeah,
yourself
exactly.
like that. Are you making any behind-the-scenes content for us to see here, or is that just a content creator, but not this weekend?
Content creator. He's got a few days off. This is like my holiday, basically. So yeah.
So you're on holiday and you're in Group C. What have you made of Group A and B? Because you've been here for the majority of the day as well, haven't you?
I'm loving Group B, to be honest. Like, this is a really mixy group. Forest are good, City are, you know, they're good, but they're struggling a little bit right now. So hopefully it gets really close and tight. That's what we want to see.
I'm also getting told in my ear from the producer that we're trying to get you on the shows and you're always too busy streaming. So any chance of that happening soon?
You never know. You know, I could tear myself away for a few hours, hopefully, yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, we've heard it from the man himself, mate. Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate it.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. He's in action at Group C tomorrow. There's Group D tomorrow. But for now, let's catch up with some of the players we're seeing right now, the Nottingham Forest players.
I think our performance from last year, to be honest, we exceeded a lot of people's expectations.
Semi-final last year, hopefully go to the final this year and potentially win it.
Lou Downing's on for a further. Is there a one more pass? Round the keeper. See you later.
I think we have a slight advantage. Obviously, we get on well with good mates outside of it as well. And obviously, playing together last year, we know what to expect.
So I trust him, he trusts me, so that's what is good as a team, to have the trust of each other.
Harvey's strengths are just the way he plays the game, to be honest. He's very solid defensively and he's one of the better players here, I'd say, yeah.
Luke's strengths are going forward, he's a very good attacker, he's got a good press.
Yeah, last year it was a good feeling getting to the semi-final.
On their way to a semi-final in their first ever ePremier League.
We both, I think, weren't happy with how we went out, so we're looking for a bit of revenge this year.
You know, what will be will be. Hopefully this year we'll be back and maybe go one step beyond.
That's who's going to be in the featured booth. Nottingham Forest taking on Southampton. We've got a very special guest in the booth, a table topper. I can't get away from him, I'll be honest.
You get away from me. I think
he just keeps following me. He keeps following me around. Mark 11. You joined us for a prolonged period of time now, 15 minutes roughly while this game's on. If there's any questions you've got for the one and only Mark 11, get them in the chat right now. It's a big game, it feels like, coming up in this group, with Forest sort of being the chasing pack behind City. It feels like they have to be flawless from here on out. 6 points is a must at every opportunity.
Absolutely. I just was able to watch them on the B stream. Forrest, okay, on the one hand, Harvey Waters, dominant 5-1 performance. Luke Downing, though, on the other hand, we've seen a maybe not confident Luke Downing in that round, and I'm curious how it'll continue throughout the rest of Group B.
I mean, when you were saying that, Luke Downing also just looked over and were like, what you on about? Like, why are you saying that about me, Casey? It did tickle me, I'll be honest. On the other side of it, Mark, Sam Brewster, he went 1-0 up against Tex.
Saw that, yeah.
Didn't last long, though.
Unfortunately, that corner cost him, I think. It was 1-0 last attack, and he gave it straight to him, 2-1. Against Tex, you can't go down 2-1 at half time. It's going to be tough, 6-minute halves.
Yeah, it really is. On the other side of it as well, I mean, we've got to talk about Fisher. It's a bit, again, bit of a mixed bag from him today.
Yeah, I mean, you go one game winning, I believe it was like 5-0. Next game, not the same story. And so you have to be consistent if you want to do well in this competition. And so you could have really good moments. You have to keep it rolling. I
feel like that's a big word. And I feel like that's a word that often is the reason why, I mean, yourself, over how many years? Like 3-4 years now competing. Consistency is the biggest thing.
It is. There's no point just winning one, losing one, winning one. You have to be consistent, otherwise you won't be at the best.
We're going to jump on into the PlayStation first. Luke Downing, he's going to be kicking us off here, taking on Michael Fisher. The game that's taking place in the B stream right now, if you want to follow it, is Manchester City and Wolves. And that is, you can watch all the action, I believe, with Brandon Smith and Redlack, I want to say, over there right now. They will be keeping up to date with all the proceedings, the Premier League's YouTube channel. As we're underway here, Forest kicking from left to right. Luke Downing, and right to left will be Michael Fisher of Southampton. What do you know too much about these, Mark, as individuals, as players?
I've probably played Luke Downing the most in friendlies, so
really?
I'm going to say him. He's very good for me. I think he's one of the best players here, to be honest. He's underlooked at, to be honest. He's like him, Harvey, good team. Underdogs for me, second best team after City.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked about the 4 teams that were everyone's sort of 4 favourites to win their group, in every group there was then that team that if they played well,
they top it. Yeah.
They could have topped it. I mean, this is Luke Downing absolutely cooking inside the box. If that resulted in a goal, that would have been unbelievable. But Forest were there, and I mean, City, they have dropped points throughout sort of today.
Points, yeah. Hold on.
They have to drop more. On the other side of it, Southampton, Michael Fisher with a big chance there, squandered. It's going to be interesting, because I think this group really comes down to, do City win out, Case? If not, the chasing pack will be there.
Absolutely. But, I mean, if we're even just watching after that first round, there's potential for big names to drop points. And so that's why I like this group so much. We have so much experience, so much skill set. And so expect the unexpected. And I'm here for it. I like a tight group in general. And so I hope that they're fighting till the end, to be honest.
Could be an early chance, just wide of the post. Luke Downing started really, really good in the opening 15 minutes here.
Oh my God. Is that on? Hold on.
Rick Cantona at the near post. Michael Fisher goes 1-0. We've got a question coming in from RST there. I don't know if you caught it. I'm going to reveal the question after the goal. Okay, I saw the name. I didn't get a chance to read it. He's going to be in action tomorrow coming in. So I'm intrigued to find out what this question is.
I do have the question.
I'm scared.
But first we will look at the replay.
That's a ridiculous ball.
Insane ball.
That is 2 passes and it's 1-0.
Two passes, 1-0. Surely when you play that, you're a little bit surprised it's even gone through yourself?
Look, I'll never do that in my eSport EAFC career, but honestly, like this, maybe that's why I've got to start doing that. That's impressive.
1-0 to 0. The other game that's taking place right now, Sam Brewster and Harvey Waters. There's a question coming in. Mark, any tips on how to win Group C? Obviously, he's going to be playing tomorrow.
I can't, Ricky. You're not winning Group C, so you may as well just not rock up. It'll be fine if you just stay at home. Actually, you can come. You can support your team out a little bit, but you're not winning the group. But yeah, you're not winning it. No tips for you.
There you go.
Ruthless.
Yeah.
Who's in Group C?
Corney coming in. Mark said he would dance in his chair when he scored. Why didn't he?
I said that since when? Maybe on my stream. If I win the quarterfinal game, I'll give you a few dances. Don't worry, I got you, Corney.
Okay, there you go. You're asking about Group C. Liverpool. Crystal Palace. Okay,
definitely don't come tomorrow.
Arsenal, Brentford, and Everton.
They might finish last. They could finish. No, I'm kidding because I feel bad for his teammate. But nah.
I will say, shout out to Corny. He's one of my mods in my own Twitch stream. So thank you so much for the good question.
UK. He always watches me, so
yeah, that's
I rate Corny.
RSD with Larbs for Arsenal.
Yeah, okay, yeah. They can come 4th, 5th.
Let's have a look what's happening on the Xbox game here between Harvey. He's taken the lead in this particular matchup. It looks to be Cole Palmer from outside the box. Finds the top left corner. And nothing Sam Brewster can do about that one. This would be big drop points if Luke wasn't to get over the line here. Just having a look at the Wolves-Man City games at the moment. I believe we're pretty tight. It might not be as one-sided as people assume at the moment. 2-1. Xbox, so that's Tech's leading, and the other game 0-0 at the moment.
That's not good. I don't want that. We need City to win the group. City better win the group or we're in
If they finish second,
no, they can't.
What then happens to you?
We have to play them soon. We need them to finish first, or I'll be having words with the City players.
I'll just let you know, Mitch Hayward's equalised.
Good.
2-2.
Nice.
Oh, he's just scored. Mitch, Wolves.
To make it what?
2-2.
2-2.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh, no, it's not good. It's not good
Let's
at
see.
all.
Here we go. Kirke's out wide. Gets down the byline, cuts it back to the edge. Marlon into Bruno, turns his man and fires it into the top corner.
No, it's all right. Takes to win this.
Let's have a look at that table. As it stands, City, 11 points.
4-point gap, it's all right.
4 points difference. Ooh. As Southampton come forward here. But there's still quite a decent amount of FC left to play here, Case.
And I will say, I've seen a few people in the chat asking where they can find those other games, and those are on the B stream over on YouTube, on the Premier League YouTube. So I saw a couple people saying, where is Chex? How can I watch him? It is over on the B stream. Do not miss it.
Absolutely. As we approach half-time, 5 minutes left to play. Eric Cantona, 2 to Palmer. Moved the keeper to the near post and didn't quite execute the finish, and that's really unlucky.
That is, yeah, I feel for him. He should be about 3 goals off here. I do feel quite bad for him there.
Well, Southampton, through Roderick, into Cantona, standing strike, into the top corner, 1-1. Sam Brewster back in the game. Just pay attention to the bottom right corner there. Could be a chance, good save from Petr Cech. Southampton right now are taking 4 points out of 6.
That's big for me. I feel like, ooh, hold on. Well, that's good for them there. But I also feel like Chelsea are underrated.
Yeah.
NH, he's good.
So far.
6 out of 6, he can't do much more, to be honest. But like NH is very, very good. I don't like to boost him because he comes up to me and says like, "Shut up" and stuff. He's a bit weird, but like, no, he's very good. I rate him. Hold on, the long ball again. It's offside there.
What you made of this then at half-time? It feels like what we're expecting to happen is not happening at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much across the board expected there. But halftime again, anything can happen. So let's get into this as we see the Xbox matchup between Forest and Southampton. 1-1 across the board, pretty even.
Still 0-0 at the moment between
Chance.
Bonanno and Kai Harris, as Sam Brewster on the stroke of half-time. He conceded one against Tech's 46th minute.
Listen.
He's got to put one in the top corner.
Great finish, great times.
As we see the replay here, starting off from Cantona into Cole Palmer, green timed across the goal for Sam Brewster, making it 2-1 right before halftime.
As we approach halftime, do you want a text Mitch Hayward update?
Sure, why not?
3,
Yes.
2, Man City lead.
Perfect. I told you, Texas got this. I believe in him. He needs to lock in for me.
Sam Brewster locked in at the moment. As you can see, our main stage and then the B stage just next to it there. As we're back underway here. There's the goal back that Luke Downing's been asking for. He's got close. He probably should have scored in that first half. And now 5 minutes into the second, opens his account against Southampton.
Yeah, it's interesting because last game it was very close, very end-to-end, and almost stressful. He had a red card, I believe, 70th minute. So he's not making the task easy on himself. As we see the replay, Cole Palmer dribbles it in, doesn't even need to green time the shot. But Luke is quite back into this game, 1-1.
I've got to ask you, Mark, while we're sort of waiting for these games to get back kicked off, talk to us about your teammate, Stingray.
Oh, where do I start? What do you want to know? Tell me.
Is he the best individual player here?
Of
right
course,
now.
he's my teammate. After me, of course. Yeah, he can be second. Yeah, no. Obviously, he's so good to be around.
He feels like a good teammate.
He's a good teammate in game. Preparation, don't get me started. Every goal he concede, it's a smack on the desk. It's a, Zach, what do I do? Zach, what do I do? I'm like, just relax, it's a friendly. But yeah, obviously in game gets the results.
And they talked to me a bit about Zach as well. So I feel like he's the glue.
Link, yeah. I can't lie. Zach taught me this sick bicycle kick corner. We scored none today, but like I've scored a lot of goals with it, and I think it might come in handy. He's just a great coach for both of us. He's doing a 2-for-1 job, so chance.
Another question coming in there. That's a dink over the goalkeeper. That's 2-1. Southampton. What formation does Mark play for him to play such beautiful football? Is it the free-flowing 4-4-2?
Look, I wish the 4-4-2 is being put on hold, unfortunately. This new patch, yeah, it's on hold. The 4-2-1-3 is out, and we are sadly playing that, but I'm sure you'll see it coming out soon.
And this was the goal. That little dink over the goalkeeper, onrushing keeper, can't do anything about it, and Fisher back in front.
Yeah, I think I was able to hear the mic of Luke Downing in that one. He literally said, I do not know what to do. And in that situation, there's not much you can do. It kind of just goes in. And so he is back into the deficit against Southampton.
Coming straight forward here. Off the post. It's a great effort.
Hold on, he's copying me.
Mark, when will you be coming to Portland Road?
I was actually there for the United game against Ipswich. It was a really nice little, I guess, day. It was a good day, 2-2 result, but invite me over. I'll come to the suite and watch.
To the suite?
Yeah, give me to the suite.
The suite!
With Ed Sheeran.
You and Ed, yeah?
Me and Ed can link up, yeah.
Besties.
If you're in the ePremier League...
Yeah, we'll make a song together.
Meet and greet with Ed Sheeran?
Yeah, done.
There you go. You can't turn it down now, Ed, if you're watching. I know you are. 6 minutes on the clock. Southampton still leading 2-1 here. Harvey Waters up against Sam Brewster. The former ePremier League finalist, Sam Brewster.
No.
The ball bouncing around this box. Rodri forcing it back to Lavia. Player look cancel into Rodri once again. He fires it into Odoi. Cantona with the finish. And he just delayed.
1 second too late. It's the milliseconds that make a difference. And there you go. Is that Rodri? Hold on. That's a lot of coins on Rodri there, no?
No, it certainly is.
And they're playing the tournament using him, surely. I'd say he is.
Mallon trying to force his way through here. It's just a little bit too congested, and a chance for Harvey to counter. He gets his passes right, which he doesn't. Matthias Bonanno up against Kai Harris. That's 2-0 for Bonanno. And Tex is still leading 3-2 as Luke Downing finds one back. Green time Travella into the top corner.
Good goal.
A lot of goals firing in at the moment. I'm sure that table is starting to take shape. There it is. Distance.
They've won it. Nice. Just like that, 7-point gap.
Still time to play, though. That's a little dinked ball over the top. Won't get there. It really is. First is everything.
I can't
in
lie,
these
yeah.
groups.
Second may as well be fifth. Like, if you're not first, it's pointless even coming here, because like everyone comes to play first place. Like, if you're not first, it's demoralising, I'd say.
I think it's important though for a lot of the new guys as well.
Is he on?
Wow.
Yes.
Let's get a VAR on that. I do not think that was on.
We've got to see that replay. I need that slowed down. I need it.
I need the arrows and lines and everything you got.
Let me see this again.
Oh, I don't know.
That's close.
I don't know about that one. He's looking at us. He's saying it's onside.
We're saying it. VAR. We need
Yeah,
VAR
we
on
need
that.
VAR on that,
Yeah.
definitely. Good position there, 3-1 up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should be, 70th minute. Got to win from here.
2-2 here on the PlayStation between Michael Fisher and Luke Downing. But it is the Southampton man coming forward. That's going to fly into the top corner.
Wow.
Southampton on course to take 6 points away from Nottingham Forest.
Michael Fisher, he has been leading the majority of this game, and Luke has been just trying to catch up to him. Trying to catch up, trying to get back into it. As we see the replay here, starting off from Malin, Cantona twisting and turning into Mo Salah across goal, and he's able to make it 3-2 for Southampton.
Are you taking that shot on Salah's right foot? Do you just back the team in the air, Salah to score?
4-star equals more than that, especially precision shooting. So if it's shooting, maybe doesn't go in. So precision, definitely, that's a good shot, a good goal.
It's almost, it feels even weird though, shooting on Salah's right foot.
Yeah, he used to have like 3-star weak foot like on his gold card, so it's very, very weird. Can't lie, he's had a lot of chances this game. I've seen Michael, 3 chances, 3 goals, so good press here.
It's been clinical.
Damn, I'm a Stingray use them, that's cute.
As we see, Sam Brewster leading 3-1. A 4th goal kills the game, but with 6-minute halves, as we've said previously,
it's quick.
You don't get a chance to think about getting back into the game. Before you know it, it's 85, 86. Every possession matters. As Rodri and Lavia hold down the middle of the pitch, that's a poor pass, and it gives
Unforced error.
Harvey a chance.
Got to score here. Game over.
Good tackle.
Conor Bradley stepped in. Sam Brewster going to manage this game and see 3 points onto the board for Southampton. Let's see what's happening in the PlayStation affair. It's 3-2, so it is a slightly tighter game.
4 minutes to one more attack?
I would have not predicted
this
6 points all.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's nothing away from Southampton. I just didn't see it happening.
So I think Southampton, Nottingham will be pretty disappointed with this. At least like one of them has to win, they both lose. This is it, last chance, I think.
I mean, this result as well, as you said, it pretty much puts City top of the pile.
Good stuff.
Just how you called it.
Exactly, that's what we needed.
Did finish 2-0, Bonano winning. That second goal was the final goal we saw. And Texie still leading 3-2, sorry, against Mitch Hayward.
Yeah, I think this is especially disappointing for the Forest guys because last year they were in an opposite position.
Do you not think those, like last year, there was no real expectation? This year they've got the semi-final last year. They've continued to make their name in the scene. They would have come in expecting to win games.
Yeah, when you make top 4, you expect to make top 4 again.
Yeah,
So
and I think that does play a factor. As the full-time whistle blows, Fisher and Brewster take 6 points out of 6 away from Nottingham Forest. A huge 6 points on the board. Forest devastated. What a win that is for Southampton.
No, it is a very, very important and much needed win for Southampton, even just for the confidence factor going into the knockouts. It does seem like that first place spot is getting further and further away in advantage to City, but 2 wins like this is going to be very, very good in terms of momentum.
Yeah, just confidence going back to the knockouts. That's 2 players that you might end up matching up in a knockout. So that level of opponent, and when you know you can beat them, when you know you've got confidence in those games now, that will do a lot for Southampton, Mark.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure, obviously, they didn't expect to come lose these 2 games here, but to come out and win both, not one, not even draw, 2 wins is massive. Like, you always want to get, if you get 6 out of 6, and then that's perfect, too, what you want.
We're just going to see the culmination here between Tex and Mitch Hayward.
It's a long pause. It's been true.
Mitch has been laid back in that chair for about 3.5 minutes.
He's looked at
As we're going to see it here, 86 on the clock.
Okay. He's got the ball though. Let's see if the tactical changes are going to pay off.
We can see the fullbacks high and wide. Roy Keane in the middle of the park, fires it into Bruno, and there is that width from Lewis Skelly. Dalot just takes the ball off him. And you would probably think that City are going to run this clock down.
Okay, 2 minutes. One
additional minute. It looks to be 3 more points for Manchester City. The reigning defending Premier League champions pick up a 6-point haul against Wolves. Might not be convincing, a 2-0 and a 3-2 scoreline. However, that doesn't matter at the end of the day. Points are everything, and it puts them in an unbelievable position at the top of the table. Can anyone even catch City? It's Chelsea versus Southampton coming up next.
Mark Marley.
He has got a lot to do if he wants to find himself into the knockouts of the E-Champions League. Wow, that's a beautiful ball. Drogba, he's slopped it home. He's 4-0 up, but he's levelled up on goal difference right now. There you go, that's a big goal. One final chance for Mark Marley. It's on Mark Rowley! From absolutely nowhere!
Wow.
Yes, welcome back, everybody, to the ePremier League. But can I just say, we've just seen the clips of Mark Marley there in the E-Champions League. The spot's available in this tournament. That commentary was sensational. Any idea who it was?
Yeah, I do, to be fair, but it weren't good enough to get the play-by-play esports commentator of the year, were it?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Brandon Smith deserved that completely, 100%. And he's smiling over there.
Great scenes, though. Great scenes from Mark.
Let's see if he brings a trophy for us for the final day. Let's take a look at the results, shall we? So far in Group B. Now, Nottingham Forest against Southampton, one-way traffic.
No, it really wasn't. I'll be honest, it surprised me. It really did. I didn't know what to expect coming into this from Brewster and Fisher. Michael Fisher had been a bit hit and miss in the previous 2 games. Sam Brewster, I just didn't know. Honestly, I didn't know. I knew what to expect from Forest. I thought that's a 6-point haul. I'll be completely real with you, FG.
So
right
pretty
now.
much everything that you've just said, I'll just say the same for Manchester City against Wolves, because I didn't really expect. I mean, Mitch has been a fantastic player as well. I mean, Kai as well. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, City, fantastic, as per, and...
I was just testing you there, by the way.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I was just testing you because we'll look at the highlights and we'll explain a little bit something first. But first, we'll go with the Nottingham Forest-Southampton game, the one we were talking about. And Nottingham Forest, you said, could cause a lot of problems in this group, potentially.
Yeah, what do I know? 'Cause they lost both. 6 points for Southampton. And again, like, I don't think they created loads of chances. That first 10 minutes from Luke Downing was outstanding, and he couldn't get firing in the end. He couldn't get the ball in the back of the net. City, that was Bernardo's second goal.
I had you for a minute with that graphic, didn't I?
You did.
The graphic was incorrect, so Manchester City did win both games. And I just spoke to Tex off camera. He's super relaxed. They're playing like they're relaxed. It hasn't all been plain sailing for him in this group, though, has it?
They're not, but I think there's a far enough gap. I think the gap's big enough.
So are we predicting?
There's a wide gap.
Your predictions have not been the best.
City are going to win the group, OK?
This season, I'm being told, by the way, by our producer.
What? My prediction not being good this season?
They've not been the best. KTZN?
Yeah.
Prediction?
Did he win the Pro Open?
The real ones, remember? Oh, you can't do that, Buckley. You cannot do that. And what are we seeing for the rest of the evening? What are we thinking?
I just want to see players enjoying themselves. I think we saw Brewster a little bit there at the end when I was giving him the VAR, saying that's got to be offside. He's looking over, he's enjoying it. We saw Mitch a little bit. He was very laid back in the chair as well. He was giving it. So I think players just expressing themselves, giving us like the sense that they're enjoying it.
Yeah, and I get the sense that you're enjoying this broadcast, and we're enjoying having you here as well, Mr. Buckley. And we're going to head over to Casey. I've been told she's got a bit of an interesting question for the person she's interviewing.
It's true, yes. I'm here with Sam Brewster from Southampton. And you know, the producers, they really want to know, the towel, is it that stressful of a situation? Do we need to constantly be making sure our hands are dry?
I think it's become like a bit of a tick. Like, if anything happens in the game, it's like I use it as a mental reset almost.
Okay. You know, everyone has their own thing.
I do also have very sweaty hands, but it's just a mental reset. Makes me kind of forget about the last thing, focus on the next thing. That's
all right, well, whatever you need to do, it is obviously working because last round coming off 6 points, massive round for you guys and Southampton. But let's talk about your teammate, right?
Yeah.
He did the job as well, so how proud of you are you of your teammate?
Yeah, I mean, me and Michael have had a bit of a kind of mess of an ePremier League journey because we tried to play together last year and I made a complete mess of the qualifying. And then he had some personal stuff going on, so we're just really glad to be playing with each other this year. We knew we had a really tough group. We knew that it's quite hard to see where your points are coming from. And for him to get a big win against Wolves and then to beat Luke as well, Luke's unbelievably good. And I think he's on 6 points now, so yeah, if he can pick up a win in this last game, 9 points is a great effort from him.
Well, this last game is going to be very, very important against Chelsea. What can we expect from this matchup? I know you're off the last game, so
yes,
last game to play for, right?
Yeah, so try and enjoy it. I don't think I've ever played a competitive game against Ellis. Michael knows NH fairly well. NH obviously got a massive result against Banana in that first round. So to be honest with you, I don't really know what to expect, but if we can get 6 points, then finishing on 16 would be a really good effort. 15 was kind of our aim when we came here, so yeah, 6 points is the goal.
All right, well, Sam, thank you so much. Love the story about the towel, but I wish you guys the best of luck. We'll see if all of that from the last round can continue into this one up against Chelsea. But I don't know about you guys. I'm ready for it. Let's see the action.
Thank you, Casey. Great too as well from Sam Brewster, back in the Premier League this year after what was an incredible run those few years ago with another team that plays in red and white, yep. Brentford the Bees. Let's focus onto this one then, round 4. Manchester City sit out in this round. This is how the table currently looks, Ryan. You sit here and you think, looking at this right now, it's pretty. I'd like to say Man City should be there and should be on their way to a top spot. They've still got one more round to play.
Yeah, for me, if I'm being brutally honest, I think it's job done. The only team, in my opinion, that can pose it, because I expect City to get something from the.
It's because if Southampton win both these games, they get 16. All Man City need to do is get 1 point in their last game.
That's a guarantee. That's a guarantee. I think Chelsea are the only team, technically, that can catch them. But even then, look at the points difference. 9 points. Even if they win both now and both after, you have to rely on other results. I think City, for me, unless we see a complete capitulation from either Tex or Matthias, they will be finishing top of the group. And it doesn't really come as a surprise. You kind of expect City with the roster they've got. It should be a foregone conclusion for them.
Even with a win and a draw scenario, I mean, it could be done before a ball has even been kicked. You are right. If Chelsea were to win both their games, they would be on 12, and they could still be on 18. But then that would mean that you'd be needing Nottingham Forest to go and pick up some points on Man City. And I'll be honest, Forest, they've disappointed me a little bit. I mean, look, they lost both their last games.
Yeah, it will start off in the first game with Lucan just getting a red card, sort of knocked him off his. It just knocked his confidence a little bit, to be brutally honest with you. And ever since then, he's not been performing extremely well. But Michael Fisher has been doing very, very well in his couple of games. Of course, losing out to Tex, but then winning games after that, because it just shows sort of the resilience to have a team like that, as Sam Brewster did say, is very important.
Well, we're loading into this one now. It's his first time that he's been able to play against Ellis EOJ, on the ePremier League stage. This is his chance to do so now. He teams up with Michael Fisher. Look, they said they had a goal for point tally. Even if they did get 15, it's not going to be enough, really, is it, with how well Manchester City have played? And the fact that Man City have dropped points, Ryan, and they are still in the position that they are in.
It just goes to show. It shows how strong of a duo they are. But I think for Chelsea, NH just spoke about being an underdog for me coming into this tournament. But for EOJ too, I watched him last year as well, and I was very impressed. It's just defensively, he wasn't the greatest. That's the only thing. Offensively, he was great.
Well, he's swapped sides in London now, hasn't he? Because he was with Arsenal last year, I believe. Now this time, he finds himself in a Chelsea strip. Remember, no one is eliminated from this weekend in the Premier League. We are playing to find our 4 best teams, the teams that top the table, that go straight through to the quarter-final stages. On the 22nd and 23rd of March, the £100,000 ePremier League. Manchester City were champions last year. Will they be doing the double this time round? We will kick off first on the Xbox. Let's see how Chelsea start this one. Ian Wright, can he get the angle?
Done well to create a chance there. The pace with Marlon to run down the line. Pause cued there. I think St. Bruce has noticed something that he's not happy with.
Not happy with something. We have had a kick-off in our other game. Let's go over to it if we can. PlayStation NH. I mean, he's had a pretty good day overall. He's had some big results, and he's been involved in some crazy games. Winning against Matthias Bonanno, a red card with a win against Nottingham Forest, and he could be on for a 1-0 result. In this situation, big save Eric Cantona. That one parried all the way around to the Chelsea man, Cole Palmer.
NH is a very dangerous player. He can turn defence to attack before you even know it. 4-2-1-3, first time through balls. He knows the meta very well, Trevellas. Very unfortunate, because that was goal-bound. That would have been a goal. That was 1-0 right there, but his own player blocked it from finding the top corner.
Well, it's another great example of the Premier League, isn't it? A new talent that's been found in NH. Representing Chelsea. There's been an update in our other game, and it's Wolves against Forest. Forest lost their last 2 games, and by the looks of it, their luckies are looking much better. That was Kai Harris going 1-0 up, and over on this game, It is Mitch Hayward going 1-0 down against Harvey Waters there. This is the table as it currently stands then, with all that in mind. Southampton on 12 points. Man City, they will be playing in the final round. Up against Nottingham Forest. And there is a world where Manchester City might come into that last round and only need a point out of 6 to ensure they top the table. Here's a through ball there. This is on a replay. That's the OGA that's opened up his account.
Yeah,
Back to the PlayStation game now, sorry.
Yeah, EOJ2 is good for him to start the game very strongly there, because he needs some points on the board to be feeling like Zeft NH sort of carrying the duo, when EOJ2 is very capable of performing to similar levels.
So one more pass available there. Players just bundling around in the box. Lavia. Chance for NH to break. He's gone for the team of the week, Lewis Skelly there. I mean, left backs and right backs have been up for debate and will be all weekend long. Eden Hazard on his own. NH will take the lead, and it just came there from asking questions of his opponent. What was he going to do? Was he going to dive into attack, or was he going to play one more pass? NH had other ideas.
Yeah, just look at it there. You can see it's just onside. Eden Hazard, controlled sprint into space. You have to defend the pass. It's quite an obvious thing to do, but to cut inside there and then to go to the near post and green time it, NH, he's feeling himself. He's on fire today.
He certainly can't complain on the performance that he has had today. Jumping over here now to the Xbox side. Chelsea on for 6 points. Look, there is a world where they could still top this group. They win these 2 matches now. They'll be on 12 points. Ian Wright. It's going to fall back. It's going to fall back so Cordion. He's just pinched off his feet. William Saliba. Somehow. Not sure how. Winning the ball back, though, I couldn't quite believe that, Ryan.
Yeah, I thought, you know, when the ball bounces back that often, you sort of, when you're defending, you think, all right, fine. It's just not meant to be. It's not going to be my day. But Sam Brewster does enough to recover and for his sake, not concede the second goal.
Right, well, this is the table as it stands. The one thing that's not on their side at all at the moment for Chelsea is goal difference. I mean, look at the goal score between the two. While we're speaking about this, if Chelsea win this game and then they go and win against Wolves and they get goals behind them, depending on what City do against Forest, there is a chance they could also top the group. But obviously, it would need ifs, buts and maybes. It would need Manchester City not to perform against Forest. They've only lost 1 game today.
The thing is, Forest are very capable of getting a result. You've got Mitch and you've got Kai, who are 2 incredible players, but I just think it's... I don't want to burst the bubble of a fairy tale story. I just don't see it happening, but I would love to be proven wrong. I like excitement and underdog stories, but...
Especially when Tex hasn't lost a single game.
Yeah, I just don't see... You're relying on both players. Because of goal difference, you're going to need both of them, one to draw and one to lose. I just... Yeah, I don't see it. Not at the same time, anyway. Yeah.
You'd like to think, yeah, someone's going to pull through.
Absolutely.
Between the two of them. Hudson-Odoi there. Pickpocketed by Pedro Porro. Update over here, maybe we can forget about that fairy tale story, right? Because it's 1-1, 30 minutes in on the PlayStation. Goal back, Michael Fisher, making it all square. Number of you in the chat have been asking about custom tactics codes. Well, if you missed it earlier, we gave away all 10 tactics codes of the players in Group A. We are doing the same here in Group B. So if you are trying to get a tactic code for a certain individual, maybe Manchester City, Matthias Banana will text the defending champions. Well, guess what? Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be going into a bit more depth about how you can use the custom tactics and how they can improve you at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Tactics are a key aspect of Ultimate Team. Of course, with the introduction of FCIQ this year, it's something that can add a huge improvement to your game. Sam Brewster in behind. Lacks the composure, though, and hits it on the other side of the post. That's a massive, massive let-off for EOJ2. You saw the player cam. He expected that to go in.
I don't know if Sam Bruce just loves being on the camera here, but he absolutely plays up for her. I love it. Every time that a big moment happens, 2 hands off the controller, he might have just put himself at a bit of disadvantage there to be under such pressure.
Trella.
Hello! Not timed. Maybe that was the all-important difference into half-time. Finds himself 1-0 down still. Let's jump back across if we can to the PlayStation game. NH against Michael Fisher, 1-1 last time we saw it. This one's 2.5 minutes away from half-time. Keep an eye on that through ball. Lunged in there. Got away with that one, Erling Haaland. One more attack potentially.
Yeah, sensible, just keeping possession a little bit. But now you've seen this 1 minute added on. You need to make a choice, and you have to go forward. He's got a throw on here, further down the pitch. NH does for Chelsea. It's good defending though from Michael Fisher, and that will spell the end of the first half. 1-1 between Chelsea and Southampton.
Both games in half-time as Xbox just kicks off now. We'll go to in a second. We are hearing over in that Forest Wolves game. It is 2-1 in both of the games. One team winning, the other losing, respectively. Points being shared currently in that game, basically 3 each side.
Oh, the speed boost.
Chance, Ian Wright just running rampant. Is he going to be able to squeeze in? Marmouche, the angle was too tight. Didn't go for the shot, and instead we'll recycle all the way back around. Offside.
Yes. A burst of acceleration with Ian Wright. The speed boost is still very, very efficient when you're trying to get past the defensive line. You just dart into space, and somebody like Ian Wright, he's got quick step plus play style, so just the acceleration off the mark is just jets off. Oh, could have been a bit fortunate there, but that's where you spend, and why you spend, I should say, a fair portion of your budget. Rio Ferdinand and Stam as the centre-backs. PlayStation Wolves underway, of course, on Stream B. Is Drogba with incredible movement and skill moves, and the green finish at the near post to take the lead against Nottingham Forest, and also a goal for Wolves again on Xbox. 2-1. That was the goal there. So currently on pace to get 6 points, Brandon Smith.
Are we looking at a revitalised Didier Drogba that would see out of this competition, or just in the Premier League?
Out of competition, everywhere. The moment I saw he was released with aerial plus as one power shot, we're in.
He seems like a familiar face in the FC Pro ecosystem.
Yeah.
Start of the year, we know of O'Brien, and in the FC Pro Open qualifier, he was deadly. Then patches happened, and he got fizzled out with different players coming into the game, and how the game naturally changed. Is he now coming back in as we approach the leagues, and I'm sure the Champions League, where it was very popular last year?
Absolutely, I think he's one of those players where whenever he gets an item that sort of catches up to the power curve as the year progresses, you know it's going to be very, very dangerous. Look at the strength of Cole Palmer there to still maintain possession, but Drogba is just one of them players where you just hate to come up against. You know the game plan, and if somebody has the skill set to execute it, then you're in very, very big trouble.
He's already deadly enough, let alone with a couple of play style pluses on him and X, Y, and Z stats. Casado dinks it into Marmouche. Yapstam all the way pulled out from his usual centre-back role. Is there now a gap to appear in there? Maybe there is! He gets a round of applause from Sam Brewster. That's how good it was from EOJ2.
Just zip the ball around. The pass, and as a defender there for Sam Brewster, you have no time to even think, do I change cursor to this pair or not? Let's look at it, sorry. Bruno Fernandes into Marlon, lays it off, and then Lampard puts it into the corner. Incredible build-up play there from ELJ2 on Chelsea. Yeah, look at that, Sam. You know it. When you can see the goal like that, you can't really complain. It's a very, very well-worked goal.
We don't often see a spell like that, do we, as well, between pro players?
Like Sam Brewster, you know. Even the interview there, just the way he conducts himself. He's a nice guy. He seems like a top guy.
If he played?
No, never.
If he played, what would the score be?
If I played who?
Sam Brewster.
Right now?
Yeah. Would he beat you?
I back myself, Brandon, you know.
He just looked over and said 5-0.
What, to me? Yeah.
No, I think
it's to me. Well, that was a goal there from NH. Taking the lead there again. I'll back myself, Brandon. How about this? How about
He's
this?
better have headphones on, but he can hear everything. Maybe he's got the stream on.
Yeah. Brandon, we'll extend the stream by half an hour and just have a little best of 3. Just see it in.
I mean, you can commentate yourself if you want.
Yeah. Look at that green time, Travella, into the top corner there from NH.
NH, that's 3 wins from 3.
Flying.
We keep speaking about it, right? There is a world where there is potentially a fairy tale story. A lot needs to go their way, including Manchester City to completely fold in the last rounds.
So you're relying on Wolves playing extremely well,
You are.
City playing extremely bad. You're obviously anticipating you win both of your games as well, which isn't always a guarantee.
The biggest thing you're asking from is Forest to play well as well, Ryan, which...
There's too many variables, in my opinion, for it to become it's extremely unlikely, in my opinion.
We'll be happy to know in the chat. Bobby775, he might be a paid actor for you, Ryan, has said that Ryan smokes him.
So... Go on, Bobby. That's what I'm talking about, Bobby. Bobby knows, man. Great save there from Petr Cech. All right, I was going to say, if we get enough comments, hold that thought. There is an update, though. Forest get a goal back. 10 minutes to go. Wolves against Forest. And, of course, in this game as well, Xbox here, Wolverhampton building up Travella. Oh, screen timed into the top corner. If we get enough comments, Brandon, how about we partner up next season, me and you? Let's go for it. Yeah, me and you, let's go for it.
Who are we playing for?
You choose.
Somebody gets promoted.
Oh, near post. Shot there from the free kick. Quick response. And NH isn't happy with that as well. Now, seriously, come on, let's go. Us two.
I mean, I think Buckley's probably got more chance of playing than I have. I can coach.
We're looking over my shoulder. Brandon Smith, 25 minutes in, 34-0 down. How is this even?
Yeah, but you'd have to carry me.
I'd be down 5-0 myself, to be fair. A goal back in the game. Sam Brewster, 2-1, 10 minutes left to play. There is a route back into it. They said they want to aim for 15 points, so they have to win both of these games in order to get that. You see the replay, just Cantona patient, plays it back. Keeper moves out the way, expecting a finesse shot, and it's just an easy goal in at the near post.
Someone in the chat called Flamman9 has gone, I'm back in Ryan, considering what I saw in the Copenhagen games in 2017.
Wow, that is a serious throw. Sorry, who said that? What's the name?
Flamman?
That is the fact that you remembered that. That's an incredible
what did you do in Copenhagen, Ryan? Other than just turn up and get grouped, or was it?
No, clean. So I was amazing back then.
To be fair to you, you were in the World Championships back then.
Back then.
Excel stats.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Before Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, and after that, we didn't make another World Cup after that. Came close, but yeah, top 17 isn't enough.
You've played in the ePremier League a handful of times as well.
Even then, not really good.
I do think you could come back next year.
We'll see. Maybe the stars align. You never know.
Well, back to Xbox over here. This is a massive 3 points. As we said, we are going to keep an eye on Man City Forest as our feature game for our last round to find out if they will top the group. Again, they really only need 1 win. The goal difference is so strong on their side. There's a lot of variables that need to go their way. Sorry, against them if Man City were to top the group.
Ooh. This is a ball in behind. What a cross that is. L1R on double tap square in at the near post.
And we can even forget about this fairy tale story if Southampton were to pick up points there.
Oh, that's a great goal. Top corner, beautiful finish there from EOJ2. That should seal the deal for Chelsea now. You need to see what NH can do to potentially keep the storyline alive.
Someone in the chat just went, Brandon would be 69-0 down in the first 6 minutes. Yeah, thanks, I guess.
You got a bit about you.
But he's not lying.
Most wins in champs this year for me?
11.
No, it's not. I'm going to need a VAR check on that one. I'm not believing. 11, serious.
What? You think more or less?
Less.
Less?
Yes. 100%.
11 once. And after that, I don't think we got there again.
Oh, that's a great ball in. Michael Fisher brings it down with Eric Cantona in the box. And that, unless we see a dramatic comeback from Chelsea, it will be all ends up Southampton winning this game. We'll take a look at the replay there, Brandon. Mo Salah just powering down the line. Look at the run Cantona makes. I think that's a creative run. I would have to ask Michael Fisher there, but that's twice now I've seen him today make that run and that cross for Eric Cantona.
I've just found a fantastic comment in the chat. I'm going to pop it up on stream in a second just to get your...
Go on.
This is a preview of next year in the Premier League, all right? So it's from Stevie B, 1985. I'm looking forward to it. Update over here again, Southampton. Big 3 points on the board. We can forget about the story of anyone else really topping the table. I think Manchester City are going to be on their way with how everything's looking. People asking about Tom Lee, Stoke, Shorey, they're all playing tomorrow. And the Group C and D.
Big names tomorrow.
Come on, tomorrow. Well, this is the message in the chat. At least when Ryan loses, he can show us exactly what he lost on analysis. So you can take your jersey off in the ePremier League. Come and join us back on the live show and break down what you just seen. Then he's getting back a goal there. 4-3 down still, though.
I could commentate my own game. How about that?
You could work a half day.
I'd commentate my own game and then do analysis afterwards as well. This is full-time, though, on Xbox. Chelsea, 3-2 win against Southampton.
I think one of my favourite goals today as well from Ellis we saw there in the build-up. It got a round of applause from Sam Brewster. It was that good.
Great goal. But I think Sam Brewster and Southampton honestly can be proud of their showing today. I actually think they performed quite well. They haven't got some games you expect maybe they could have come out winning instead of potentially dropping points, but I think they've been strong.
Oh, look, they're back in 2 weeks again, aren't they, to put it right? That is the beauty of the format of the Premier League this year. If you're not perfect, or maybe you're missing just a few parts of your game, 2 weeks' time, you can come back to fight for a place in those knockouts. Right, 4-3 Southampton over here. Michael Fisher looking to give NH his first loss. Well, update over here. That was the full-time result. 90th minute winner for Wolves. And those games are concluded now between Wolves and Nottingham Forest. Added time of 3 minutes. And then we'll be going into our final round as Manchester City look on to top the group for another year. The defending champions will be heading back to a quarter-final stage again. That one potentially could have been a penalty there. And that'll do them. That's their last game for the group stages for Southampton. We'll see them in 2 weeks' time. It's still a promising point total. They wanted X amount of points. They've done pretty well. Again, it's just not been good enough, though, to catch the likes of Man City.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very tough ask anyway from the beginning of the day. Again, I feel like they've been, both Chelsea and Southampton have been great today.
They've just been one win off, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they've been showing their level, and of course, in a couple of weeks' time, that level could also increase, which is promising signs for both of the teams.
Absolutely. Well, look, there's one more round left to come. It comes up next. Manchester City take on Nottingham Forest as they look to top the group in the Premier League.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Bosh.
You win.
I'm guessing first, it looks like.
Okay, is he defender?
No. Midfielder.
No. Is it a forward?
Yes. Is he still currently playing? No. Ask some FC questions as well, I think.
Is he 86 rated above?
Yeah. Over a 90 rated? Yes.
Has he got a finesse shot plus?
Yeah.
Is it Shearer?
No.
I should know who he is. I'm a finesse shot merchant.
I know you are. It is really obvious, and I'm missing it.
Broaden your...
Is he an icon on FC? Yes. He actually ruined my childhood for at least 5 to 10 years. Do you know what it is? I've realised he's actually too young. How old are you, like 20?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Is it Cantona?
No. Do they have finesse shot gold in FC 25? Is it Thierry Henry?
Yeah. Henry? Yes.
Oh my lord.
Right, I have to ask questions.
Is it a defender? No.
Does he play striker?
No.
Cam?
Yeah.
Is he really quick or is he really slow?
Quick. Does he play for Arsenal? Nope. Tottenham? Nope. Chelsea? Yes. Good. Good club, that one.
Does he have a special card?
Yes.
5-star school moves?
Yes.
Big club, right wing.
Is it Cole Palmer? Is it Cole Palmer?
He can play central as well, though.
Oh, Palmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
It's getting really warm here. Okay, it's hot. Like, it's hot now. There's literally...
You could argue that it's cold.
Oh, Cole Palmer. Yeah, that was quite easy if you think about it.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League as we head into another round of fixtures. Now, I mean, we thought at the start of the day that it would be Manchester City and Nottingham Forest leading the way, Casey, but it's not going very well for Nottingham Forest, is it?
That is not the case at all. Man City is on top, but Forest, it's looking like they're going to be very, very bottom, last in the group. No one would have expected it.
I mean, when you look at results like that, as we welcome back, and Redlac joins us here at the host desk as well, when we look at it from a pro's perspective, the players are guaranteed to be back here for the final, but of course, top place in this group is important because you get to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you're bypassing 2 to 3 rounds, you know, coming back in 2 weeks. And I think we talked about the group stages there, and that 5th place for Nottingham Forest is not what they expected. An underperformance there, but Manchester City looking strong as always.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights, shall we, of everything we've just seen in the last round of fixtures then, Casey. I mean, Wolves were convincing, and Didier Drogba, loved by so many in the community, and, well, keeper movement was a little bit questionable in that one, but he was on fire.
Absolutely, and Wolves had a tough start to the competition in this group stage, but in this last round, they were able to take 6 points for the both of them as we go into the Chelsea versus Southampton game. Massive pass into Cantona. He's able to slot it into the back of net to make it 4-2.
And then the other one as well, it was Chelsea in the other side of the group with that goal as well, the finesse finish from Bruno Fernandes. A lot of players are using that Bruno Fernandes item. Are you a big fan of that one, Redlac?
Yeah, 33 out of 40 people using him, so it makes a lot of sense. I think that's a big win for Ellis Johnson, EOJ too. Started off slow today, and I think, you know, that'll do him the world of good.
I mean, we're looking at the standings right now, and to be honest, I can't quite believe what I'm seeing in terms of 5th position. Manchester City, the current ePremier League holders, they're the 2nd seed in this tournament, behind Ipswich, who did so well in Group A. Early signs of who we think are going to dominate the whole competition, Casey?
Yeah, I mean, it makes me even more excited for those knockouts because as we see some of these teams locking in that #1 spot, City doing it well, becoming, I mean, they could go back-to-back this year. Mark was on commentary with us. He was like, please, let them get 1st place. And so I think Mark is a happy dude right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people will be looking to avoid Manchester City for sure. I mean, I tell you what, what better way than to carry on this show by speaking to one of the Manchester City esports players right now. Mr. Ryan Pessoa is standing by somewhere in our studio with Matty.
Yeah, thank you, FG. I'm joined by Manchester City's Matthias Bonanno. You didn't start the day off as you would have expected, but how important was it to bounce back straight away?
The first match was bad for me. I didn't play well, but now I feel confident. I won 2 matches, and we are in the 1st place. So
yeah, I'm sitting in the seat of what Zizinho would be sitting in, but normally it's Edu who coaches you. What's the reason for the change? Is it?
The beginning of the season was bad for me, so maybe for all the team, and so we need to change something. And now is the opportunity for change. Coach Luis Boitex and me with Cezinho.
Yeah. Does it ease a lot of pressure being partnered with Tex? Because you know that even if you lose a game, you can still rely on your teammate in Tex to win it, and vice versa as well.
No, I was teammate the last season, so it's good for me because Tex is incredible and he won every game, but I don't feel pressure.
Yeah, one last question before I let you prepare for your last game of the day. We've seen an introduction of new players into this league. We've seen Manu Bashiri is going to be playing tomorrow. We've seen Lex as well. How does that make you feel? Do you feel like it adds to the competition? You're looking forward to those games? Potentially, it could happen.
Yeah, I feel good because it's more competition, it's more level, and I feel more exciting for compete against the best player in the world.
Yeah, well, congratulations on your performance today and at Manchester City. We're going to head on over to the casters, who are joined by a special guest.
Yes, thank you so much, Ryan. Great to hear as well from Matthias Bonanno. Interesting as well. Happy to make that change coming into a new LAN tournament. We know it's been a slow start for Matthias Bonanno this time round in his FC Pro journey. We're honoured to say that we are with another teammate of Tom Lees. It is Nick Snebby. We'll be going tomorrow in action with him. How are you feeling, mate? Welcome back to the Premier League again. We saw you in the FC Pro Open. You've had an active season already. How much are you looking forward to tomorrow? I bet you are desperate to get going.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's obviously a big event, one that I haven't done very well in previous years, but this year with Tom Lees, I'm hoping we can play really, really well.
Talk to me a bit about Tom. Was that the pull to Spurs? Did he sort of say, look, let's partner up? Like, throughout the years, maybe people haven't formed like really, really strong duos together. You two coming together, it's as close to like, quote unquote, like a super team as a City, or maybe as you're looking at Mark and Sting at Ipswich. Like, you're right up there.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I feel like it's been brewing a bit for the last couple of years, but it's never happened. Like, me and Tom have always been good mates, and obviously at the top bar a few of the UK players.
Yeah.
So after sort of last year, it was quite short after last year, we were sort of said like next year, like
Already
we need
locked
to be
it in.
done. Yeah, like it needs to be done. And obviously I came to here with Tottenham, and we're in different colours this year.
How does the process happen about duos? Because we're seeing Liverpool take a massive change this year. Obviously, Manny Bashore and Lex, 2 non-UK players, have come in. We've seen Ipswich go different as well. Mark 11's come in there. What a team. Do you have conversation with players of like, do you want to team up this year? Because there's no guarantee always that you're going to qualify. I mean, if you're a top player, you should be qualifying regardless of the qualification process. How does that, is there chats that happen? How's the process into the Premier League happen for you?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely chats that happen. Obviously, ePremier is not like many other leagues where this is 2v2. Like, your teammate means an awful lot. Like, if you have a bad tournament, your teammate can get you out of it, and you both have to play well to win the whole thing. So the teammate is definitely a big aspect to part of the event, and relationships also help a lot. Like me and Tom, there's good relationships go a long way as well. It's not just about your FIFA ability. Obviously this year we've got a lot of foreigners, I guess, come in, the top class players from other nations, but it's as stacked as ever this year.
Bit of bowling last night, was it?
Yeah.
Team chemistry?
Yeah, a bit of bowling. Well, to be fair, my first matchup tomorrow was there.
Was it?
Yeah,
what,
so
on the same line?
Yeah, sure, he was there. He beat me in bowling. I actually come last.
Okay.
And I never want to play bowling.
Did you get a strike?
Pardon?
Did you get a strike?
No, not one strike. Not even a spare. Not even a spare. It's just how embarrassing is that?
You know the barriers up?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'll let you off.
Mark told me before I went, if you don't score 100, you're terrible. I scored 58.
58?
That's poor. That's really bad.
58, yeah.
Did you bring out the old, the child bowling thing where you just put the ball?
No, I don't think my technique's that bad. It got a bit of a backspin. Tom's laughing about, but to be fair, none of us are any good. I was just the worst.
You might as well welcome that backspin as we join our last round of action now. And this...
I'll be honest, I've got to ask. I have to ask you, Snape, as someone who has been watching, what's happening to Forest? When you consider sort of where they were last season with Luton Town, they've obviously moved to a new club now. It's just not happened for them. They are taking on arguably the team to beat, the reigning defending ePremier League champions in Manchester City, but you must have had these days as well where it just feels like nothing's going for you.
Yeah, well, these two players actually topped my group last year, so I knew they were what they were about this year, and they come into the tournament with good form as well. So I'm very shocked to see them sort of at the bottom of the group. I sort of expected them to challenge City to top the group. So
I think everyone did.
Yeah,
I think we all did.
So it's definitely a shock.
I definitely expected them not to be there on the table where they are currently looking at Nottingham Forest off the form last year.
Southampton, by the way.
Yeah.
Sam Brewster, back at it again.
And looking good as well.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's been entertaining to watch, isn't he? He's given us a little bit to talk about. He's probably one of the most reactive players as well, Richard, I think I've ever seen. When at one point, he took his hands off the controller and gave away up possession.
He scored a goal that was like really close to being offside. And obviously he heard us talking about it, and he looked over and started doing the VAR symbols to us. Like,
yeah, he's a very unserious fella.
He is, but I think that helps him.
Yeah.
Building up now. Nottingham Forest bonded off the ball. Tex, by the way, looks superb today. Hasn't been out of place, has he?
No, every year in ePrem is his sort of cup of tea, isn't it?
I saw a stat floating about that he's not lost a one-on-one individual game in a long time, like a long time, or a knockout game, like 4 years, something like that.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that when I played him in FIFA 22, and I'm not sure he's still yet dropped a game. So
it was read that they were saying earlier in the Premier League he's lost one game, and it was the Battle Cat when he was playing for Manchester City.
That's Tex. Did Dragon knock him out?
Dragon knocked him out of 21, yeah, I believe.
Red Lad might need to check his stats.
But I mean, when you consider that we're having to pick 2 games out of 7 years of tournament, like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. especially with like ePremier, it's a lot different. You know, you're using different players to what you'd use in your normal competitive season. 6-minute halves is a lot different.
Every single player that's coming into this, like when he's playing in the Pro Open, there's not that incentive for Oberon. Like, it's just another game. Here, he's got a target on his back every single game he goes into. Every single game, it's the biggest game of their season when they play against Man City, and it just never seems to faze them.
Yeah, I think it sort of works in Texas' favour. Like a lot of the newcomers from the UK and stuff, there's aura. There's a bit of, you're playing Tex, you know, you're a bit nervous. And
did you feel that when you sort of came in?
No, my first LAN was ePremier League 21.
Yeah.
And my first game was in Olito, which is a big name. And I think I lost 4-0. But after that, I feel like I went on fire. But it's that sort of first game nerves, and especially when you're playing against Tex in your first event, like it's a lot of pressure, and you know you're a nobody.
Well, a quick update over here. There has been a breakthrough for Nottingham Forest, who are on the winning track. It looks like Matthias Bonanno. He's finding himself 1-0 down in that game. As Luke Downing looking to get in front. I've got a quick question as well to ask you, Nick. You played in the FC Pro Open, which only a select number of players could get to. That was 9-minute halves. We, as very casual players, you playing this weekend are playing 6-minute halves. Is there any adjustments you have to make? Because it must be different going from those sort of different timings.
Yeah, most definitely. You have to be a lot more clinical, is one of the most important things, because
the game's just so much faster.
Yeah, the game's faster. If you concede early, you need to take your chances.
2-0, Tex cruising at the moment. I think another thing that with the 6-minute halves, we've seen a lot of goals 45th and 90th minute. People aren't used to having to hold the ball. Like in 9-minute halves, if it's the 85th minute, you're still attacking.
Yeah.
Because you know that there's probably another 2 attacks each that you're going to get. Whereas in this, from the 80th minute onwards, people are going forward, losing it and getting hit very, very quickly, the other end.
I think when you're a player, you don't obviously see the time from like the 20th to the 35th minute or so on. You know, they're like sort of, they're mind blown to you, like mind blank, sorry. So once you see like the 40th minute, or your coach might let you know it's the 40th minute, you realise how fast the time goes down.
Conor Bradley coming forward here for Bonanno, cuts it back to Bruno Fernandes, that's red-timed.
Well, he's fortunate enough, Matthias Bonanno. If he was to lose this, I know there's a long time left to be played. With how the table's gone, Man City have not had to be perfect today. In all angles, they'll still be getting top.
If I'm not mistaken, this will be Luke Downing's first point today.
Crazy.
It's crazy to say, isn't it?
Very, very good player, Luke Downing. Very good player.
Saying by his own standards, he expects so much more of himself.
He's also, the last time I was here on the main stage commentating Forest, didn't have the headset on. He's got the headset on now. Very small difference, but when you're hearing us talking about it, he might have thought if Bonanno was going to win, he didn't want to hear that chat coming over.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Sam Bruce was the only player that could hear through his headset and heard every moment of commentary whilst playing. How would you, have you got any like preferences now you play? Do you listen to music? Do you just listen to us?
Yeah, I'm very boring. I've not got much going. Like, I literally just put in Spotify music and full blast and we crack on. As simple as that.
Do you ever hear us?
No, not really. There was a few events for like Pro Open and stuff where you were sort of like behind me sort of thing. I could hear you, but
do we irritate you or not?
No, it's actually I don't know how to explain it, but you properly realise you're at LAN. Like
when you hear us going, it's a big game for Nick Sneb. If he doesn't win this, he's not going to qualify.
Yeah, and that's the also thing pre-game, you know, because I haven't got my music in pre-game, and you hear like the sort of build up to a game, and you realise how important it is.
Well, he's 45 minutes away, Richard, from not just his only points, but his first win in the Premier League this year. For Tex, though, it's all looked really routine for him. Speaking of Tex, he's 3-0 up, and he looks like he's on for 4 wins from 4.
It makes it look like when he's in the box is like everything slows down, almost like he plays in slow motion.
Yeah, he's extremely good. It's a sort of aura thing again, where like when he gets to the edge of the box, he'll just stop on the ball, and it'll make you panic, and he picks the right options every time, and that's what I think he's so good inside the box.
Again, if you do want to ask any questions to Nick Sneb, he's playing tomorrow for Spurs, teaming up with Tom Lees, of course, from the Hashtag House. He was here earlier today chatting I mean, you've got a tough one, really. I mean, you probably don't really care, but you're playing Shuri first game, so that's actually worked quite well, because there could have been another one where they'd be on the same console. I guess my question to you on that is, what was the process in deciding who plays on what console? Because you're on the PlayStation, Tom's technically going away from his usual console to play on a different one.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, really. Like we had a bit of a discussion in Discord at the start of the year, and it was a sort of thing where like it was after our qualifier broken, and I think the dates sort of were a bit merged. Okay. And I mean, fair play to him. He kind of took the choice of he didn't want me to practice on Xbox, and then 2 days later I was playing in Pro Open. So that was half the reason, but also he's had a lot of time to play like foot champs on the Xbox and stuff and get used to the controller, whereas we both didn't want to play on Xbox, to put it simply.
He's all mature.
Yeah, and it's a fair play to him.
Well, we're jumping on board here. We've got a couple of questions coming in. Sneb, how does it feel to represent the biggest team in London?
Yeah, it's different. It's very different. Obviously, I've always been Palace. Well, apart from my first year, I was with Leicester, but it is a bit different with Tottenham because normally I'm the only supporter of Palace, so like it's just sort of me and my teammate. Where like this time, obviously Tom's got a massive fan base as well, but you have a lot more people rooting for you because of your club, and it's the first time I've sort of realised that.
You just got caned. Coming in with the question, who is the player you want to play the most at EPL? What's a game that you're excited for?
Oh.
Any other teams? Say it's in the final. Who'd you fancy?
In the final, Bonano.
Okay.
I just think I have a really good record versus him, so I'd be happy to see him in the final. It's possible. It's a possibility as well.
Tom versus Tex would be a great final as well.
Did see a question about you having a rematch with Sharif, but I'll braze past that. Maybe we can see that game a little bit later on this year. Here comes a chance now for Man City. Bonano ties up the game with 60 minutes on the clock.
Talk to me a little bit about this man. She said you've got a decent record against him. Last season he came into the ePremier League, and I mean the groups he made it look really, really easy. What sort of things does Bonano do that maybe other ePremier League players aren't typically doing? As a goal back here for Harvey, but it could just be a consolation. We'll keep his eye on that game, but talk to me a little bit about Bonano.
He's a winner. He's a winner, as simple as that. I feel like when he was in his prime a few years ago, he was winning games 2-1, and that was the norm.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot of doing, because winning games 2-1, there's obviously one goal in it, and there's not many goals scored, and there's not many goals conceded. So it takes a lot of mentality and skill to keep doing that. And obviously, he's done it for many, many years at the top level.
Do you think his mindset is his biggest attribute?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. It has to be. He's very calm. He don't show much emotion, I don't think, unless when he wins.
Unless he wins.
Yeah, unless he wins. That's just sort of a South American thing, I guess.
He's one of the few players as well, before a game, he'll sort of like march around.
Yeah.
He'll march around and sort of really get himself into the headspace to do so. I mean, see this attack coming first and foremost from Luke Downing. How much do you think it's going to help you this year, Nick, coming into this tournament, knowing you've already played some land this year against other top players outside of the UK? Here's a big chance on the counter-attack. Bonano!
Got to score.
Just puts it wide.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. I mean, you look at the players that have been at the Pro Open this year that have already played. You've got Mark Levin, you've got Stingray Tex. They've all had a very good weekend, and it does show that a bit of experience at LAN on this FC goes a long way. So I'm hoping I can do that the same tomorrow.
Big chance, by the way, off that corner. It was green-timed acrobatic volley at the near post. Everything's going Bonano's way, though, at the moment. Luke Downing's clearly upset with something.
I think there might be a controller issue.
Bonano put the ball out of play, and we're going to get that resolved very, very shortly.
Cam will jump over to the other game while we are waiting.
Let's jump over to a little bit of Wolves-Chelsea. Wow, look at this. 6-3. Drogba. It's Kai Harris. Putting one back for him. NH, top performance from him today, Brandon.
That's 3 out of 4 games he's going to win today from NH. Really impressive performance over on the opposite console. The Trivellas are flying in. There is still a long time left in that game. But a 2-goal cushion.
Massive fan of NH, me. Good player, really good player. I know he came into the tournament, maybe not.
Me too, big fan.
Maybe not as rated as much, but he's generally really, really good.
Harry Hesketh. She wish he was playing with the Invincible instead, Sneb.
Yeah, I've heard, Harry. Tom called me your substitute this weekend, so I'm not exactly sure what that sort of means, but I'll try my best.
We would love to see Harry Hesketh with Everton here at one point in the Premier League. It would be unbelievable.
Yeah, I'd really want that. Obviously, in my time, I've never seen Harry at land, but I can just imagine it's just pure comedy.
The 2020 season,
remember that
pre sort of lockdown and the season coming to a close, he was outstanding. Like, he was really, really good. He'd have gone on that season to qualify for the World Championships with how many points he's accumulated.
Do you remember that event it was in London, wasn't it, in Fulham, where he played in was it an LQ or a Champs Cup back there, and he's just always been very gifted.
Naturally good at the game, yeah.
I mean, I think he still beats a few pros and champs.
Yeah. I mean, so does Ryan Pessoa. I think he's 3-0 against Tom Lees.
What a goal, by the way, from Tex. What a goal that is. See, get on the replay if we can. It's effortless from him. No reaction, because he knows it's not job done. This is only just part of the plan. This is to get one step further to the knockouts, and he still wants 2 wins for the Champions League and 3 wins to win the whole thing again.
Talk me through this, Sneb.
Yeah, this is a great goal. The nice bit of dribbling around the box of Marlon, and just to find that a bit of extra pass, extra turn. Lovely finesse.
That goal there, if we can just see that again. What's he actually inputting into the controller there? Because you saw the rapid coming up, so that's when he's in sprint. But like, for people at home who are wanting to, is there any way? I'm gonna say, how can people move like Tex? What actually is he inputting in there?
He's just extremely good at like using his sprint button in the tight spaces. Obviously, he's used his sprint button there just to get a little bit of boost, beat his man, and then another little boost just to beat his man again.
Just there, just the left stick, just to open up the space inside the box.
Yeah, it's just the minor little touches are the big difference.
As Bonanno puts his nose in front for Nottingham Forest, 2-1. We are back underway in this game, and Man City leading.
What did happen here then? Hazard tried to take on everyone, and then eventually he went back out and then back in with help of Gravenberch into Salah. 2-1 he leads. And although he's only lost 1 game, Bonanno, he will not be happy with that. He would have wanted to come through and get 12 points from 12. He's had a more difficult season, didn't qualify for the FC Pro Open qualifier. It basically ensured that he wouldn't be involved in the first major land of the year. He's had to wait a long time to get back to land by his own standards. I say a long time, it's only been a few months, but still by his own needs and desires. And look, that's 21 points by the looks of it for Manchester City as it currently stands. They got 22 last year. They were top of their group, and it looks like it's going to be the same story for them.
Yeah, dominance, really, from Manchester City. I think Tech's probably a bit frustrated last season. Look, he only got 10, and didn't get the full 12 haul. This season, it has been one-way traffic from Tex from the very first game.
You could tell he was confident as well coming to the event. I think he got interviewed after his first game, and he wasn't happy that he conceded the goal.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to go the whole day without conceding the goal, so he knew he was confident, and he's played like it.
Well, speaking of Tex, he has just scored another one over in that game. He is leading 6-1. That's a 5-1, a 5-1, a 3-2, and as it currently stands, a 6-1. You mentioned about time just slowing down in the box. He's in no rush in the box there, and he's still making it look so easy next to them.
Yeah, that's his biggest skill for me. Just the decision making and the pace around the box is perfect.
Could be a late chance here. Marmouche, hold on.
Chance for Luke Downham to snatch a point. Unfortunately for Nottingham Forest, it looks like they're going to be bottom of the table. It's not been a performance to remember this time round in the Premier League for this duo. After making a semi-final last year with Luton Town, they moved to Nottingham Forest. And it looks as if Matthias Bonanno is going to have the last laugh as Manchester City look to top the group here in the ePremier League. Top of the table again. They'll be on their way into a quarter-final. They will skip part of the process. And it's just a little smile from Matias Bernardo.
And you know how both of these two think. He'll be so disappointed that it's not 24, that they've both not got 12 each. It's what was expected, though, City to top this table. I know there's a lot of conversation about other clubs in this league and in this group, but it's never in doubt, was it?
No, I feel like maybe the group being tough and a lot of the players in the group being very good and can be able to take points of each other maybe work in their favour, because if the teams are taking points of all of each other, and City will always sort of come out on top, really.
I stood there at the start of the day with you and FG, Rich, and said that Forest would have done more. They didn't. I expected more from them, and look, in 2 weeks' time, they have to bring more. As we jump across to the last closing stages here, Xbox first. This is Mitch Hayward, 6-3 up. On the Xbox side of things.
All I can say is, whoever comes second in their group and gets rewarded with Forest, I wouldn't like to be you.
Why is that?
I think they'll sort it out for the knockouts. They've got the ability to, like, there's a reason they were in the shout for top in this group, you know? In 2 weeks' time, they can't come back like this, they can't.
Is it one of those where just natural ability you think does shine through?
Yeah, it has to. They're not a bottom of the group team. They're just not. Everyone can have a bad day, but I think that's just what it was.
The thing that's so rare as well, like, both players having a bad day.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen it in the past where one player can be outstanding and pick up 10, 12 points, and the other player maybe get 3 or 4. Both of them have had shockers.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
10-4. NH won 3 out of his 4 games today.
Player of the day? Most surprising.
Most definitely.
Mitch Hayward just seeing out his game. Don't think there's long left at all in that one. 6-4 up, 88th minute, maybe 89th minute.
Serious result.
Mitch Hayward, by the way.
He wasn't that confident earlier today, but he's looking all right.
2-time semi-finalist at the Premier League. It's just a tournament that he just turns up for.
It really is. Last words, Nick, step before you leave us for tonight. Practice all done for tomorrow? Will you be in early tomorrow to get a few more games in, or are you happy?
I'm a bit weird. I get called a weirdo by everyone at the event as well. Like, I don't like to practice at LAN. I don't know what it is. It's like on a qualifier day, you don't like to eat. You don't practice? Nah, I've played 3 games today, and then I sat around doing absolutely nothing yesterday. I didn't play a game, so
I'm glad you've come and joined us then on the commentary decks. Nick Step, thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to seeing him in action tomorrow with Tom Lees again, taking on Leicester first in that #house matchup. We can't wait for it.
Good prediction from you today on Forest.
What's that?
You saying Forest were going to top the table, right?
I said Man City wouldn't top the table, but someone had to be the villain, and I tried to be that villain today, and it backfired on me massively. So fair play, Man City. You topped the table, and you were pretty good.
Yeah, certainly was.
Pretty good.
Yeah, they were really good, weren't they? Right, that is it from the commentary side of things. Let's go and check in with FG and Ryan. I believe they're joined with one team from the Premier League.
Yes, thank you very much, Brandon. We will not be forgetting your prediction, me and Ryan, absolutely not. But it's with great pleasure to say we're joined by 2 players who represented Southampton today. Ryan's already given them a round of applause. Fisher, Brewster, how are you feeling? First things first, a great day for you.
Yeah, really happy. I think that confirms us second, so that's really happy. On my part, 4 points was probably wanted a win more, but Michael getting 9's got us second, which is massive.
Yeah, 9 points, Michael, is incredible. I want you to be honest, though. Before you came into today, you said, well, Sam said you aimed for 15 points. Yeah. Was there ever a thought in your mind, could we get top? Was that ever a possibility?
It was a thought, of course, but I wasn't expecting to come top. I think, 15 was the aim. We kind of knew we would get around second if we got there. Yeah. Obviously, if we beat City, then I would have started to dream.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we both got kind of battered by them. But 9 points out of 12, so I'm pretty happy with it overall.
Yeah. I mean, that Man City performance from you both, of course, it was a difficult one for you over the fixture, but you guys recovered well in everything that you did.
Yeah.
You played Man City. Was that sort of a game where you were just like, OK, we'll see what happens, but we've still got potential to do something really good in this group, which is what you guys have done?
I wouldn't say so. Like, you obviously know, I guess the name factor is more when you're playing like City, but I was just coming off a 5-0 win. So I was feeling good, and Banana had lost, so... But then I knew it. I went backstage and I was like, he's going to come with fire against me, isn't he?
Yeah, he
did take it out on me.
You can take it straight away as well.
I was 3-0 down in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It might have been the worst time to play Matthias. I'll give you one more question towards Sam as well. How hungry do you feel coming into the tournament? Because you were so close when you played last time. You finished runner-up. You still have the ability to reach further on. A great teammate as well. Do you still have that desire?
Yeah, I think when you have kind of 2 years, the 2 years that I had, obviously not making the event and having really poor competitive seasons, you have to make a decision whether it's like really what you want to do. And I spoke with Michael at the start of this year and we said we're both going to try and get our head down and make sure we can give ourselves a good performance. And if we didn't think we could beat everyone, we wouldn't be here.
I respect that. Yeah.
You got to back yourself.
Well, listen, congratulations to you both. Before we head over, we're about to go to Richard in a second. There's someone missing from this desk. Have you bought him?
Oh, do you want me to grab it?
Have you brought him with you?
Yeah, of course, mate.
Oh, my.
Oh, he's actually got him with him. Well, we look forward to seeing you very, very soon at the finals. I'm all right. You keep holding that one for now. We can hold it up to the camera, though, and we can hand it over to Mr. Richard Buckley, who is with Tex.
Yeah, the towel's got to come back in 3 weeks. Tex, solid day?
Yeah, solid day. Play good. Simple day. And no stress, and I like that, because recently my tournaments have not gone well.
Yeah, there's been stress. We're going to have a look at your tactics. You can see them there for anyone at home. 4-4-2 flat. We're playing counter, we're playing high. Why the 4-4-2, not 4-2-1-3, I suppose?
When I'm at my best, I'm just way better in 4-4-2. And when I'm at my best, if I play good in the 4-4-2, no one will ever beat me. So I always come to a tournament and be like, okay, let me just play my 4-4-2, and if I play well, I can do good things.
Talk to me about Trent. Both fullbacks on defend.
You know the issue, I play PS,
yeah.
I don't play Xbox.
Yeah.
And I've really struggled to like progress the ball on Xbox. And he's got incisive pass, so I put him in to get me forward the pitch quicker. But if he got exposed, he gets subbed off straight away. So when I play the better players, he's gone. Like a Stingray that just goes through, he's gone.
The way that you play in-game, it's more like a 4-2-2, really, with the wide players on inside forward. How important is it for you? Inside forward, the best role?
Yeah, it's the best role. You see a lot of the goals I score, it's all a bit crowded, then I just like time my passes or like stand still on the ball, and there's a lot of options. With wingers, I feel it's a bit stale when I can't play like that. I like to play short pass, great football.
And how goes that fella up top, Ian Wright? He's probably the big money purchase?
Yeah.
Other than the centre half?
Yeah, Ian Wright is my main man. He's like my Mbappe in like a normal team. He's just speed boost, just run, and you set up others. You're not the goal scorer, you're just gonna set the, like, for example, I'll run, pass to Son, he'll finesse. Like, he's the key to order.
You're coming back, 3 weeks' time, is it?
Mm-hmm.
What's the next 3 weeks look like?
Small Xbox practice, but when you practice on Xbox, it's not the best opponents. Like, it's hard to get good practice, so I might practice PS and Xbox so I can maintain like a level against higher players. But yeah, that's it, and hopefully more of the same come knockouts.
Are you staying tomorrow?
Staying tomorrow. I don't know yet. I might go out tonight.
Can I get on the camera that you'll come and join us for a little bit tomorrow?
How much are you paying me?
Speak to Kerry.
No, I need the big bucks.
Kerry, he's got the taste of it now. I'm having a look over. FG, do you want to stop babbling? Are you ready?
Listen, mate, I'm always ready, of course.
Right, I'm coming over there. I'm coming over.
Come and join us, mate. Come and join us. Thank you so much to Tex there as well. What a day it's been. We've seen action all day, and we're going again tomorrow. I mean, first things first, what's your highlight been, Mr. Brandon Smith?
Oh, highlight for me has probably been seeing some of the new players come through and do really well. Although they didn't top the group by any means, but seeing, you know, like a player like NH, with 3 out of his 4 games, he scored 10 in his last, 1 for Chelsea. It's what the Premier League's all about, finding new stars.
I mean, thanks for joining us, Mr. Richard Buckley. He's doing like a little Conor McGregor walk, and we can fit him on. Let's take a look at the Group B table as Rich makes his way to the host desk. Ryan, the standings, Manchester City, the ePremier League holders, didn't really come up with anything apart from what we expected, really, unless you're Brandon's.
High flying, but I think my biggest surprise, obviously, City, you kind of expect to be in and amongst it and, of course, top the group. Nottingham Forest on 3 points there. They will be bitterly disappointed with that. That's a terrible it's a terrible showing from them, to be honest.
The thing is, though, Case, I mean, nobody's out at this stage, so there is an opportunity for Nottingham Forest to bounce back. Do you expect them to bounce back when they return?
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple weeks to regroup. Maybe they have new squads. Anything could happen going into that knockout. We also don't know who they're going to play. We're going to find that out tomorrow, and so I'm interested to see. You never know. I would like them to come back in the knockouts and succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And one person that we really enjoyed having here, we have the pleasure of having here throughout the weekend, is Red Black.
Not you.
You have been absolutely amazing. We'll give a little round of applause to you. And first, we're doing this because we're about to see some tactics. As a pro player, do you copy some of these as well, or do you stick to your own?
Possibly. I think I'll look for the formation that I want to play and then take the tactics rather than just taking any old tactics.
Well, I'm just going to take as many tips as I can. Let's take a look at the pro tactics on the screen right now. Rich, who are you picking?
Well, I mean, I'd go Sam Brewster. I think Sam Brewster. I've got plenty of towels as well in my house, so I'm there. I can fit straight in. I'm also really, really impressed. If Tex didn't get 12 from 12, I think NH is probably the best player of the day for me.
Same. Yep.
I feel like he's just named pretty much everyone there.
No, I definitely didn't name Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, you wouldn't take Nottingham Forest to tactics.
Sorry. Too soon?
Brando, I mean, you predicted Manchester City potentially not to finish top of the group. You rarely get it wrong.
He had a howl.
But when you do get it wrong, I feel like it's right for us to mention it.
I think the bigger point is I never give a prediction, and today's why. Because, you know, I'm completely off the mark. I mean, I expected Nottingham Forest to do something against Manchester City especially, but it just did not happen.
Yeah, it's a bad day from them. I'm just checking the Luke Downing tactic there. Casey, I've seen that in your squad.
That's
Is that not
crazy, by the way. No way. No way.
I just had to. I'm sorry. And I'm also
I'll just
sorry.
shake my head at that one.
I'm sorry.
No. Listen.
I had to.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm sorry.
Right, listen, OK, tomorrow is another huge day as part of our ePremier League weekend. And look at some of the names we've got here, Redlat. What a group, what a lineup. We've got C and D to come.
Yeah, some of the world's best. We've got Manu Bashaw, Lex, representing Liverpool this year. It's going to be a really good watch. And there's also some UK regulars, Jack Sharp, Brig Army. I'm really excited for tomorrow.
I mean, can we get some love for Stokes as well? We heard from him on the broadcast. He said that you love yourself a little bit, Ryan, and
yeah, I
made him wait a little bit.
I want to see, because I think it's guerrilla coaching him as well. Combined age above 60. So that is... Wow, you'd get your pension a bus pass.
I'm also really excited to see Adam Ryan back at
I love Adam Ryan, yeah.
Adam Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, we've enjoyed every moment of today. We're looking forward to tomorrow. Also looking forward to the watch-alongs. We've been sitting on Twitch. Shells was doing a watch-along today. Well done, Shells. You're finally a full-time streamer-ish. We'll see you tomorrow. You're part of the coaching gang. Everybody here, thank you so much. Special shout out to you, Redlac. What a guy, Casey. Everybody, Ryan, Buckley. Goodbye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
This is the ePremier League.
Extra pass, finds Cole Palmer. What a little cancellation. Oh, Stingray!
The two sides of the stage. Colston heading hands.
Shift from right to left. Stingray.
Edge of the box takes the finesse. 1-0. Big performance for NH.
Hello, early doors. Matthias Bernardo looks like he's back. Round the goalkeeper.